reincarnated mob in a Japanese fantasy Otome game, but all the girls are dangerous Yandere. Volume 2. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 20. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you had to fight a monster with a weapon, what kind of weapon would you pick up? A sword, bow, a spear, or an axe, a whip, or a gun? In any case, when choosing a weapon, it is better not to decide based on image or coolness alone. If you choose such a weapon lightly, you will die with regret in most cases. Naturally, the reason why I, who have fallen into the position of servant fighting against the monsters, is not because of my taste. It was for more practical and rational reasons. As a matter of fact, the spear was an extremely effective weapon. The risk of close combat is smaller than with swords because of the greater distance, and it requires less muscle strength to handle and has fewer gaps than blunt weapons. Furthermore, it is much easier to master than the bow and arrow. Guns. Unfortunately, in this world where flintlock rifles are the mainstream, they are inferior in rapid-fire capability, and above all, such expensive equipment is rarely given to servants. In addition, the spear is a weapon that can thrust, slice, hit, deflect, and throw, and is cheap, disposable, and above all, easy to handle. Therefore, in the previous world, the spear is a general-purpose weapon that had the highest equipment ratio in the military before the rise of firearms. With these advantages, it is only natural that I have chosen the spear as my main weapon when I became a servant. For my sub-weapon, I carry a stone thrower, which can be used with any stone out there, is easy to carry, easy to handle, and above all, can deceive the enemy into believing my position with the sound of the stone thrower. And other items such as a dagger, a smoke screen ball, and a luminous ball become my normal equipment. This is the best combination of equipment within my reach that I can think of to survive in this world. At least that's what I think. But no matter how smart I am, no matter how hard I try, no matter how much I try, there are some things I can't control. The girl I'm facing right now is probably one of them. What's the matter? Even though you are a servant and my cousin is paying attention to you, your power is only that much. The girl shouts while swaying her reddish-purple hair. She is holding a long sword that glints in the sunlight as she shouts. Yes, a long sword. It is too tall for a girl in her early teens to hold, and she holds it lightly. Even a novice could tell at a glance that the color, shine, and power of the sword were those of an artifact. I knew from my knowledge of the original story that it was one of the genuine Youkai swords, Akko Tauma Juppangatana, 10-sword exorcism of Akko, and that it had an absurdly dangerous name, Nikiri Kyubai Sajimaru, neck cutter, as her ancestors had used it just as it was named against the monsters. This is unreasonable. There's no way I can compete. I, dressed in black like a servant, and with a mask hiding my face and expression, held up my spear and muttered quietly. Of course, this is not about the power relationship between swords and spears. In a proper fight, swords are no match for spears. The distance between them is too great. A weapon that can attack from a distance has an advantage, which is the basic principle in fighting. However, such an advantage is only between ordinary people. It would be a different story if the spear wielders are only human and the sword wielders are exorcists who make their living by slaughtering monsters. Against such people who can dodge or cut off a bullet from a flintlock rifle at best, what would she expect me to do? How did this happen? Having given up on the idea of winning at the last moment, I was thinking about how I could lose in a way that would satisfy the other side, holding up my tattered and near-death long spear. This is the third generation of a servant leader, and thinking back to the reasons why I had fallen into such a situation. Section: The Aomi family residence, a distant relative of Kazuki's, is not a stray house, unlike those of many northern region exorcists, but it still has an area 100 times larger than that of a commoner's house. Naturally, there were also residences for the housekeepers and maidservants who took care of the owner's family. At the far end of the residence, a few small huts, which seem to have been built in a hurry, are the residences for the servants brought from Kazuki's house. To be honest, the accommodations are shitty. Luckily, this world has a spiritual vein, and the spiritual power overflowing from it benefits people in every way. It's even more so in the capital, where the climate is stable, water is plentiful, and even natural hot water gushes out, so people don't have to worry too much about the heat or cold even if they are in a crude shack. And they can even take a simple bath in a tub of hot water. However, it is cramped inside, insects come in, and once again, it is very cramped. When I became the leader of the group, I was suspicious of many conspiracies, but I was grateful to Kazuki Shisui at this time. If I had been a mere servant, I would have had to sleep in a 1.5 tatami mat space. It would have been quite a burden for me to be placed in such an environment, as I was in a zombie-like state with bandages and blood all over my body from the battle with the monster fox the other day. Now that I'm the leader of the group, I can monopolize the hut by myself even though it's still small as ever, which is a big help. However, there are some problems with that. Morning. I wake up in a thin straw quilt to the sound of chickens cooing from somewhere. Feathers, cotton, how can a servant use such expensive bedding? The 9th month of the lunar calendar. Or rather in the middle of October if it was in my previous life. When my wounds have finally healed and my bones have been reconnected, I writhe in the chilly, near-winter air, longing to leave the comfort of the straw comforter behind me. But what is the feeling of this fluffy fur and its warmth at this time of the year? My brain wakes up instantly as I realize the strange feeling in the quilt, and I jump up, leap to the wall of the hut, pull out the dagger I had hidden in my pocket for self-defense, and get ready for a fight. Someone or something is under the quilt. It is no laughing matter in this world. There are many kinds of Youkai who would come out of the quilt and make people say goodbye just like in some horror movies. If anything feels a little strange, be careful. That's the secret to live long in this world. It is not unusual to die even if careful. It's still a shitty world. Ha ha ha, who is it? I muttered to myself, my face tense with tension, my whole body sweating from early in the morning. Then something begins to wriggle out from under the straw quilt. I stare at the presence in front of me, running all kinds of simulations in my brain to prepare myself for what might happen next. And then, yawn, as you finally woke up. Hi. A small white figure in a white robe raised from the straw quilt. The tone of the voice was a little short-tongued and childish. And most impressive of all, 2 pairs of white fox ears and a white tail that looks like a cushion as well, taking all of them together, I was stunned to get the answer to the identity of the other person. Wait. Who are you? I almost said her name for a moment in my agitation, and then I corrected myself. Yes, I mustn't identify a person just by their first glimpse. It was not uncommon for some monsters to deceive people by illusion, blocking recognition, or changing their appearance. No, that's one thing, but above all, I can't let my guard down at all, considering my knowledge of the original story, even if the person is the real one. Do you remember me? Just tell me your name. EX. I commanded hoarsely, and a figure jumped, shoulders shaking, head clenched and trembling. The fox ears and the fox tail are limp. I feel a pang of guilt at the sight, but I don't let my guard down. I am Shiro. I serve the princess. Why are you here? Why are you under my quilt? Eek. Princess sent me to call you Tomob-san, but... What, then, what have you been doing? I ask her, accusing the girl of being a little embarrassed. The girl covers her mouth with her sleeve in a little embarrassment and answers while looking at me with an upward glance. Why, you seem to be tired, and you didn't get up when I called to you, so I went inside the hut, and I shook your body. What? And you were saying you were cold, and you pulled me under the quilt, and you used my tail as a pillow, and I couldn't move. So I fell asleep as well, Tomob-san. Ugh. The girl who talks shyly and fidgety notices that my forehead wrinkles up, and she talks to me anxiously. I, on the other hand, was holding my eyebrows with a headache as the memory came back to me now after listening to her story. Oh yeah, it's my fault. I was working out a lot yesterday to regain my senses, which have been dulled after a long rest, but I guess I pushed myself a little too hard. I was so tired that I fell asleep. Surely I didn't wake up when someone woke me up, but rather did such a thing in my sleep. If it had been a monster who was trying to trick me, I'd have died. No, I haven't been sleeping all month, still. There are things I can do even if I can't move my body, because of the battle with the monster fox. I have been studying from books and practicing spiritual techniques. If anything, I had received simple guidance from that Youkai killer who came to me via the Shikigami, and from the gorilla princess who showed her face to me in a whimsical way. At least, I did not spend my time playing around aimlessly. Still, I guess that means I was especially tired yesterday. It's so pathetic. What? I'm talking about myself. Don't worry about it. I say this to the white half-Youkai who responds to my soliloquy as I put away my dagger. More importantly, I'm taking it out on you. I'm sorry, I'll bring you something next time instead of an apology. Although it may be minimal, servants have food, clothing, and shelter, and are paid at least a little bit, a mere pittance, really. Well, when I become a group leader, the pay is a little higher than when I was a low-ranking employee. Anyway, I don't touch it except when I need to get tools to survive, so I have some savings, though not a lot of money. I can at least buy some toys or sweets as an apology for taking it out on her. Huh? No, it's all right. You don't have to do that. No, you don't have to be shy. I'm the one who took care of you. I look at the girl in front of me without being noticed. Yes, don't be shy. It's better for you not to be unnecessarily anxious. The girl named Shiro, who was recruited about a month ago as a chore in the service of Kazuki AI, the gorilla princess, is a monster who appeared in a previous game, and now she is a helpless half-Youkai. However, there was no reason to let my guard down. The best thing would have been for her to live quietly in the orphanage. But I don't know when she will regain her power and awaken in a sulky way, just like in the original story. She may have lost most of her aspect as a Youkai, and as a servant of the gorilla, she may not have to fight much, but considering the severity of this world, I am not optimistic. I mean, it would be a disaster if the main character intervenes in the events of the original story, and the story ends badly. In fact, it's impossible to say that I won't be the target of her bitterness and resentment when she awakens. The worst-case scenario is that I could have been minced at the same time as she awakened. No, I could be killed instantly, which is better than the pudding case. Even if not, I was ordered by the raccoon ex-head of the Amu dormitory to take charge of her. Because that woman, I realized later that she put a curse on me with her words. It wasn't a terrible curse that would kill me, but then again, I must cut off even half of the vile Youkai's roots, sense of mission. Well, that's why I don't want to spoil the mood and impression of the fox girl in front of me too much. So, if I can reduce the risk of death even a little, it was a small price to pay. But what's wrong? Do you have a problem with it? And no, it's not that, it just... What's wrong? You're not making any sense. You're not being clear. You're a lackey. You're no lower than me. Don't be shy. I walk over to the girl, who has been fidgeting under the quilt and speaking gibberish, and sits down so that our gazes are at the same level. I knew that children feel fear when they are looked down on from above and questioned. If it were true, this conversation would not be good. The leader of a subordinate team is not that great, to be honest. They're just disposable, expendable team leaders who are also expendable. Even a servant of the princess of the main family might be in a better position than them. In this world of strong feudalism, the age difference is not to be underestimated, but status and position were valued more than that. Well, even my actual age is less than hers, right? It's not that I didn't mean to be so rude to you, Tomob-san, and it's not that I didn't like it. What? Her voice gets quieter and quieter towards the end, and I can't understand what she's saying, so I ask back. I'm sorry, can you say a little more? That's Oh hey, two guys in bed. Why are you idle in your beds? Her cold voice rang like a bell, and I can say with certainty that the air in the room dropped by 5 degrees. I, and probably the half-Youkai girl too, look in the direction of the voice with a frightened expressions on our faces. A girl was standing in the doorway of a poor hut, dressed in a luxurious kimono that would never have fit in a doorway of a poor hut, with a lively smile on her face. It was a smile that made me feel chilly. I came all this way because you were coming back too late, but you seem to be having a lot of fun, yes. I'm jealous that I'm the only one left out. The girl says, with her mouth aggravatedly. The way she said it gave me an impression of a predator that is stalking its prey. Ew. Shiro hides under the quilt, completely shriveled up. The gorilla takes one look at the child and looks in my direction. Hey Tomob, is there anything you need to tell me? I hope the wise and intelligent princess has a generous heart. I flatter her as best I can, as if she were a judge about to pronounce a death sentence. Section. The meal provided by Kazuki's family was barley rice. There was miso soup with only vegetables, pickles, and smoked meat. It is not too plain, but it is a far cry from what the Kazuki family eats, and it would be absurd to compare it to what I ate in my previous life. Especially white rice is something that I have only had a few chances to eat since I became a servant. In this respect, accompanying the princess in the capital certainly had its advantages. The Aumi family may have had some prestige, but the capital was a place where local products from all over the world gathered, and the land around the capital itself was fertile, so the price of rice was not so high. Therefore, ever since I came to the capital, rice was always white rice, and miso soup often contained tofu or deep-fried tofu. And fish such as sardines or willow leaf fish was often served as the main dish. To tell the truth, I was impressed. Hey, don't look at me like you pity people. In this world, the price of fish is quite expensive, you know? Well, it makes me feel inferior. I put my mask off in the corner of the room and silently eat my rice, staring at it with a stern gaze and letting out a small sigh. The gorgeous lacquered dishes were lined with an assortment of food that was incomparably more luxurious than mine. Soft-boiled rice with taro and lotus root simmered in dried bonito broth, clam soup with duck and turnip, fried egg and tofu, grilled salmon with salt, boiled spinach, 7 kinds of pickles, and candied fruit with cold melon as sweetness. In this world, it was a feast itself. Not only the ingredients themselves, but especially the time and effort it takes to cook them in this world without electricity. Stop looking at this food with such greedy eyes. You're not a child, and I'm not going to give it to you. The gorilla-sama, who was enjoying such a feast with elegance, declared as soon as she noticed my eyes on her. Yes, our principal gorilla princess is in the middle of having breakfast in this room right now. There is no waiter in the room, by the way. Normally, there should be more than one waiter, but the only one in the room right now is a white fox who stands by the gorilla princess, except for me, who is eating silently with my weapon by my side in a corner of the spacious room as a guard, about 20 paces away. I wonder why this is happening. After the gorilla princess went to my hut, I prepared myself, and my first duty was to escort her during the meal. That in itself was fine, as I had done it several times before, but it was a different story when there was no one else around and I was also eating. Such a situation was unprecedented. This is your punishment for making me come all the way here. You should stay there and watch me eat while you eat your meager food. The gorilla looks down at me with a condescending gaze while eating an omelet with elegant lacquered chopsticks. Oh, she has a bad character, although it's not so bad for me. Beside the gorilla, a half Youkai girl is sitting on her knees, staring at the food with a greedy look on her face. She had been punished by the gorilla for skipping breakfast at her own discretion and prejudice. It must be a hard punishment for a half Youkai, a growing child with a mountain of food in front of her and a sense of smell more acute than human. She was drooling. I mean, she's practically drooling. Oh my, if she's looking at me with a pitiful gaze, why don't you share your lousy breakfast with her? Of course, I won't make it up to you. With a nasty smile and a provocative tone, the gorilla princess nails me. That's rather mean. What kind of villainess is she? Personal attendant, come here. I say this and beckon Shiro to come over to me, slightly dumbfounded inside, but not showing any concern. The girl who literally had her fingers in her mouth and a greedy look on her face pricked up her ears and tail at the sound of my voice. Eek! Well, I don't. Go on quickly. You'll spoil my breakfast if you keep looking like a beggar there. The gorilla ordered the reserved half Youkai. The girl who comes to me as if running away, squinting her eyes and trembling at the predator-like look down on her. I offer her a bowl of miso soup with tofu, deep-fried tofu, and leek as ingredients. I can't give you all of it, just the soup. I can't be so forgiving as to be able to do everything for breakfast because of the training, the guards, and the gorilla's reckless demands. At best, I can only give her soup. If anything, an easily digestible, warm miso soup would be the best thing for a child. But don't be shy, I have an agreement with Azumadono. I don't want to get killed. I'm scared to death that the overprotective former head of the Onmyu dormitory would find out about the no-food deal. It's a small price to pay to avoid it just by giving her some soup. The fox glances at the gorilla. The peach-colored gorilla takes one look at the fox and begins to taste the clam soup as if she has lost interest. There's no rush, just drink it and get back to work. I ordered the fox, who turned to me and looked up at me anxiously, then sipped the miso soup. I'm impressed, in a way, by the way, she sips the miso soup with such relish. Ha, it's delicious. The girl sighs in satisfaction as she finishes the miso soup surprisingly quickly and her little red tongue licks her lips. She probably wasn't aiming for it, but the gesture was strangely glamorous. I was made aware once again that she was a beautiful fox with the good looks of an outsider, who had been chosen as a target heroine in the original game. Are you satisfied with your hunger? Then get yourself back here. I didn't summon you here to play with you. The princess gorilla gives me a glare, somewhat unpleasantly. She shakes her shoulders and looks annoyed at the point out. I can't help her out with this. In fact, Shiro, considering her background and the harshness of this world, her current position is quite fortunate. The mere fact that she is a half Youkai means that she could be attacked at any moment, but a nobleman named Kazuki AI has taken her into her service. It means that the half Youkai girl is assured of her safety, and moreover, because she serves at her side, her treatment is much better than that of some random scullery worker. Well, her sudden recruitment is likely to cause jealousy among the people around. Moreover, considering that she was originally a part of a man-eating monster, even I, one of the few people who know the whole situation, am stunned by what the gorilla princess did. In fact, knowing the whole story, I'm not surprised at all. As was the case in the original game, she really is a moody person. The reckless demands to the original protagonist, the randomness, the outlandish orders and decisions that she makes in her spare time without thinking of her surroundings. These are things that made her quite a trouble for me during my playing time. She always stirs up the situation with her outlandish suggestions and makes the likability of the heroine around the main character fluctuate so much that some of her fans call her orders likability cyclone or flag crash with a mixture of resentment. Of course, if all the flags and likability the player has built up are suddenly destroyed in one fell swoop, it's not so surprising. Speaking of which, may I ask you something, princess? Suddenly, remembering her characteristics, I open my mouth with a slight feeling of foreboding. Of course, the laws of the game and this world do not always coincide perfectly. However, my intuition, or what I should call a sixth sense, based on my past experiences, has been alerting me. So, I ask her. It's very unusual for you to ask me. Will it be raining spears or Youkai tomorrow? I'm kidding. What is it? Noticing my discomfort at the not-so-funny joke, the gorilla strokes the head of the white fox who comes back to her side, squinting her eyes with some amusement and plays with her ears, prompting her to speak. The half Youkai whose ears are being played with has an itchy expression on her face. I am sorry for not being able to respond to your early morning call. And what kind of a matter was it that you came all the way here yourself? The only message that Shiro, the messenger, received was, call him and tell him to get ready as soon as possible. She did not mean to tell me to come here to eat. In other words, there must be a reason why she had to come to her early in the morning. Oh, that. I was actually thinking of getting ready quickly and taking the ox cart out the back door. My uncle said I was too neglectful the other day. If you weren't playing such a nasty game, I could have fooled her into thinking I'd gone in the morning. What does that mean? As soon as I said that, I noticed the sound stepping in the distance. The sound that was gradually approaching was like a sprint down the corridor, and no one in this house could make that cheerful, somewhat joyful sound cross. In other words, it almost certainly belonged to a guest from the outside. Truly, she's a very boisterous and noisy girl. I heard the gorilla princess's low, contemptuous, cold voice. At the same time, I guessed who the owner of these footsteps was and why the gorilla-sama was trying to take me out so early in the morning. In short, it must have been a hassle. Someone stops in front of the sliding door of the room we are in. The not-so-large figure takes a deep breath nervously and opens the sliding door as if deciding to do something. Good morning, my cousin Itoko-sama. I am here on behalf of the Ako family, Murasaki. The reddish-purple girl greeted the visitors with a simple, innocent greeting, her eyes shining with anticipation, longing, and joy. The daughter of the Ako family, a family of exorcists that has existed since ancient times and from which Kazuki AI's mother came, she is AI's cousin, the youngest of the 7 siblings of the Ako main family. And there she was. The tragic subcharacter, Ako Murasaki, who had driven many fans to the bottom of despair due to her miserable treatment in the game. Chapter 21. The Ako family has a history of more than 1,000 years, and its first generation was one of the 7 exorcists, Ako Yakuro, known as Akuro the monster who kill with a single cut to piece. And this family has only one youngest daughter, Murasaki Ako, who is a character of Firefly of the Dark Knight, Yamio no Hataru. She is 1 year younger than Kazuki Ai, currently 13 years old and 15 years old at the start of the original game. The reddish-purple hair with a goofy hairdo is a perfect example of a girl with a strong personality. She has a reddish-purple head, a baby face, a slender body, and the second smallest breasts next to those of Sis and Igo-sama. Her character is arrogant and proud, and she easily makes a quick conclusion and gets angry easily. But if I may defend her, she is not a bad person. She is hardworking and earnest, and she will thank even those whom she does not like if they help her. And she can honestly apologize to them for their past mistakes once they become less hostile to her. She does not lash out at those who are not hostile to her, and she is polite to her superiors. Although she is hostile to and disdainful of the original main character at first, her attitude gradually softens as she goes through the events, and eventually, she is even rewarding him with help and gifts. This is what is called delayed Dara. And the most remarkable point is that she admires and envies her cousin Kazuki Ai. This is also a reflection of her own sense of inferiority. The Ako clan is a family of sword-wielding exorcists in the western region of the country. Her parents, relatives, and brothers do not appear directly in the games or novels, and only their names and stories are mentioned. But even just from the settings that are mentioned, it is clear that they are swordsmen of a very extraordinary level. For example, they can kill a group of great Youkai from a distance of kilometers away with a single thrust of wind pressure. Or they can cut down a great Youkai with a wooden sword until it is cut into small pieces. Or they can shoot an unavoidable and instant death beam from the tip of their swords. In such a crazy fighting clan, a girl named Ako Murasaki was the weakest. To be more precise, she was the weakest of the family members, but that didn't make much of a difference to her. Being young or a girl is unfortunately no excuse for being the head of an exorcist family or for having a sword that has been handed down in her family. No, maybe that's why it was even worse. She is a leftover of the family's lineage who inherited the Youkai sword but failed to inherit its talent and power. Well, her parents and brothers do not see her that way, and from the description in the work, she was probably well loved, but the people around her do not. Behind their backs and criticisms must have been considerable. A failure from a prestigious family, that is how the people around Ako Murasaki saw her, and she herself was aware of it in her heart, even though she acted tough. Or perhaps it is the opposite, and her personality was formed from her environment. For such a girl, it would have been natural that Kazuki Ai became the object of her admiration. She is a cousin by blood, close in age, and unlike herself, a strong person blessed with talent. Although it was not publicized in the original game, the fact of the rape party by Youkai was a fact, and Gorilla-sama was treated like a tumor by those around her, so Murasaki's father dared to bring his own daughter closer to his sister's daughter to help her. And Murasaki herself admired her cousin who was talented, powerful, mature, and graceful. But it was also her first step toward tragedy. In Firefly of the Dark Knight, Yamio no Hataru, which was even disclosed to be a depressing game at the time of its release, her presence turned out to be an extraordinarily great landmine. Since she appeared on the official website and in game magazines along with other major heroines, many players mistakenly thought she was the heroine of the game and approached her to gain favorable impressions. This may be due to the fact that she is a good old-fashioned tsundere who is straightforward in a sense among heroines with 1 or 2 peculiarities. Thus, players fall into the sneaky trap set by the producers. This time I will stream the fastest clear of the much talked about gal game, Firefly of the Dark Knight, Yamio no Hataru, which was released today. Due to the concealment of information in advance, many distributors and runners played the game while streaming it online without realizing it. Most of their targets were Ako Murasaki, whose information was disclosed most in advance, and whose events leading to the root were plentiful and easy to raise the lickability of the players. But they did not realize until that moment that this was a blatant attempt by the game's creators to lead them into the game. An hour after the game went on sale, the internet message boards were in an uproar. Of course, when they played for Ako Murasaki, who seemed to be the easiest to beat, she died at the end of every game, and all of her deaths were physically and emotionally damaging in a variety of creative ways. In almost all of Firefly of the Dark Knight, Yamio no Hataru Murasaki Ako was involved in countless death events in all of the routes. Being killed by Youkai was the most basic of all, and in the worst case, being slain by her own Youkai sword. There is also the case of her who is silenced and stigmatized as a traitor when she learns of a plot by the imperial court. Beaten to death by the Tengu. Being used as an impregnation pouch by the Youkai to rescue people. Turned into a Youkai by a Youkai mother, and was exterminated by her friends, but most of all, the other heroines killed her with murderous and malicious intent. To be honest, Ako Murasaki is a fairly decent character among the female characters in the story, or rather, a fairly regular characterization for a sub-character. Or is it her fault? Anyway, as soon as the player gets into a good mood with her, she is turned into a pudding by the fox, burned by Sis and Enigo-sama without a single bone, crushed by Yako with an anchor, trapped by a young hag and covered with Youkai's white fluid, and the highlight disappears. As for Gorilla-sama, she has prepared 13 different ways to kill her based on the route in which Ako Murasaki is pierced through the heart. Yes, the moment she blurts out a joke in front of her cousin, whom she respected and admired. The gorilla who looked at her, as if she was looking at dust, has her arms stuck in her stomach. I remember a famous streamer on the day of the release of the game, and as soon as the screen switched to the scene of the gorilla piercing Ako Murasaki's heart, the viewers section was covered with a barrage of "What?" Even the subject herself couldn't believe it, and she was despairing and dying. And the official announcement that this work is not just an erotic game but an extraordinarily depressing game. And moreover, the fact that Ako Murasaki, who had been pushed so much by the official announcement, was not a character to be captured, but only a sub-character used to cloud the players, creates further tragedy for her and the players. You guys have only one hope: trust in the god of possibility. It's something I hate to admit, but it's my own youthful mistakes. You guys don't stop. If you stop, I'll be right there for you. So guys don't stop, okay? Many well-known streamers or gamers have been hooked on this depressing game to explore Ako Murasaki route, which they believe is hidden somewhere. And many of them burnt out with the above-mentioned lines. To top it all off, some of them even analyzed the game's source code and tried to develop the route by modifying the game, but the creators had read that far. So, after clearing the happy ending of the Ako Murasaki route in the modified game, the screen suddenly went black, and once again, the video viewers made a comment. What? The creators had anticipated that the game would be modified, and had planted the source code so that the hidden ending would be inserted at the moment of clearing the forced fabrication of Ako Murasaki's happy ending route. And the ending was. In fact, it was all just a temporary dream she had in order to escape from the reality of her imprisonment and despair. Then, the cruel reality returns. In front of her is a maniac who whispers his love for her with madness in his eyes, and her life under house arrest in hell will continue from now on. In despair, she is overwhelmed. And then, from shock or perhaps drugged, her consciousness fades away again. In the end, her eyes have lost their light, and she stares blankly at the hair ornament he presented to the reddish-purple girl whom he once told of his love. It was left on the floor, badly damaged, its surface stained reddish-black. This ending, which could be called the culmination of the malice of the creator, completely broke the hearts of the players and viewers. The shock of the hidden ending, and the fact that it was so difficult to avoid the death flag in the story structure, caused many people to give up even in the case of the strongest main characters in the secondary works. And there were even ideas of RTAs that dared to kill the main character to advance the event. Fans have already treated her as Murasaki who keeps getting killed by the deterrent force. And because she died too many times, a mad video in which the captain of the Mobile Suit Squad makes flowers of hope bloom in her place went viral on a certain video site. Ako Murasaki was a poor girl who was killed by the story, the official story, and even by secondary creations. But, well, surely the gorilla must be annoyed at her. I quickly eat my food and sat silently in the corner of the room, staring at the scene from behind my mask. And it seems that imported clothes are in fashion in the capital these days. The other day, I went to a clothing shop in the eastern part of the capital and saw a fresh new design. Really? While Ako Murasaki was talking long and somewhat desperately, the gorilla-sama's attitude was not so friendly. It was an expression of boredom, leisure, and annoyance. It was obvious that she showed neither affection nor interest in the relative in front of her. Even the half-Youkai standing by her side looked bored. She is too desperate. That is how I describe the conversation with the youngest daughter of the Ako family. She seemed to have done a lot of research beforehand, but she talked too desperately and spoke too fast. Moreover, she is probably nervous and doesn't seem to notice that the other party is getting tired of her conversation. Talking is not a one-way conversation, but a two-way one. If the other person is not interested and sympathizes with their opponent, it is just a waste of time, and it is nothing but a pain. In this sense, I could say that the girl in front of me was a failure. Gorilla, well, I'm surprised you're still with her. The tea conversation also seems to be clearly unmotivated. But still, it is better than the rough treatment in the original story. At least she pretends to listen to her by giving a few words. At least it was much more considerate than the silent ignoring. Seriously, her attitude in the original game was terrible. Still, why is she more considerate than she was in the game? I couldn't tell what she meant by that at this point. I wonder if the attitude will get worse from here to the start of the game, or did the avoidance of the humiliation event change the gorilla-sama's thinking in some way? Tamob, I'm here, princess. What can I do for you? As I sink into a sea of thoughts, I suddenly hear a voice calling my name, and I immediately respond and stand by her side. Ako Murasaki, who is sitting opposite the gorilla, looks at me with a grim expression on her face. What is it? My cousin's tea there is getting cold. Go make a fresh one. Should I call the maidservant? No, you brew it. Oh, and make me one too, please. Kizuki AI puts a cup of water on the tray and smiles. You gorilla? Yes, princess, I understand. I'm sure the kitchen wenches won't be too happy about this. But since I have no right to refuse, I have no choice but to reluctantly accept the order. Disposable, a servant of unknown origin is a low-born creature. The maids of a lord's house wouldn't want such a filthy little thing coming to work for them. It's harassment. But I'm in the sad position of not being able to say no. I put the 2 teacups on the tray and, using the concealment technique, get up, walk away, open the bar, and leave. All the while, there is almost no sound. What a wasted technique. I hear a small piece of paper, in the shape of a human being, echo in my ear as I walk down the corridor. No, it was not paper. It was a shikigami. It was the shikigami of the old man Matsushige. Oh, it was leaning on my right shoulder. As always, I wonder how he can slip through the boundary. Worst of all, it is not impossible for a small shikigami to enter the capital because of a secret technique. But it is a different story if he can get into the residence of a court noble in the inner capital. Still, he is a former assistant of Seo and the head of the research institute of the Onmyu dormitory. Not to mention his skill in hiding, he was obviously making shikigami with his own unique processing technique. What business do you want, master? I ask the shikigami, which was being remotely controlled by the old man, as I walk around to make sure no one is around to hear me. The shikigami lets out a mocking whine in my ear. What? It's no big deal. I'm just making a little home visit. Home visit, huh? Which one is for? I ask the shikigami probingly. Unlike the gorilla, the old man would not have taken the trouble to send a shikigami simply because he thought it would be fun. And if considering the words home visit, the purpose of the visit is obvious. I am also cautious, but so far there is nothing to be suspicious about. That's how he describes the little white fox girls movement. From the point of view of the old man, who is an absolute Youkai killer, there is no way that the half-Youkai brat will not be on his radar even if she has lost most of her evil Yauk spirit. In fact, the longer she stays in the inner capital, the more vigilant the old man will be. If she behaves even a little suspiciously, the old man might even use force. Well, Youkai are cowardly and sneaky. and their perception of things is far-reaching. It is a simple matter of acting for a decade or two to get them to let their guard down, especially when it comes from a fox. Anyway, on the way, I pass a lady's maidservant, and I berate her without saying a word. She looks a little doubtful, but she leaves, and when she disappears, I continue my conversation with the old man. I see, I can't deny that. Monsters have a different sense of time from humans. But even so, would she behave in such a frightened manner? The monster fox is cunning and quick-witted, but at the same time noble. She may be good at acting protective, but that childish attitude is not an act. And it's hard to believe that Kitsari Shiroki, who has dismissed her own childhood as a disgrace, would act in such a demure way. Oh, you are talking so confidently again, huh? Have you been charmed by her young appearance? Don't forget that, despite her appearance, she is essentially more than 10 times the age of your lord. Of course, I'm aware of that, considering what she did in the original game. However, at least that attitude is surely not an act. At least her current consciousness is that of a child. The question is what will happen next. Oh, my dear, what a terrible thing to cheat on me. And such a young fox, maybe you don't like adult women like this big sister. When I was thinking about it as I was walking, it was not O who said so through the shikigami. Or rather, hey. Oh, is that a kind of technique to change the vocal cords? Can you not talk to me like you wish I wasn't the one you're talking to? It makes me sad too, okay. The woman replies with an aloof voice that seems not to be sad at all, or rather, it was the voice of that demon. Oh, where is he? He's literally right in front of me, and how very unmannerly of him. The shikigami who is mediating this conversation on this side has just robbed from me. The one I'm using now is a spare. The voice was on my left side. I was slightly surprised to see the shikigami appearing in my left ear, but I did not realize it. Why are the demon there? It can't be helped. Even I must admit, it's hard for me to get into the capital. So, I'm staying at this old man's house for now. Well, with a monster of your caliber, even the first net of boundaries can't be fooled. Once you set foot in the capital, dozens of exorcists will come to you immediately afterward. Needless to say, a demon living for more than 1,000 years is much more dangerous than some calamity yokai, even if it lost most of its power long ago. And moreover, the imperial court is very sensitive to any monster that tries to enter the capital. I don't intend to lose, though, but I'm not trying to destroy the capital. In the first place, I'm not going to make a fuss. She was smiling and saying so, but I knew that she was really frightened by the power of the imperial court in the capital. Of course, if she had suffered such a terrible defeat 1,000 years ago, she would never want to fight again. Or maybe she'll be watching us again, or maybe I'm being watched again. Even when I was in Kazuki's house, I never felt comfortable because I never knew when I was being watched. I had no idea where the demon's baleful scales were. I thought that I would be able to enjoy myself in the residence of a court noble in the capital, but I'm just a spectacle, aren't I? I muttered to myself as I walked quickly and opened the sliding door of the kitchen that was in front of me at once. I see a couple of maids who are probably looking at me through the sliding doors as if they were dealing with a rare animal and gossiping about something. When I looked down in front of them, they held their breath and looked up at me nervously. Excuse me, I'd like to make tea for the princess and her guests. I'm afraid I must intervene in your business, but I have my orders and I ask your forgiveness. They cower in fear as soon as I lift my hand, but once they realize that it is just a cup of tea on a tray, they look at me and shake their heads in small increments as soon as they understand the words. I glance at the young maids who are getting ready to serve the green tea while looking at me and wonder for a moment if they have heard our conversation. Maybe I should practice directional communication techniques and counterintelligence. I was thinking about it absent-mindedly, as I was also preparing to make tea with the maidservants. Section. I was given a cup of hot sencha tea and received a small bag of Kanpedo candy as a snack from one of the maids, not as food for me, but as a treat, as I guessed they had heard something about Shiro. No, it was a little bait. It seems that the fox is so shy that she only wants to talk to me and me alone, except for the gorilla princess. And the maids, who had seen me talking with her several times, seemed to be trying to use me to bait her. Well, it's better than being scared or scorned. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? As a servant, I can't act too conspicuously, and it is difficult to gather information. If bad, even a conversation with other miscellaneous workers may attract attention and make me look bad. Then, isn't the fox girl a good cover in a sense? Thinking about this, I return to the room with the tray in my hand. In front of the shoji paper sliding door, I kneel down on one knee and offer. "Princess, I have brewed tea as you requested." "Thank you, come in." In response to her voice, I quietly open the sliding door, applying the concealment technique. "Oh yes, I have an additional order for you. Do your best to get out of the way." Immediately after I opened the sliding door, I saw something shining in front of me. A tenth of a second later, my body reflexively threw a tray with a cup of hot water on it in front of me. I strengthened my legs with my spiritual power and fell backward as fast as I could. Still, I felt the impact of a shallow cut on my mask. This is... Oh, you're reacting to the Iai one-sword technique? I was planning to stop it just shortly, but my fears were unfounded. If this is the case, I could have gone for a more serious cut. I looked nervously at the owner of the voice in front of me. I opened the sliding door, and right in front of me was the figure of Ako Murasaki, who was holding a long sword with a fierce expression on her face. At her feet are a tray and a teacup, both of which have been cut in half. At the back of the room, a clear-faced peach-colored gorilla rests her elbow on her side breath with an expression of observing, and a frightened white fox shivers and trembles beside her. "Ako-sama, what is happening here? Although you are our guest, this kind of behavior at the place you are visiting is considered to be a matter of honor for your family, if I may be so bold." I commented to the girl with reddish-purple hair, but she was offended by my comment. She tosses the sword she is holding in her other hand while keeping a stern expression on her face. Realizing she would do something, I ready my long spear, the third generation, for the group leader that I had left behind half a month before and catch her attack. My nerves were not thick enough to remain unarmed in this murderous atmosphere. "Don't worry about that. I have my cousin's permission. However, this house belongs to the Aumi family. Don't worry, I'll make things right. Or if you'll just stand quietly and let me cut you down, the garden won't be ruined." "Are you kidding me?" I curse at Murasaki and the gorilla-sama, who is boasting with amusement in her heart. "Don't worry, cousin Itoko-sama, I won't cause any bloodshed. He's just a servant. I can at least take it easy on him, so please come and see the difference in our abilities." The girl who loves her cousin, with a sullen look on her face, declares to Kazuki AI. And I catch a glimpse of her expression as if lured by it. "Oh, I see." The gorilla princess also seems to have noticed my gaze even through my mask, and replies to her cousin's voice with disinterest. And then, she looked at me with a small smile on her face. "Haha, this gorilla, she's playing with me. It's just like a gorilla, though. It's not funny that it's no wonder considering her wildness, self-indulgence, and moody selfishness in the original story. You bastard, you fired up your cousin. I have no reason to disobey my lord's order. I'm young, inexperienced, and immature, so please forgive me if I don't satisfy you." Realizing that there was no way to avoid this harassment, I was determined to do so. At the same time, I make preparations to avoid injury as much as possible. "Are you being sarcastic?" The next moment, the Ako girl's mouth trembled as expected, her face flushed and her voice raised. And then she vanished before my eyes. I aimed my spear in advance in the direction the blow would come. At the same time, a metallic sound echoes, "You bastard." I immediately realized that the impact was too heavy for a cheap spear to be able to withstand it, even if the material itself was made more durable with spiritual power. Therefore, I instantly tilted the spear to deflect the impact. The deflected blow sends a violent shock wave toward the garden behind. The next moment, there is a deafening sound, and the dust and blowing leaves and branches of the trees in the garden dance in the air. Hey, was she really holding back just now? What? On the other hand, the girl's eyes widen in shock that I was able to deflect the blow. Well, that was just a cheat, but hey. No, wait. 2 or 3 shots from the Youkai sword hit me from a close distance. I avoided the first one and deflected the second one with the hilt of my spear. But then the third blow, which I must have been expecting, came at me. I can't keep doing this. Immediately, I swung my foot to throw my opponent off balance on her slender feet. And aiming for the smallest possible opening, I backed away to keep my distance. Immediately afterward, the claw marks of the fourth slash, which I couldn't even see, appear at the foot of where I was. Did you notice that? The girl in front of me, Ako Murasaki, is staring at me with a look of deep vexation. Or maybe with resentment. No, she won't be convinced even if I tell her that it was just another cheat. Could you go easy on me, if I may be bold? I ask, after taking a glance at the garden of another's side, which has been ruined within a few dozen seconds, and sweating profusely from our earlier fight. I have. If I wanted to kill you, I could have fired 8 shots. The girl in front of me who said so calmly was not sweating at all. And her words are not lies. In fact, if she were serious, she would have been able to land 10 blows in the previous confrontation between us. Princess, do your best. I'm looking out for you, so I'll give you a little support. The gorilla princess waves her fan in unenthusiastic support. Oh, I knew it. Haha, I'll have to do it. Still. Well, how will I lose? In this unreasonable situation, where there is not even a chance to win, and even if I win, it would be a big loss. But now, all I can do was resetting my spear, and think only about how to get the best way to lose. By the way, Murasaki's brother's abilities are around Reinhardt, ReZero, Kenpachi Saraki, Bleach, Sabai Hakuhei Katanagatari. Her father is Munenori Yaju, Fate series, and her grandfather is Genryusai Yamamoto, Bleach. If you don't mind me saying, Murasaki is the smallest of the small fry in her family, so she has a huge complex. In the game, only her family's back view and her family name are shown in the game, partly to create a wall between her and her family. In the Gaiden, secondary side story series, she is not good at expressing her love and affection for her family members, and she is the type of person who finds out that her family actually loved her a lot, just because she herself didn't realize it, the follow-up to Despair. Chapter 22. For Ako Murasaki, that girl was her ideal, her idol. The Exorcists are a family of people whose power becomes more concentrated and more powerful with each passing generation, and she was born into the direct lineage of the Ako family, which is a prestigious family, but she was too weak. Certainly, she is more powerful than the rest of human beings. However, her spiritual power is far inferior to that of her grandparents, parents, and brothers. She had no talent in swordsmanship and was criticized every time she trained. The final words she was told were, "You are too inexperienced to fight in a real battle." So, even though she was about to turn 13 this year, she had not yet had even a single experience in killing a Youkai. Not even a single small Youkai. This was far behind her parents, grandparents, and brothers, who had killed several great Youkai in the span of a dozen or so years. It could be said that it was bizarre. For a child of a commoner with no power, it was natural, but for a child of a prestigious group of exorcists who had been given enormous spiritual power from birth and had learned how to defeat monsters from outside the human race, this was unthinkable. It is obvious how much her sense of inferiority would be stimulated if she were to inherit the Youkai sword that has been handed down in her family. One of the easiest to handle and the most docile of all the swords. The spoiled daughter of the main family. A lucky person who inherited the Youkai sword from a family with good family background and mercy. A disgrace to the Ako family who has never slain a Youkai. It was inevitable that such gossip mixed with jealousy and envy would be thrown at her who was born into a prestigious family, was powerless, and yet was given the ancient Youkai sword, even though it was the weakest one. "I can fight now." How many times has she told her family this? To her strict father who gave her strict training, or to her grandfather who always kept a calm smile on his face, or to her brothers who had already done their duty as exorcists in the imperial court or in their hometowns and had made great achievements. Sometimes she was stubborn, sometimes she was sweet, and sometimes she cried and begged them to let her fight against Youkai. She wants to fight like everyone else. He wants to fight with everyone. But when they hear her lamentations, they all say in unison, coldly, "It's too early for you." Rather than exterminating Youkai, she was told to be more like a town girl or a noble's daughter and was given costumes, ornaments, and cosmetics one after another. However, she was not interested in most of them, so they were gathering dust in the chest of drawers in her room. Because of this, she felt miserable. She became sad. She was frustrated. Why can't I be the only one? Am I that unreliable? Then that girl appeared in front of her. It was probably at the celebration party where many of her relatives had gathered. At first glance, Murasaki was struck by the atmosphere of the girl. She was a beautiful, glamorous, and beautiful girl. She had a manner like an adult, eyes that seemed to see through everything, a proud and somewhat arrogant smile, such that it was hard to believe that she was only 1 year older than herself. Not long after that, she learned that her name was Kazuki Ai, the daughter of her father's sister, in other words, her own cousin's sister. And when she was told of her talent and power, she felt jealous at first. It's natural because her grandfather, father, and brothers all praised her talent, while she herself was constantly criticized. No wonder the little girl was so angry. Why that woman? How many times has she been angry at her? Every time her family praised her, she would get angry and stomp her feet in her room. At the same time, deep down inside, she continued to conceal the fact that she had a longing for her. It was not until one day that she became aware of this longing. Perhaps she was a child, or perhaps it was because she was a child, she began to notice the subtleties of the world around her, that she had been neglected because of her weak strength. And one day, surrounded by boys from other families who were close to her in age, she was bullied and sneered at. At first, Murasaki had a rough temperament, and she had been arguing back, but gradually her voice became quieter and quieter. After all those words were true, and all of them had defeated the man-eating Youkai, no matter how weak the Youkai is. Murasaki, on the other hand, was not strong in spiritual power, was not tall, and above all, was a girl. In the end, she was crying and retorted and was ridiculed and humiliated by the angry boys all at once. And when she tried to strike them, she was rebuffed and pushed down on the ground. It made her feel helpless, and the pain of being pushed down messed up her mind, and she finally sobbed and sobbed. It was a very pathetic appearance for someone who was born into a prestigious family of exorcism. But, "You're making too much noise, be quiet. Oh my, you're all being very pathetic." A voice came from somewhere, and the boys who had been bullying Murasaki were all blown away at once. Both Murasaki and the boys turned their heads in the direction of the voice with stunned expressions. Murasaki can still remember the prideful figure of her cousin, who was so graceful and transcendent. She responded gracefully to the boys' abuse and politely retorted to their words, and then she started a fight with them at a higher level. She fought them off as they attacked her in a rage, taunting her, and finally chasing them back, leaving them covered in mud. The peach-colored girl who covers her mouth and cruelly mocks them as they run away crying. A truly proud, arrogant, and sadistic figure. She might do it not to help Murasaki, but simply because she was displeased with the noise of the weak people who were an eyesore to her. No, at least Ai probably didn't care much about Murasaki, or maybe she didn't even realize who Murasaki was. But still, Ako Murasaki certainly admired Kazuki Ai at that time. She was strong, beautiful, educated, and truly talented. She had everything that she did not have in a girl of her age, and because of this incident. Since then, Ako Murasaki has been infatuated with Kazuki Ai, and even at an early age, she has been desperately trying to get her attention. In a sense, this may have been a practice that had been handed down in the family from generation to generation. Many of the Ako family members are not good talkers. Just as her grandparents, her parents, and her brothers were not able to express their deep love to her family clearly, so too did she inherit this trait perfectly. Therefore, she is a spineless woman. Still, she desperately tried to get close to her cousin by researching her interests and tastes, studying them, and offering her topics of conversation, but her attempts almost completely failed. Because of her bad approach and Ai's lack of feeling for her clumsy and half-hearted cousin. Nevertheless, for Murasaki, who can't give up, the incident may have been the one that made her feel jealous again and again. Kazuki Ai, who had only dealt with a few Youkai at most due to her age, was about to enter into a full-scale battle against Youkai, into the nest of the monsters. When she first heard about this, neither Murasaki nor the Ako family members were worried. It was indeed her first full-scale sweep of the Youkai, but knowing the power of Kazuki's second daughter, they need not have worried. Although they had been taking some precautions to be on the safe side so far, it was hard to believe that the always bored-looking girl with peach-colored hair would fall behind against the numerous Youkai, and that was the fact. That is why the Ako clan was shocked, and the blood drained from Murasaki's face when they heard the whole story of how she was wounded and barely survived. And when they learned of the trap that had been set, she hurriedly asks her father to visit her, and he grants her a wish. Due to the complicated relationship between the two families, her father and brothers accompany her. And while the adults deal with each other in the big room of the house, Murasaki halfway quietly goes to her cousin, whom she has been longing for. In a sense, that was a mistake. It was then that she happened to see her. The ghostly back figure with peach-colored hair, probably bandaged from an arm injury, had quietly crept into a room at the end of the house. And then she saw it. That figure. It took Murasaki a few seconds to realize that the bloodied, bandaged figure moaning on the rough rug was a human being. The immediate feeling was fear. A dying person treated in an exorcist's house is bound to have been injured in a fight with Youkai, although there may be exceptions. Horrifying and terrifying, it was understandable that a young girl would be so aware of the ragged existence. The smell of blood, abscess, and rotting flesh was too strong to tickle her nostrils, and the sight of it wriggling like a caterpillar from time to time, making inarticulate moans of pain with her muddled consciousness, was too strong for her to ignore. Yes, even if the wounds were caused by the battle with the monster, the sight was just too horrible. The room was filled with the scent of death, proving that the person had not long to live. Or, perhaps, the person was left in such an unpopular place without a caretaker to let him die. When her cousin literally looked down at such a dying figure in front of her, Murasaki at first tried to call for help, but stopped herself immediately. Her sixth sense told her not to do so. The girl with peach-colored hair sat down on the spot, whether she noticed Murasaki standing there breathless or not. Then, without saying a word, she approached the face of the writhing figure in agony. Had she been looking at the figure's face for a while? From the purple angle, she could not see the expression on her cousin's face. "I won't let you die, I promise. You are my special one." But then, in the strangely too quiet space, the cold words crossed her mind unnaturally well. Then the girl with peach-colored hair takes out a medicine bottle from the cuff of her bandaged arm. Murasaki did not know what it was. However, as a member of the family of exorcists, she knew that it was not just some kind of medicine. The next moment, the girl slurps it down in one gulp, and then, At the sight of this, Murasaki first doubted her own eyes, and then she doubted her cousin's sanity. It was too shocking a sight for Ako Murasaki. Even according to common sense, she knew, even as an immature girl who only vaguely knew about love. Yes, the pink-haired girl who looked up the medicine leaned her body on the dying lump of flesh, touched its blood-soaked cheek with her white hand, and put her face close to it. And the moment she saw what she did, she was so shocked that her eyes widened, which made her face turn red and her mouth gape open. "Ha ha ha, hee hee, I won't forgive you. I won't forgive you if you leave me here. I won't forgive you for breaking your promise." After seconds, dozens of seconds, who knows how long, a line of silver thread is drawn from her mouth, and she finally pulls away, whispering words of vindictive and passionate words with a slight upturn, and the act is not over yet. "Hamus ha, that's right, there's no way I can forgive them. Already, you're the only one who can protect me, the only one who can look after me, and you're the only one who can." Driven by intense emotion and impulse, the girl uncaps another bottle of medicine, drinks it again, and without hesitation, puts her face close to the ugly lump of flesh and transfers it to its mouth. She twists her body, taking a longer time than before, making some lustful sounds. And the next time she took her mouth away from it, she was shaking her shoulders and breathing so hard that Murasaki could see it from behind. She was definitely aroused. It was obvious that the lack of oxygen was one of the reasons, but not the only one. "Ha ha 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 ha, he ha ha. That's right, I won't forgive them, I won't ever forgive them. This family, that man, that woman, everything, anything and everything that abandoned me except you." Murasaki couldn't afford to listen to her mad voice, which was almost a curse. So by the time the third thick mouth-to-mouth action began, Murasaki finally stopped watching, hiding behind a sliding door. Then her face, ears, and whole body turned red with embarrassment, shock, and fear, and she breathed hard and trembled. What was that? Who was that? What did her cousin do just now? What was she doing to that thing, with her face so close to it, her hand on its cheek, making that kind of sound? For a girl who was pure-hearted, innocent, young, and most of all, steeped in the common sense of this world, the scene was too exciting. It's a lie, right? Surely. What are you doing there? EX. Before she knew it, a figure was behind her, and she turned around, shivering. It was that person whom she had been longing for. She looked down at her with dull, clouded, lightless eyes as if she was bored. It seemed that she did not find any value in her. Azu. You're not here. What? These sudden words left Murasaki momentarily bewildered. The cousin in front of her ignored her reaction and continued. You didn't come to this room. You didn't see anything, do you understand? What that? Do you understand? The way she said it made her feel like she had no choice but to answer. Yes. And then, with confusion, fear, and the jealous feelings that swirled inside her from the previous scene, she looked at the figure still suffering and moaning in the back of the room, and, you can't do anything rash, okay? You know what I mean. The cold, inorganic words that were spoken to her immediately afterward, as if she had seen through everything, took a moment for her to realize that they were coming from her cousin. Then she looked up fearfully. There she saw the person of her dreams smiling at her. It was a smile that chilled her to the core. Suddenly her consciousness fades away rapidly, and she wonders what it is, even as her consciousness darkens. It's a word technique. It was probably set up earlier. Sleep, forget what you see. I'm in a good mood now, so I'll let you go. With these words, the peach-colored hair girl turns her eyes away from Murasaki and back to the bloody lump of flesh. She strokes her cheek lovingly and turns the most gentle, loving, feverish eyes Murasaki has ever seen on her. Though she was young, Murasaki realized at that moment that this person would never show affection to her again. She realized it. Even the last bit of her love would only be for one person, and that it would definitely not be her. But when she wakes up the next time, even the memory of that piece is gone. All that remained was the indescribable buzzing in her chest, and time passed. The girl feels an inexpressible stirring in her heart and swings her sword. Haya. Again, the figure in front of her narrowly parries her blow, not with full force, but with the intent to kill. This further damages her self-esteem. Why? Ako Murasaki is upset, despairing, and furious at the sight before her for the first time, though she seems to be calm at first glance. So much for a mere servant. It's impossible. Surely, it is necessary to hold back and stop just a little so as not to kill the opponent. And even if there is a difference in gender between men and women, a difference in age, a difference in the distance between a spear and a sword. The fact that this is happening right now is beyond the scope of Murasaki's understanding. It was supposed to be nothing more than a sideshow. Normally, after just a few swings, the opponent would have thrown up his hands and said he surrendered. But impossible, 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 impossible. Yes, it should be impossible. At least it was for Murasaki. There was such a clear difference in power between her and the servant. It is the difference of spiritual power. No matter how much of a disadvantage other factors may be, power solves everything. So much so that her family, the youngest of them, was certainly the weakest among the family members, but she was still an extraordinary human being. Her slashes were parried. Once or twice it could be dismissed as a coincidence, but 3 or 4 times it was inevitable, and it meant that her swordsmanship was being read. Don't you dare! The girl screams with rage. At the same time, she releases another level of power. Within a second, the number of slashes she delivered increased to 5, and the speed of her footsteps exceeded the speed of sound. A medium Youkai could have been killed in less than 10 minutes with such a violent movement. What? But the servant in front of her did not intend to take the storm of blades seriously. At the next moment, he must have strengthened his legs to the maximum extent with his spiritual power, and kicked a large amount of dirt and gravel under his feet toward her. The dirt and the gravel became gravel, blocking her vision and attacking her. But this is the least I can do. With a single horizontal stroke of the sword, the wind pressure alone blows away all the dirt and gravel. The field of vision opens up. Ahead of her is a man wearing a mask and a samu, comfortable jacket, and pants suits that originated with Zen monks. Breathing heavily, taking advantage of a momentary lapse of distance to get away from her. What is the matter? Even though you are a servant and my cousin is paying attention to you, is that the extent of your power? The girl screams with hostility and hatred in her voice as she holds up her sword. She is frustrated by the sight of the man in front of her. She has always hated this man. The first she had heard about him was from a rumor that her respected cousin had found a favorite among the lowly servants, who were only there to make up the numbers of the men in charge of miscellaneous work. The fact that her quick-tempered, whimsical cousin liked him, that alone made Murasaki feel jealous. It was even more so when her cousin gave him a gift and taught him a technique. After all, ordinary exorcists don't pay that much attention to their servants. Even so, she was able to endure it as long as they lived far away from each other and didn't see each other often. But, annoying. The daughter of the Akko clan spat out, her face growing stern as if her self-respect had been hurt. Yes, it's this man's fault. It's all the fault of this one man. Murasaki grits her teeth. Murasaki, who had traveled to the capital with her father and others, had asked to visit her cousin in the capital many times when she learned of her cousin's visit a few months later. Normally, her cousin would not have refused to accept a visit from a relative, but the result was that she was denied access for many months. Well, technically, she was entertained, but it was only for formality, and she could hardly even see her cousin, who was the main purpose of her visit. Then one day, on her way home, she was treated in the same way again, without seeing the intended person, and as she was getting ready to go home, she saw something. She saw her cousin who was talking merrily in the garden. It was the first time for her to see such a figure, who was full of joy, anger, sadness, and sorrow to the other person who was standing beside her. She felt a pain in her head. At the same time, irritation, jealousy, and envy were growing. Murasaki herself was surprised to feel such passion when she saw the man for the first time. Today, on this day, would have been the first time in years that she had seen him. She was really uncomfortable with that man who was always waiting in the corner of the room. Even during the conversation, she could not help but be distracted by him. And when the man finally left the room with a cup of hot water in his hand, she was relieved, but her cousin said to her, "You don't like him." Her shoulders shook as if she could see right through the words, and the word him shocked Murasaki. Not that, but him. She tried to deny it as soon as possible, but her peach-haired relative interrupted her with a boast. "It doesn't matter. I indeed pay too much attention to him for a servant." "Well, I don't care what you and others around you think, though." She declared that she doesn't care what she and others think, and then she looked at her cousin, who said provokingly, but sweetly, as if she were crawling towards her, "I see. Then I'll grant my lovely cousin's request, shall I?" However, the glamorously, seductively, and sensationally Kizuki AI held up a finger at her mouth. Murasaki's reaction was delayed for a beat as that much went through her mind. A moment later, she sees a figure approaching, and she swings her sword with renewed hatred. She released a total of 3 shockwaves of slashes, which were released with almost no time lag, so that even an opponent in armor 50 paces away would not be unscathed. Although she took it easy not to kill her opponent, it was an impossible feat for an ordinary man. Of course, it was nothing more than a child's game compared to her older brothers, who could unleash a slash 100 times more powerful than hers, or to her father whose sword skills were almost sublimated into a conceptual attack that left time behind to begin with. Still, it's good enough for this guy. Yes, it may have been child's play compared to her family, but it was enough for the man in front of him. The speed and trajectory of the shockwave of the slash, which she had taken it easy on, were far beyond his ability to avoid. Therefore, the man in front of him should not be able to avoid. What? A moment of confusion, followed by a flutter of shock, overtook her. The servant who had received the slash, however, did not stop and continued to rush forward. Murasaki was shocked by this fact. She knew that the man couldn't avoid the slash exactly, so he just avoided it to avoid a direct hit to a vital point, etc. But she didn't realize at this point that the slash had dislocated his left shoulder and caused slight internal bleeding in his side. In any case, she could not afford to think about it for a long time. Murasaki hurriedly prepares to fight at close range. But the next moment, she sees a servant throw something at her, and almost as a reflex, she cuts it up. Is it a smoke ball, or is it a flash ball or a stink ball? After cutting it up, she thinks about what it is and braces herself. What? What was scattered in front of her, from the ball that had been cut into pieces, was confeito candy. white and red, yellow and green, brightly colored sugar confections that would make a child joyful. Because of her excellent dynamic vision, she recognized them clearly. And therefore, the girl who witnessed them, which did not seem to fit this place, involuntarily stopped moving. But then, a shadow runs on the ground as if to take advantage of this momentary lapse. Or, to be more precise, there was a figure that was trying to get close to her by digging its body so that it almost dug into the ground. Murasaki, who was distracted by the rain of Kanpedo in front of her, noticed the presence a fraction of it a second later. And before she could look at the figure, she had already drawn her sword. She knew that she would not be able to get her sword out of her hand in time if she looked at him, and then swung her sword. But, is it wrong? The figure was cut in half and returned to the paper. Immediately afterward, the servant leaps out from behind her. He comes barreling toward her with a battered spear. Tusk, this much. She swings her sword down, flips it back up, and slashes it back up from below. This is what is commonly known as the swinging back and forth motion. The attack from below is difficult for humans to perceive, and it was the best solution for the situation. However, it might have been a kind of revenge for her, because he also struck her from below. However, the difference in the reach was born in this case. In other words, it hurts. The next moment, the tattered tip of the spear struck the swords, and the impact sent pain shooting through the girl's fragile fingers. There was no bleeding or bruising, but the pain was so intense that Murasaki involuntarily dropped the sword. The spear is a longer weapon than the sword, and depending on how it is thrust, it can extend the distance between the two. Just before he was about to make a swing back in the manner of a harpoon, he switched his spear from two-handed to one-handed, thereby extending the distance between the two, which led to the surprise attack. The spear blade was then swung upward toward the girl's neck. Don't you dare ye. However, Murasaki, who had lost her sword immediately after the attack, kicked it high into the air with her foot to recover it, and then dropped the sword and swung it down. Her target is the opponent's head. She had no time to take it easy on her opponent, as she had a clear intention to kill him. No way. With a small mutter, the servant readied his spear, which was supposed to be aimed at the girl, and blocked the blow coming down with its hilt just in time. The blade had cut halfway through the steel hilt. Gh. Oh, you're not going to use your cunning anymore, are you? Murasaki's mouth hung open as she watched the servant desperately prevent the sword attack with a cry of anguish. Murasaki's attack was not heavy at all, but she was carrying a lot of weight. In response, the blade of the sword screamed as it sliced into the hilt of the spear. The servant does not take any countermeasures. No, he cannot. He knows that if he slackens off, even a little, his head will be cut in half in the next instant. In other words, the servant in front of her was dead at this point. And both Murasaki and the servant understood it. Therefore, I surrender. It is not that she did not hear the plea just before the spear handle was completely cut off, nor that she was late in reacting to it. However, this time Ako Murasaki dared to ignore his voice. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to postpone the match. Just before the sword struck the servant's skull, it was stopped by a hand as white as a white fish. A voice like the tinkling of a bell rings out, and Murasaki suddenly comes to her senses. Then her eyes widen at the situation before her. See cousin, Itoko-sama. Murasaki's face turns pale as blood trickles down to the ground from the palm that gripped the blade of the sword. Her cousin looked in the direction of the servant and opened her mouth. It was an interesting show in its own way, but too bad we're out of time. No, if the princess hadn't stopped it, I would have lost. Murasaki-sama has won. I know you're as stubborn as a gutter rat. Don't be so modest. Dismissing the words of the servant, Kizuki AI looks at the servants and guards who have gathered at the commotion, and most of all at the head of the Aomi family, who is running toward them in surprise. Then they take one look at the yard that has been ravaged by the short but intense battle and sighs softly. Leave the rest to me. Tomobe, you go back to your room with that fox. And Murasaki, you should go home for now. Ah, but go home. The way she said it made Murasaki shiver. At the same time, she felt a sense of déjà vu. It was as if they had had a similar conversation in the past. What are you doing? You better get on with it. But there was no time to think about it. Murasaki had no choice but to quickly obey her beloved cousin's words. AI took a glance at Murasaki's back as she left the place with an expression of no room to spare and slowly narrowed her eyes. Princess, about this matter. I told you I'm well aware of it, remember. I'm the one who initiated it, and I'll clean up the mess. You don't need to worry about this, okay? No, I don't care, but it's not going to be good news for you. I hope you'll take care of that too. AI said troublesomely, but she stopped moving for a moment when the servant unexpectedly pointed out. Then she turns her head toward the servant and her mouth is twisted weirdly. Worried about others instead of yourself? You've grown up so much, haven't you? AI is aware of the stinging tone of her own words. However, at her word, the servant still says the following. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea to use the word technique on your cousin just to pass the time. Ugh. AI stares at her favorite for a moment with a fierce gaze. But she immediately opens the fan in her hand and covers her mouth. Go away, this is an order. I understand, but first. The servant grabs AI's palm and wraps a cloth around the shallow cut made by the sword to stop the bleeding. Then, after saying that she should be treated again later, the servant bowed reverently and left the room. You always look so good to everyone. You end up being jealous. AI muttered to herself, staring at the simple stopping of the bleeding on her palm. Then she understands that her comment comes from the whirling jealousy in her heart, and she becomes even more grumpy. Although she is aware that everything is going as she expected, she is still angry. But it's a weakness of love, isn't it? It can't be helped. There is not a single element of affection or consideration in him toward her, and he should have made it so, but it can't be helped. She had intended for him to be just a growth spurt, but her plan has changed course. However, just powder him or touch him, but don't get involved. I am generous, but I am not indiscreet, Kazuki AI declared inwardly, smiling at the head of the Aomi family as she approached him with trepidation. It was an empty smile, a socially empty smile. Chapter 23. Two figures were moving through the forest in the mountains, where the atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. One was a tall man, and the other was a slightly shorter and slimmer girl. They walked in silence, and behind them several presences were lurking. Little by little, but surely, they were closing the distance between them, making small, low, eerie animal noises. And gradually, these noises were being heard not only from behind them, but also from both the left and right sides of the forest, and even from above their heads. In other words, they were being surrounded. Here in the far north from the capital, a land of the northern part of the country, where the Youkai still roam, it was the most dangerous area of all. Roar! The roar made the earth shake like an earthquake. Then, several huge shadows appear from the deep forest. Each of them was a great Youkai that resembled a snake, a crab, a boar, and so on, and each of them had the potential to become a calamity Youkai in another 100 years. The area is dangerous in the northern part of the country, where 100 calamity Youkai who once followed Kuben and rampaged in the central part of the country. In addition, there is a mountain forest with a low-grade spiritual vein through which the Ushioni, ox demon, escaped from the imperial court's conquest of the area. Despite the cleanup of the remnants immediately after the end of the Great War, a few exorcists were returned and eaten to death, and thereafter the imperial court had to give priority to the restoration of the land and the defeat of other dangerous Youkai who were still actively working. So the extermination of the monster, a wounded creature that never came out of the forest, was postponed, and gradually it was left unattended. Nowadays, it's been several decades since humans have wandered into the forest, where they are strongly forbidden to enter so as not to feed them along with the containment. And in fact, the last time humans were eaten was even longer ago because they escaped from the forest. Anyway, for a long time, the taste of human beings was kept away from them. So there is no doubt that these two stray people were a great treat for the monster formed from the spirit of mountains and forests. Now, the great Youkai, a serpent with a body like a giant tree, was the first to shout a threat. Then, stretching out its slender tongue, it leaped at the wanderers with its sharp fangs. But then, its entire body went stiff. Hiss. The serpent, literally within arm's reach of the wanderers, clearly defies gravity in a strange position, as if time has stopped. And its yellow eyes widen as it cries out, as if it has no idea what is going on. Sea Creek. Next, a crab as big as a castle tower spurts out a lot of foam from its mouth and shakes its body, letting it drip on the ground. Its shell makes a creaking sound, and cracks appear, leaking out yellowish bodily fluids that stain the soil. Grumbly, the boar howls. As it howls, its thick neck bends slowly but surely. The boar tries to resist the invisible force with its muscle power while shaking its whole body and sprinkling saliva, but gradually the balance of the force is broken and the angle of the neck bending increases. Snap, snap, crack, 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 snap, crack. Such various breaking sounds echoed through the forest. A moment later there is a thud and the sound of something huge crumbling down. It was a serpent whose body had been folded into dozens of pieces like origami, a crab whose shell had been torn off its entire limbs, and a boar whose neck had been twisted all the way around. These great Youkais were by no means weak beings. The serpent had a venom that caused the whole body of its victim to burn and die in agony just by seeing, or rather, knowing it. The crab had a unique ability to manipulate the gravity of matter around it, and the boar's body had a conceptual power that could not be damaged by any kind of metal. All three were formidable great Youkai with special abilities that could not be countered without knowing them, but they died without even being given a chance to demonstrate their true value. Entering his sight itself was a mistake. Well, let's take care of them while we're at it. The taller of the two mutters casually. At the same time, the small and medium Youkai, who had noticed the danger and were trying to escape, stopped moving as if they were bound. Unfortunately, Kazuki Shisui is well aware of the weak point of his own supernatural power, namely that his magical eye is limited to the range of his field of vision, and he has already developed a countermeasure against it. By soaring in the sky above or sharing his vision with other Shikigami scattered throughout the forest, his special powers extended over a wide area beyond the reach of the naked eye. Of course, it is not an easy task to move countless Shikigami at the same time, to see all of their vision, and to activate his powers at the same time. But in any case, the fate of all the Youkai is now decided. The situation is sort of comical, but it reminds of squeezing a rag. Bones, muscle fibers, and internal organs were twisted with a grotesque gurgling sound. Fresh blood gushed out from the torn epidermis or palate, and the creatures screamed in despair. Please stop, please, ah. Aya, it hurts, it hurts. Please don't do it, aya, awa. Some of the monsters were dressed as women or children, imitating their voices or both, pleading for help. But such trickery would not work on Shisui, who is a true exorcist. Without a care in the world for the voices that would make an unknowing person feel guilty and upset, or indeed, some of them made noises that had the effect of interfering with the human psyche. Shisui broke their necks, crushed their internal organs, shattered their spinal cords, and finally, compressed their whole bodies into a ball. There was no mercy. It was just a simple, unobtrusive work, typical of the peculiarities of exorcists who fight against non-human monsters despite their human bodies. And when considering that this power that is directed at Youkai is not necessarily directed at humans, it is easy to understand why the imperial court has treated the exorcists with such respect, but has also been wary of them since their establishment. Thank you, my second cousin, but you didn't have to go this far. Do you not trust my abilities that much? Kazuki Hina wonders, as she watches the Youkai being crushed into little meatballs of flesh and bone. It's true that she was able to deal with the troublesome small fry, but after preparing the place so thoroughly, she feels as if she thinks she is going to have a hard time in the coming battle, and she glances at Shisui slightly with her lightless eyes. No, Princess Hina, I trust your ability, and I know how powerful your other ability is. However, that does not mean that your power is all-powerful, and above all, Youkai are sneaky beings who cannot be taken off guard. Therefore, it is only natural for you to take all possible measures, isn't it? Even though she was trying to kill him, Shisui was still declaring like a teacher who gently admonishes her students. It is a fact that he was the most promising candidate for the head of the Kazuki family. He could keep his composure even when he was hit by her swarthy atmosphere. In fact, Kazuki Hina's annihilation ability is infinitely versatile. Its power to burn away even phenomena can neutralize most of the means of defense in case of attack, while in case of defense, it can even burn away her own death event. However, no power is perfect, and there are structural weaknesses. Kazuki Hina's annihilation is meaningless unless she thinks and is aware of it. And above all, it is a tremendous drain on one's spiritual power. If she is injured or dead, it is possible for her to automatically annihilate the event, but if her head is destroyed, she cannot think until her head is recovered. And of course, she cannot perform any other actions. As a matter of fact, if the head is destroyed by surprise before it is recognized, and the ability to think is taken away, it is possible to kill her by repeatedly crushing her recovering brain before it recovers, because her spiritual power will be exhausted in a whole day. Similarly, it is possible to destroy her head using an illusion or mental attack. But to do so, the attacker must be aware that the attack is an illusion or a mental attack. And usually, the person who is performing the attack is basically accused of making it impossible to recognize that it is an illusion or a mental attack. Therefore, it is necessary to have strong mental strength and calm thinking ability to perceive it. I know I don't need to tell you now, but you must not be proud of your abilities. I have been doing this job for a long time, and I have seen many of my colleagues who thought they were invincible and all-powerful get caught in their own feet. Moreover, Shisui knew that the eldest daughter of the main family in front of him now was frustrated. Originally, she was not busy, but since Princess Ai's contest, things have been getting worse. Hina seems to be somewhat restless and frustrated, and that's how Shisui describes her. Kazuki Hina and Kazuki Ai, both of them are the main lineages of the family. And both of them are suitable to be the next head of the family because of their unique abilities and fighting skills on the one hand, and their spiritual power and talent on the other. But this is not something that the Kazuki family should be happy about. Because of their competing strengths, and because he knows that their power, now or in the future, will rise to a level beyond the control of the rest of the family, Shisui is more concerned about the situation than anything else because of the bad relationship between the two women. Oh well, is it all because of the mismanagement of the head of the family? What in the world is he thinking? Shisui thinks back to the man who has been shutting himself up in his room without fulfilling his duties as far as he is concerned. The head of the family was also a person who was too talented, powerful, and excellent to be dealt with. Despite his excellence, his behavior is. If the balance of power is broken, it may cause internal conflicts. We, the Kazuki family, would like Princess Hina to play an active role here in order to restore the balance of power. That's why Princess Hina herself hunted the small fry to set the stage for her success. The rest is up to Princess Hina's own ability. Well, to put it paradoxically, if she can't produce results after all these arrangements, she is not qualified to be the next head of the family. Well, the real leader has finally arrived. As soon as Shisui said this, the mountain was shaken by an earthquake. No, not the mountain, the forest was trembling. The birds perching in the trees took to the sky as if frightened, and the beasts crawling on the ground ran away to keep their distance from it. The whole mountaintop moved. The trees fell, the earth crumbled, and what emerged was an enormous monster, perhaps 40 feet long. It looked like a combination of a bull and a demon oni, with a jaw like an insect, 2 horns on its head, and 4 red eyes that shot angry looks at the 2 exorcists. It was a hideous creature with a 6-legged body reminiscent of a spider, and a spherical, swollen abdomen with a mess of black hairs. But it's a lot smaller than the legend, isn't it? It must have been a desperate measure. I heard it was very badly wounded when it was driven from the capital. And a low-grade spiritual sight like this one was probably not enough to heal the wounds of calamity Youkai. It seems that he had no choice but to lower his own status. If it had been a mere human being, she would have swooned at the horrifying sight or vomited from calamity Youkai. However, neither Hina nor Shisui showed any such signs, and they even gave a scathing evaluation of the huge monster in front of them. As a matter of fact, the current Ushioni, ox demon, having suffered a near-fatal wound and being shut away in a low-quality spiritual place, was cruelly weakened from the viewpoint of the old legends. In this sense, the end of the monster proves that the imperial court was right in its policy. Of course, even so, it still had a power that would surely have been able to defeat the low-ranking exorcists with a history of only 100 or 200 years or so. But unfortunately, this monster could not face such a first-rate opponent. If you're in danger, I'll join you, but first, you're on your own, Please be careful. Yes, but don't worry too much. I'll finish it in half a day at the most. With that, the eldest princess draws the sword from her waist. Perhaps understanding her words, the Ushioni ox demon runs down the mountain with a truly terrifying yell. Well, it's not that I don't like playing with insects, but unfortunately, it's not something I would have enjoyed in my position now, let alone when I was a child. I'll take it easy and give it my all. With these words, Hina quickly and lightly swings her sword. At the same time, she produces a red flame in the shape of a dragon. Ushioni sees that it is not a mere flame and slows down his run down the mountain as quickly as he can. But it was pointless. Burn away. Gyuren Kaiwusu Auharai Ryumai. Wild Crimson Exorcism, Dragon Dance. The moment the dark-haired girl flashed her sword, the forests of the northern land were literally swallowed up by the many dragons created by the merciless fire. Section. Fuso is the center, the capital, with a population in the hundreds of thousands. This large, world-class city is a much more comfortable place to live than any other city in the country. The city streets, which are paved with stones and bricks even to the side streets, are maintained with water and sewage systems, though primitive, and are constantly traversed by horse-drawn carts and ox carts, not to mention people on foot. The markets located in the east, west, south, and north were filled with not only domestic goods, but also imported goods ranging from daily necessities to consumable goods and luxury items, not to mention food. The security is good, and the standard of living is considerably richer than that of the local cities, not to mention the outer city. In one corner of the city, facing Suzaku Street, one of the main streets crisscrossing the city, is the main office of Takebana Trading Company and the residence of the Takebana family. Well, Yumendono, thank you very much for coming. Please allow me to welcome you. Takebana Hibiki, the head of the trading company, greets Kazuki Yumen as he gets off the ox cart, and then he bows his head to the gorilla-sama and thanks them. You are as beautiful as ever, Your Highness, he said. Oh, really? Thank you. The gorilla replies in a manner that is not particularly interesting, but at least respectful. Then the gorilla with her arrogant attitude heads inside the house, just before she turns around and says a few words as if she were trying to nail him. Tomob, you wait there, do you understand? Yes, Princess. I respectfully agree with the gorilla's caution. Now, we're ready to welcome you, please be quick. Takebana Hibiki does not glance at me, nor does he call out to me, but he calls out to the gorilla-sama in a natural way. Gorilla-sama glanced at the leader of the trading company with a sideways glance and accepted his suggestion without saying a word. After Gorilla-sama went to the residence, he finally looked at me for a moment, but without saying anything in particular, he immediately lost interest in me and walked away. It was a very natural attitude. Or rather, it was a natural thing that he did not need to say. How could a mere servant enter the house? Although Takebana Hibiki, the head of the trading company, has had a relationship with the Kazuki family since the last attack on the trading company and the rescue of the Kazuki family, he is only indebted to Gorilla-sama and Fatmone, and he has no interest in me at all. It was not arrogance, but a natural act under common sense. From the point of view of Takebana Hibiki, it was the Kazuki family that saved him and his family, Gorilla-sama in every sense of the word. At best, it would be a miracle if I am recognized as an accessory, or rather, as a sidekick. In this country with its strict class system, a servant may be better than a discriminated people or a slave, but ultimately he or she is still a person of low status, and his or her actions are only subordinate to the will of the Kazuki family. Therefore, my actions at the time of the attack were the achievement of the Kazuki family, and it was impossible for me to be given any kind of acknowledgement by them. Well, it's a little too late for that. I would be lying if I said I had no complaints, but I am used to this kind of treatment. Besides, I know that I will not get into trouble in this world if I do not make myself conspicuous. In this world, where the status system is strict and natural discrimination is rampant, there is not much good that can come from the bottom class being favored, but only a lot of hardship. Therefore, I was able to stand silently and unobtrusively by the ox cart with a long spear, the fourth version for the leader of the servant group in my hand. By the way, I also used this period as a time for meditation. Meditation was an effective method of training, especially in the study of hidden techniques. This act of forcibly maintaining a normal mind, clearing one's thoughts, objectifying things, and minimizing one's presence was an effective practice in such a waiting time. However, it seemed that this training was going to be terminated in the middle of the training again. "Miss, may I ask what you're doing here?" Yes, I was waiting for Tomobe's reaction. I was standing by the ox cart when I finally reacted and called out to her. She smiled at me like a flower blooming, literally right in front of me. She was dressed in a hakama that reminded me of the Taisho era, and her face was strikingly shaped, probably due to the influence of Nanban, Southern barbarian/Europe blood. She was a beautiful young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, reminding me of the sun and the sunflower. Her carefree smile is poison to a servant's hard heart. So, please go somewhere else and give everyone that charming, cheerful smile of yours. Or rather go, well, you're no stranger, so please don't say that. I'm so sad I'm going to cry. Miss is as strong as a sunflower. I'm sure you won't cry at the words of someone like me. When I responded casually, the girl's mouth turned into a pout like a child. Her cheeks puffed up, and she sulked as if she was offended. Still, isn't she so determined that she would actually use her body to get back the business that was taken over? Oh, is there something wrong with you, staring at me like that? Whether or not she noticed my staring or not, Ko, the only daughter of Takebana Hibiki, the head of the Takebana Trading Company, was still looking up at me with a smile on her face that I don't know what she was enjoying. "I can't play with you because I have work to do, okay? Don't mind me. I'll try not to bother you. Please understand that your mere presence here is a burden to everyone, including me." The guard on the side of the trading company looks puzzled, and a staff member of the trading company passes by with a dubious look on their face. That's understandable, because why is the only daughter of the head of the trading company crouched down in the ox cart yard? Is it a nuisance to you, Tomobe-san? It will interfere with my work. Is it your job to sit here and wait? It's an important job to protect and serve the ox cart, which is the property and foot of the family. I know it's a shitty job, but I don't talk about it. It is said that a wall has ears and a door has eyes. I never know where people will hear it. No, it's quite unusual that I'm talking so much. In the first place, why am I having such a conversation with the daughter of a trading company, who is also a daughter of a noble family, whom normally I am not allowed to see face to face? The story began when Gorilla-sama rescued Takebana Trading Company before I almost died in a battle with a monster fox at the orphanage. A few days after that, the Takebana Trading Company expressed their gratitude to the Kazuki family and to Gorilla-sama, and invited them to their house once. At the time, I was busy monitoring the orphanage, making contact with the old man, and preparing various measures against the foxes, but I was in no position to refuse to accompany them if ordered to do so. So, I reluctantly accompanied the invitation with my tired body, and while the Gorilla-sama was being entertained, as in this case, I was waiting by the ox cart, and I met this young lady again. After staring at me as if to examine me, she rushed up to me and greeted me. It is not often that a person of her position greets a servant, so I was a bit surprised, but since she greeted me, I had to greet her. So, I bent my knees and bowed reverently to the younger girl and said, "I don't think that mask is very cute. Why don't you take it off?" The young lady of the trading company tilts her head with a smirk and makes a suggestion. "By the way, I almost lost the mask before. I was also lost my face. Of course, I have not crossed the line of death yet. Anyway, I stopped her by avoiding her hand. This mask is the official equipment of a servant. It is not a mere decoration for personal adornment. It is undeniable that the masks worn by the servants have a simple resistance to illusions, and that they serve to protect their faces. Of course, the main reason for this is to make them hide their faces, to make them look eerie, and to prevent people from getting attached to them. But I'm not sure if this young lady would be convinced by that." Tomobe-san, you are so mean. You don't listen to a single one of my requests. If it was our servant, they will do whatever I want." The girl's face, which is young enough for her age, frowns sullenly. She looks so cute that I almost want to relax my expression, but I can't. "Please don't ask too much of me. I am a lowly servant, but I am not your servant. I serve Kazuki's household, Princess Ai, to whom I am directly subordinate. I am very sorry, but please understand that I cannot follow your orders. Yes, after all, A servant is not obliged to obey anyone's order, especially when they are under the orders of their masters. And it is the Kazuki family that I am obeying, not the Takebana family, so it is obvious which family's orders take precedence over which. Mudo. Ko Takebana growls in frustration at my words. In the original game, she is not a captured character and does not have a Yandere, so she is relatively easy to talk to, but I may have been a little too merciless in my words. She was spoiled by her father for some reason, and if she never lost or lost her family, my words might have made her emotionally angry, regardless of logic. I'm getting carried away. As I was regretting my comment after all these years, Takebana Ko suddenly muttered to me as if she had come up with something. So, Tomobe-san, if you were mine, you would do whatever I ask. What do you intend to do? I narrowed my eyes at her oblique reply and faced the girl in front of me with some caution. Tomobe-san is a property of Kazuki's family, isn't it? If so, I was wondering how much they are willing to sell you to me. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl smiles innocently and cutely. Her frank and unassuming manner, as if she thought it was a good idea, gave me a sense of hate and at the same time, a certain satisfaction. Human trafficking. A word that would be repulsive to the values of my previous world. But this world is a depressing game, and at the same time, the worldview is based on the medieval and early modern times. And above all, the view of life and death is completely different from the previous world, because human life is lighter than in the previous world. So, human trafficking and similar transactions are not completely denied, although they are regulated by law. The situation is similar to the one I'm in now. Because Takebana Ko was taken over by Kazuki's family in exchange for money due to the fact that her family was a poor farmer who had only a small piece of land and could not make a living even if she worked hard to cultivate it, doing side jobs or small farm works. It is not reasonable to be offended by her words. However, I can't help but be instinctively displeased by her words. Tomobe-san, is something bothering you? I think it was just a slight, very slight resentment. But is it because she is a child that she is sensitive to this kind of emotion? The daughter of the trading company asks me, looking at my face hidden by my mask, puzzled and anxious. It might have seemed to her that I had suddenly become angry. No, I'm just a little tired, that's all. Don't worry about it. Yes, it is nothing for her to worry about. What she said is common sense in this world, and it is more bizarre for me to be indignant. More importantly, are you assuming that they will sell me to you? Oh, yes, because a servant can be replaced, can't he? It's true that Tomobe-san seems to be more skilled than the others, but it shouldn't be a problem if I offer them double, or even triple, the market price. When I made a deep dive into the matter, she immediately changed her mind and put a price tag on me without hesitation. Tomobe-san, it would be better for you to work for us than for the Exorcists, wouldn't it? If I tell my father you can work as a guard in a secure residence, I'm sure you'll be treated better here. You'll get white rice for all 3 meals and snacks if you want. Oh, right. I wouldn't make a foolhardy request to make you fight with other exorcists, okay? I'll only let you do the work that suits your ability. I think it won't hurt if they sell you to me, right? Takebana Ko-chan made the proposal with a sparkle in her eyes. She is like a scout for idols. It is a promise that this kind of sales slogan is different from reality. To be honest, I can't say in front of my eyes that I don't trust her. Still, why did she know about the trouble with Murasaki Ako the other day? Where did she hear it from? No, she may be well informed because she is a member of the trading company. But still, she is very enthusiastic in her recruiting of a mere servant. I'm glad to hear your words, and the offer is attractive, but the question is whether my lord will agree to it. I don't have any plans to sell him right now. If you want a toy, get another one. My comment is followed by the familiar bell-like voice of a girl. I look at the girl with a bitter expression. Princess, you're back so soon. Is something wrong? Well, I have a rather interesting offer to make to you. But it seems you've been having quite a pleasant talk over here. The next moment, I hear Gorilla-sama's voice, narrowing her eyes and choking me with a cold smile. I shudder and my shoulders shake slightly. It was fear, because what I should call my sixth sense was telling me of danger. Princess Ai, I'm happy you're having a good day. The innocent daughter of the trading company greeted her innocently, as if she didn't care about my nervousness. Yes, I'm glad you're having a good day too, but while I like your enthusiasm for business, I don't like your bad habit of doing things improperly, okay? Don't play with other people's toys without permission. Gorilla-sama declares gently, but warningly. On the other hand, the merchant's daughter smiles unconcernedly. You don't have to talk to me like that. I'm just asking if Tomob-san can work for us. KO makes a childishly grumpy face. Her rollicking, emotional expression is adorable and appropriate for her age. However, the gorilla did not seem to be pleased with her. That's exactly what you should not say to a servant. It doesn't matter whether he wants to or not if he's bought and sold. It's not something you should be talking about directly. Well, anyway, this is not the place to talk about the business. With that, the gorilla princess breaks off the conversation with the merchant's daughter and turns her attention to me. A job offer, princess. What sort of business is this? It's a small chore of no importance. It's just, there was a good reason for me to accept it. The gorilla smiles at me with an aggravating smile. The way she says it reminds me of what she said the other day when the meeting with Ako Murasaki was cancelled. Oh, I'm beginning to get a general idea. I heard it's not good to get hurt in a hand-to-hand fight. So this time we'll be dealing with the usual, so why don't you go clean the ditch? Her words were exactly what she meant when she declared so calmly. That is, the task of exterminating Youkai, the small fry Youkai that nest in the sewers beneath the capital, which had been released as an early quest in the original game's capital route. But, haha, seriously, I muttered in a voice full of despair, my face scrunched up behind my mask. At first glance, it was indeed a quest to hunt small fishes in the underground of the capital. But in fact, I knew that it was a trap quest that set up many players to be killed on the first try. Chapter 24. Water and sewage systems are a kind of lifeline for any city. Water is necessary for daily life, and if a large population lives in one place, the amount of wastewater is naturally enormous. Then, if a large amount of wastewater is simply poured down without a plan, it will become a source of epidemics. So how to purify and dispose of it in a place far from urban areas has been considered important even in the cities of my previous world. Fortunately, the capital of Fusokuni has the most well-developed water supply and sewage system in the country. Thanks to the blessings of the spiritual veins, the capital has succeeded in securing safe drinking water and water for daily use from underground water and rivers. The water resources are so abundant that even the common people can bathe in public bathhouses in the inner part of the capital. On the other hand, the treatment of wastewater is also surprisingly advanced. The sewage is disposed of through a vast sewage system made of lead, stone, and bricks, which is separate from the water supply system to a place far from the capital. Wait, isn't that just a drip? Well, no need to say that. It is true that there are some parts of technology that is comparable to modern technology, but on average, the technology level of this world and this country does not exceed the medieval level at best. Advanced filtration and purification technology are not absent, but it is still in its infancy. Frankly speaking, people should consider themselves quite lucky to have a water supply and sewerage system as good as that of Rome. At least there is no sewage spraying from above when walking around. But then again, managing the water supply in such a city has a certain profit motive. The use of well water is taxed by the city, and public bathhouses are also taxed by both the owner and the user. In fact, there are even publicly operated bathhouses. Of course, this is not for the public welfare, but for revenue. There is even a tax on flush toilets, and in order to increase the tax revenue, the imperial court even made a ridiculous plan to convert all the toilets in the capital to flush toilets at one time. The management of waterworks is a money-making tree. At the same time, the cost of managing a too vast water system was also enormous. Fusokuni is a rather small nation, just as most of the undemocratic nations in the previous world in the middle to early modern period were small governments like a night watchman state. In other words, if the budget is not allocated to defense and food production, the country will be destroyed by the monsters. Therefore, the government doesn't care about the welfare of the people. Anyway, Takebana Trading Company is one of several organizations that lease the water rights of the capital from the imperial court. Together with other nobles and merchant associations, they hired laborers and mercenaries to manage and operate the waterworks. The problem is that in the past few months, Some of them have gone deep into the sewers for cleaning and repair and have not come back. They sent out a group of mercenaries twice after that, but they were not heard from again. Since they are in control of the project, they wanted to solve the problem themselves without crying out to the imperial court. At the entrance to a river on the outskirts of the city, a sewer that drains relatively unpolluted water into the river, I blurted out the story behind this request. The head of the company, who was entertaining Fat Moan and Gorilla-sama at his mansion, seemed to be a merchant who did not miss the opportunity. He immediately tried to use the power of the Kazuki family, with whom he had formed a friendship, to solve this little-known problem. The fact that the Kazuki family had just caused a little commotion at the Aomi family's mansion may have been a factor in their decision. Meanwhile, Gorilla-sama also took advantage of the head of the company, who was trying to take advantage of them. She volunteered to solve the problem of the underground water supply, which she mentioned casually. And after a moment's hesitation, Fat Moan followed suit to take advantage of her interest. Having said that, I don't think I expected her to come in here. I glance at it from a corner a little ways away. A girl with a few escort servants and a few menial chores were riding on a horse with an unpleasant look on their face. "Princess, please stop. The daughter of the Akko family should not set foot in such a filthy place. If word gets out, your family will be furious." "No, I've made up my mind, don't interfere me." Akko Murasaki, who wears light clothes and brought a sword, reprimands the flustered words of the middle-aged servant and dismisses them. Because of the strict status system, the servants could not object any more strongly to such a strong reprimand. Instead, they glared at me hatefully. Hey, isn't that just taking it out on me? Unreasonable hostility attacks me. Sadly, this is the reality of a feudal society with a status system. It can't be helped. Oh my, aren't you making a lot of noise? Murasaki, can't you even discipline your own dog? They're barking so loudly. Her venomous tongue echoes like a bell, and I look closely at her. There was Gorilla-sama, who was smiling a little wryly as she pulled open the curtain of the ox cart. Still, shouldn't you stop pouring fuel on the fire? There's a good way to say things, you know? Aside from my worry that I am inwardly worrying, the servants of the Akko family are frightened by AI's words, and their faces are turning blue. It's only natural that they would get scared before getting angry if they are provoked by a person who could turn them into a lump of meat in a few seconds if she wanted to. Haim-sama, I beg your pardon, but it is true that their words have a point. I think it would be better for her to appoint someone to represent her. I offer my opinion based on the common sense of this world. What started out as a gorilla's mean-spiritedness has turned into something more and more serious. It was a crazy act just to make the Exorcists and the servants compete with each other, and for the daughter of a famous family of Exorcists to go into the underground sewers by herself. Even if she had been appointed by the imperial court, it was a very unusual situation for Akko Murasaki herself to go underwater in such a situation. Besides, for me personally, and for the sake of the gorilla's reputation and the honor of Murasaki herself, it was best to cancel this job. I mean, I don't want to go into the underground waterway, okay. After all, the main character will be defeated in the end anyway, so why don't we just stop poking around in the bushes here? Just get ready to go under the ground. Are you trying to ruin my face for helping the merchant out of trickery? With a smile full of mercy, the gorilla princess pronounces her merciless sentence. Oh, as expected, she's a gorilla. Gorilla, gorilla, gorilla. Tamobsan, please be careful. On the side of the ox-drawn cart was a white figure dressed as a servant. Her tail and ears were wagging as she looked at me with deep concern. I'm a little shocked if it was an act. Yeah, I know it. If I sense danger, I'll just gather information and come back. There's nothing to worry about. I really wish I could have convinced Gorilla-sama rather than worrying about it. But I'm not a kid enough to press the issue. Her position is one of absolute superiority to mine, and so is Shiro. And perhaps it's my role as an older person, so I'm supposed to take this white girl's words of concern in stride and say something to reassure her. Though to be precise, this little half-Youkai girl is older than me. With a small sigh, I turned to face the front. Akko Murasaki, who had gotten off her horse, also noticed my gaze and opened her mouth with a strong look in her eyes. So according to my cousin, Itoko-sama, the winner is the one who completes this task. Well, Youkai who hide in the underground waterways are not my enemies after all, but you can hide behind me if you think it's dangerous. For a servant, even a small Youkai can be a challenge. The girl snickers and provokes me. However, of the harshness of her words, I didn't feel so much disgust or discomfort. She seemed to be somewhat inexperienced in the way she said things. Perhaps she rarely speaks ill of others in her daily life. Somehow, I felt innocent, like a child trying desperately to grow taller. No, in fact, she is 13 years old, so she is a child. I wonder if the fact that she looks older than the children of the same age in her previous life is due to her strict family training and the severe values of this world itself. While I was thinking about such an unimportant matter, the guides shouted out to me, "Are you ready? We are about to leave, but do you have any regrets?" Through their light clothing, I could see that they were thin, but their bodies were toned and fit for manual labor. There were 3 guides to the underground tunnels, who were hardly ordinary people with scars on their faces and parts of their bodies. Each of them holding a wakizashi, a Japanese long-handled bamboo sword at their waist, and a lantern in their hand. Clearly they are not serious. I'm ready whenever needed. And you? Ako Murasaki declares in a stately but slightly grim tone. I look at my lord behind me. She smiles at me, covering her mouth with her fan. It is a declaration of execution. In other words, yeah, no problem, we can always go under. With nothing but problems, I responded with resignation. Section. The inside of the sewer was much larger than I had expected. There was a brick semicircular, or arched passage, in the center of which domestic wastewater flowed, and at each end of the passage, there were footholds with enough room for 3 people to stand side by side. There seemed to be no lights in the passage, so a few men in charge of guiding us around with lanterns in their hands illuminated the ceiling in front of us, behind us, and around us so that there would be no gaps or shadows. It doesn't smell so bad, does it? Ako Murasaki asks the guide ahead of her. Apparently, she expected a worse smell from the sewers. Well, the wastewater here is mainly from the baths and so on. And it was sprayed with disinfectant before it got here. So, it's still not as dirty as you might think. The lead usher says sarcastically. The others follow suit with scornful laughter. In other words, it was as if he was saying that the place was even worse from here onward. Murasaki looked uncomfortable at this attitude and muttered quietly, "Even though you're just a lowly person." For Ako Murasaki, who was born into a well-known exorcism family, but naturally looked down upon those who were outside the class system as a matter of common sense, the guide's attitude of making fun of her was quite nerve-wracking. Of course, it was rational for her not to cut them off and spared them on the spot. Well, from their point of view, it's not so strange. As I accompany them, I recall in my brain the knowledge of the original story that comes from the setting book. Many of the exorcists who claim themselves to be the descendants of the gods of mythical times, along with the imperialists and the court nobles, have kept a secret that they actually originated from the oppressed class. The answer is easy to come by if one thinks about it. Like me, the early exorcists are weak. Even if they have spiritual power, their power is so weak that even a small Youkai can kill them if they are not careful. No, considering the fact that at the time of this original work, there is a lot of knowledge on how to fight and train against Youkai. Without such knowledge, it would have been even more hopeless in those days when the quality of weapons was even poorer due to the low level of technology. In those days, when there was no concept of a country, but only a village or a hamlet with a population of tens to thousands, they were discriminated against and ostracized as unclean beings who brought disasters or were attracted to monsters. In a sense, it is reasonable that they were discriminated against and ostracized. Their treatment was extremely miserable. Of course, they were killed at the moment of birth, but there were also cases where entire families were expelled from the community, or where villages and settlements that surrendered to the intelligent calamity, Youkai regularly offered up their children with spiritual power raised as sacrificial offerings. In fact, a spin-off novel published 5 years after the release of the game, which was set behind the establishment of Fuso Kuni, revealed the details of the situation in great detail. As mentioned in the spin-off novel, those with spiritual power who were expelled from their communities gathered together with their friends, defended themselves against the attacking Youkai, and left offspring among themselves. They rapidly grew in power. and eventually became a wandering clan of people who were discriminated against and feared by villages and towns when they began to work as mercenaries for the extermination of Youkai. This is believed to be the earliest clan of exorcists. Then, about 1400 years ago, a man appeared out of nowhere in a hellish region where calamity Youkai, which is now called the Central Land. He invaded some villages that are scattered in various places as if they were hiding. Then, with his powerful words, they united and seized the lands with the most powerful spiritual veins from the monsters, and built cities to establish a country. This was the half-mythical first emperor, the founder of the court nobles who supported the emperor, the capital, and Fuso-kuni. At that time, there was an overwhelming power gap between Fuso-kuni and Youkai. And yet Fuso-kuni was able to seize the spiritual vein partly because of the overwhelming charisma of the first emperor, and partly because of the information manipulation by the secretive activities of the first minister of the right and his subordinates who risked their lives and thereby crushed all the influential Youkai. There were also the activities of a good Tengu girl who was raised by a human. But the most decisive factor was that Fuso-kuni brought together the wandering and discriminated exorcists clans from all over the country. By incorporating them into the ruling side and mobilizing them on an unprecedented scale to fight against the Youkai, Fuso-kuni barely succeeded in wresting the capital and the spiritual veins that flowed beneath it from the Youkai. And the exorcists were incorporated into the ruling side with land, status, and honor in their hands. And when Fuso-kuni entered a period of stability to maintain their authority, there is no way to say that they originally are a discriminated class. So, the knowledge that the exorcists were originally a discriminated group has been erased by the information control, except for a very small part. In fact, even the exorcists themselves have forgotten the fact, as have most of their families, and even the nobles have forgotten the fact, except for the most prominent families of the third rank or higher who have been in power since the founding of the country. And it is not uncommon for new families of the lower classes to marry into the exorcist lineage. Well, the few who know the truth are those who belong to the same discriminated class. Or more precisely, most of them have only heard about it from folklore, most of them are skeptical, and only a few of them have proof. However, it is convenient and pleasant for the discriminated people to hear the truth that the snobbish exorcists actually oppressed people just like them. So they believed in their lore deep down in their hearts. And in an age where freedom of choice and prejudice and discrimination are the norm, the man who serves as a guide to the underground sewers is. As I recall, in the original story, Youkai takes advantage of the ugly feelings of the people around there. As in the case of the Great War, Youkai are cowardly, sneaky, and cunning. They prefer to sneak into the cracks of human hearts and trap them, even though they are superior to humans in terms of their bare strength. And in the timeline of the original story, which is much more peaceful than the period of the Great War, they are very powerful and even succeed in destroying Fuso-kuni, depending on the route, even though the remnants of the Youkai of the Great War are much weaker in terms of strength than before. Or rather, everything was planned in advance by Kuben, who realized the possibility of defeat in the middle of the Great War. No, it's really crazy to think that Kuben even planned to be sealed up and then gave instructions and took countermeasures. Is that the place where the missing person went missing further back? Yeah, the road is pretty rough up ahead. If you get separated, there's no guarantee you'll make it to the surface. You've got to stay close to us. I understand. I squint from beneath my mask to get the meaning behind the words of the lead group. It means that we must protect everyone at all costs, because if we go down, there is a probability that we will not be able to return to the surface. That's a good plan, isn't it? Though I wouldn't have taken on such a dangerous role otherwise. Still, how far have we come? The darkness of the underground waterway grew darker and darker, so dark that I could not see more than 10 steps even with a paper lantern. The sound of running water with a high viscosity and the occasional sound of crawling rats or insects echoed faintly in the darkness. There was a strong, indescribable smell that grew stronger by the second, and probably due to a large amount of wastewater from the public bathhouse. The humidity in the air gradually increased, and the place grew heavier and heavier. Soon we don't say much, and eventually no one speaks. Now, in silence, we continue on our way. Suddenly, the lead person stops. At about the same time, I and Murasaki also stopped. We were all aware of their presence, even if we couldn't see them in the darkness. Squeak, squeak. A rat's squeak echoes through the darkness. I hold up my short spear, the tip of which is a scythe that I prepared for the battle in the narrow underground tunnels. The others are probably drawing their weapons as well. As the sound of the signs grows louder and louder, finally, the light from the lanterns reveals its hideous form. Squeak, squeak. Without thinking, even I frowned at the sight. It was a big trench rat. Its red eyes were covered with sludge, but its jaws were split in 4. Its 2 tongues flailed like an earthworm, and its body was covered with several wriggling eyeballs. It was clearly not a normal creature. The next moment, the young Youkai's trench rat was cut in half and thrown into the sewage before its kametachi, a type of Japanese weasel, attacked. The wriggling creature, seconds later, sinks into the sewage. Ugh. I turn my head to look behind me. There was a girl with a sword in her hand, her body tense with tension. She seems to have used her spare short sword instead of her Youkai sword, depending on the narrow passage, and to have fired a slash on the spur of the moment. The Exorcist's girl, perhaps noticing my gaze, smiles fearlessly while her face tightens for a moment. It was my first time to actually kill Youkai, but it's easier than I thought, huh? Murasaki says with forced bravado. I respond to her in silence. It's not because I'm upset. It's just that I have a bad memory of that line. Hey, don't raise the death flag. She had a death route in almost all of the game, in all of the events, and that line was uttered in one of the several death routes in the underground waterway quests. By the way, this underground waterway quest was her first battle on that route, too. And it was her first and last time to kill Youkai. Hey guide, Youkai have been killed. Move on. In contrast to my thinking, Murasaki frowned and made a dissatisfied expression on her face. She might have thought that my silent attitude made her look foolish. Then, she gave an order to the guides in a strong tone. Hey. On the other hand, the men who had just underestimated her suddenly become weak and follow the order. It is probably because they have realized how powerful she is through the slash she just delivered. They suddenly start to move forward, making a defensive stand. And you, what are you doing? Move forward. Do you want to be left behind? Or are you just a little too scared to move forward against Youkai? Ako Murasaki said this to me in a mocking manner, but in a way that seemed to be taking on a forced and aggressive attitude. No, princess, I am sorry. Let me proceed. I bowed reverently and stepped forward. At the same time, I said to her, your earlier slash was truly impressive. I must admit that I was impressed that you could aim at such a big Youkai with such a short sword and deliver a clear-cut attack. You are a master of the sword, Murasaki-sama. Thinking of the situation that would probably occur in the underground tunnels ahead, I spoke these words of praise, calculated from her character, as a prelude to that event. Suddenly, Murasaki's eyes widen lightly as if she had been hit by a pea shooter. She looks away a little upset and accepts the compliment with, ah. It was a gentle and honest reaction that is typical of her. And her reaction was as expected. I stare at the brick wall of the aqueduct as I continue on my way. The scrape marks on the surface, made by the slash that had killed the trench rat earlier, showed how powerful the slash was. And the excessive power of the slash, too. At this rate, her spiritual power is going to run out of gas sooner than expected. But I'll keep that harsh assessment only in my heart. There is no need to create unnecessary friction with her on this mission. No, there is no room for that. For her own sake, avoid unnecessary conflict. I know the cause of this case and the danger. Because what's going on in these underground tunnels is the worst of all possible bad endings. In the capital route of the original game, Firefly of the Dark Knight, Yamio no Hataru, this is the initial quest that can be joined at the very beginning. But in fact, it is a deadly quest that will surely bring you to game over if you accept it, the mission to investigate the underground waterway. At the same time, this mission is one of the few events in which the Youkai Mother, one of the most infamous monsters in the human-Youkai Great War, directly appears, and it is one of the cruelest bad endings for Ako Murasaki, because she would be turned into a Youkai and slain by her family. The environment was dark and jet black. It was so dark that even one step ahead was painted black, which meant that there was no light at all in this space. However, this was not the same as emptiness. The space was filled with strangely warm air, and the sound of trickling water echoed through the room. If someone listens carefully, they can also hear the rustling or pounding of something crawling, stirring, or beating. Yes, if it listens carefully. Damn it. The man who breathes noiselessly so as not to be noticed by the presence spits bitterness inwardly to shake off his despair of fear. The man looks around silently in alarm, but still, he sees nothing. The only thing he can hear is more eerie, creepy noises. Instinct tells him to turn on the light, but the man suppresses that desire. It's as if he's asking them to find him. Now he does not know where his companions are, or even if they are alive. Because before, as his group is attacked by shadows, the lights go out, and the screams of friends and monsters and the sound of something crumbling echo through the area, the man loses his bearings and desperately runs away from the place, clawing his way through a brick wall. And then, for he knew not how much time had passed, he was hiding and moving in this darkness, killing the sound. Damn it, I should never have taken this job. If someone could have seen the man's face, they would have seen a miserable expression of despair for everything in the world. This man is an exorcist from the south, with a strong samurai spirit and a strong sense of the value of the underdog over the underdog. Born into a poor peasant family, he abandoned his family when he realized that he had spiritual power and trained himself to flee from the landowner. He learned how to fight physically by engaging in killing matches with Youkai in the mountains and forests, and worked as a bodyguard for landowners and merchants, who, unlike court nobles and feudal lords, found it difficult to hire legitimate exorcists. Eventually, he ended up as a mercenary for one of the most powerful merchants in the capital. Although some of the work was dangerous, the pay was not bad, and above all, living in the capital was very attractive. So he took this job again because it was a one-day trip home from the capital, but he never thought it would turn out like this. Damn, I can't die here, I'll survive. I can't end up here in this shithole. Yes, he doesn't want to end up here. Because why did he abandon his miserable and poor position as a peasant, abandon his family, abandon his hometown? Why did he refuse to eat grains and do hard labor as a peasant, or to be disposed of as a servant by the ungrateful families of exorcism? It is because he will surely make a name for himself with his prowess not to die in this hole. So this is not where he wants to end up. After all, there's more. There are still higher steps to climb. At last, he's strong enough and famous enough to be hired by the great merchants of the capital, and it's just the beginning. It's just the beginning of his journey. That's why, oh my, where do you think you're going? At the sound of this voice, the man's forehead sweats, and he instantly takes up the weapon in his hand, his sword. But then he drops it in despair. There it is in the darkness. Her skin was so white that it seemed almost pale, even though her surroundings were pitch black. It was a beautiful woman with long, slightly sticky green hair. Her eyes were flaccid, and she had a gentle smile full of maturity and motherly love. Was she wearing nothing on her upper body? Only her damp, lush hair hid her big, seductive breasts. The lower half of her body, on the other hand, was completely obscured by the darkness. When the man saw her, he gave up everything. He sensed it. There was no escape from it. He saw her mighty power right in front of his eyes, and he understood the overwhelming difference in power. Yes, it's all over. Oh dear, there are still humans here, aren't there? The voice was gentle and whispery, yet strangely reverberant. This sweet, soft voice that penetrated his ears paralyzed his brain. Slowly, the woman approached the man. Then she grabs him firmly by the head. Don't be afraid, okay? It's all right now. You are my dear and precious family from today, my sweet child. Come on, come here. The stray exorcist, who had already had his will to fight broken at first sight, was now struck with a powerful, almost violent force of words, and he was already unable to resist or think at all. The man could not resist or react to anything, even when his head was lovingly embraced and stroked against his rich and soft bosom. Is it okay? Yes, that's okay. You're going to be part of my family, okay? Then you won't be afraid. Don't worry, we're all family now, so there's nothing to be afraid of. If something happens, Mother will take care of it, so you don't have to worry about anything. Mother. The man's mind is filled with memories of the past, Of his mother who was strong, yet kind, and took good care of him. When was the last time he saw his mother? Oh, mother, I miss you, miss you. It's okay, we'll all be together. Soon you'll be able to see them. We're gonna be a family, and there's nothing to be afraid of, okay? We're all. Yeah, that's right. Everybody this time, so. The gentle, enveloping beauty lifts her mouth. Then she whispers softly and sincerely. So, I'll make you a baby again too, okay? Munch, munch, crunch, crunch, choo-choo. 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 Deep underground, where the sun never shines, such chewing sounds echoed quietly for a while. Chapter 25. The half-Youkai white fox girl. Shiro fidgeted and glanced outside through the oxcart's curtain. There is still no sign of anyone at the entrance to the dark underground tunnels, even to her, a half-Youkai, whose senses are far more acute than those of humans. It makes the girl's tail and ears wilt with a worried expression on her face. Oh my, are you so worried that you won't eat the sweets I prepared for you? At the sound of her voice, Shiro turns her head. Inside the oxcart, which is unusually spacious compared to the size seen from the outside, because it has been transformed into a stray house. Shiro sees a girl sitting on a cushion in the center of the oxcart, picking a bowl of brown sugar from a bowl in her hand while sitting on the cushion and resting on the side of the cushion. Kizuki Ai, that was the name of the white fox's lord, who was young, bewitching, and elegant in her luxurious clothes. And also the lord of the young man whom Shiro is worried about right now. Because the one who's coming with him is Hamu. The white fox tries to respond to her lord's words as she rushes to the beckoning hand. But her words are blocked by the brown sugar that has been shoved into her mouth. The refined sweetness of the brown sugar spreads in her mouth. With a little dissatisfaction and a little more excitement from the sweetness, she bites into the brown sugar, swallows it, and spins her words again. That person, who is accompanying him, was with Tomobe-san the other day. Shiro had noticed. At that time, at that meeting, that girl with purple hair was clearly wielding a sword with the intent to kill him. And if the lord in front of her hadn't stopped the blade just in time. Heh, you're right. That was a bit much, was it? But that was partly because I encouraged her a little too much. So forgive me, Ai childishly says while covering her mouth with her white hand, which is already covered with the wound due to her original shallowness, the robustness of her body as an exorcist, and the many expensive medicines. When she apologized like that, Shiro couldn't pursue it further because of the absolute difference between their positions. She also somehow knew what was going on. The conversation after Tomobe was out of the room. The content of the conversation itself was one thing, but more than that, there was something strange about the tone of her voice, and she sensed from what might be called a sixth sense that the strange hostility at the last fight. Though there was no proof. Aren't you worried about Tomobe-san, princess? Shiro asks fearfully. She has been serving this lord for several months now, and in that time, she has seen the lord in front of her show her all sorts of meanness towards the young man, both major and minor. On the other hand, there is a strange softness to him, and she also understands that there is no clear malice in him. No, or perhaps it is. That's why Shiro is puzzled. She wonders why she is so mean to him then. He's so mean. Hi. Kizuki Ai's words left Shiro puzzled. She did not understand the meaning of those words. At least as far as she could remember, the young man who looked like a big brother didn't seem to have any aspects that could be called that mean. Don't you think he has a bad character? He is the kind of person who doesn't feed the fish he catches. Moreover, he's always trying to get into someone else's heart, but he stubbornly closes his own heart and refuses to show it to others. Shiro could only give an ambiguous expression to these words. Although she used to be a monster fox who had lived for hundreds of years, she had lived her life as a Youkai, so she did not have a deep understanding of the subtleties of the human race. No, she had been taught by her stepsister and lord, who was a calamity Youkai, how to disguise herself as a beautiful woman and seduce a foolish man, but she had no way of knowing the reverse. Moreover, it was not easy for her to understand Ai's words since her body and mind had regressed to her childhood, not to mention her memories. It's selfish of me, but he won't show me his true self. Then it can't be helped. I'll just have to accept his words like a child and let him do his best. Of course, I'll make sure he's safe though. AI giggles, covering her mouth with her sleeve again, and lets out a laugh. She looked like a young, mischievous child, but at the same time, she seemed to be a lustrous and lewd adult woman and a delusional maniac. Shiro gulps at the atmosphere and shivers. Haha, there's nothing to be afraid of. He won't be taken away and eaten, just that means you are just a prop for his foil, though she didn't go as far as to say so. She knew it would happen anyway, even if she didn't say it. Yes, because she was sure of it, seeing the expression on the white fox girl's face when she was protected by him from the vicious and cruel monster fox. Though she was still too young to be aware of it, she was sure that it was. He's really a terrible man, isn't he? The girl's mouth was twisted into a smile of amusement and ecstasy as she cursed at him. Correctly, it was the smile of a woman madly in love. Section. The original game, Firefly of the Dark Knight, Yamio no Hataru, has a wide variety of bad endings, but to be honest, if only the main character and her surroundings suffer from the bad endings, it is quite heartwarming. In almost half of the bad endings filled with despair, which are said to reach 3 digits, not only the main characters suffer from death, but also Fuso Kuni itself collapses. In some of these endings, a large number of Youkai, who have simultaneously emerged from the underground water supply, contribute to the collapse of the country. If some countermeasures are not taken, more than 10,000 Youkai will rise up here and there in the capital from the underground waterworks at the end of the game. The inner palace and the inner capital are well defended by the Imperial Guard, the warriors, and exorcists who are in the capital, and they will eventually exterminate the Youkai despite the damage they cause. But the majority of the residents of the capital, in other words, the lower middle-class people, will be devoured by the uprising in considerable numbers. Rather, I don't think it's necessary to make a movie in which the people fleeing one after another is brutally eaten and killed. It's not even erotic, it's grotesque violence. Why do they make that part of the movie in theatrical quality? And in this attack, a large number of Youkai were gathered together by one of the top leaders of the former Kuban's army, who had been hiding in the underground waterways of the capital for many years. A being with the ability to give birth to, raise, and subdue Youkai, referred to in the movie as Youkai Mother. The identity of this creature, whose name is given only as Youkai Mother, has been a matter of debate among fans for many years, even though it is visually represented in side stories and other media. According to the few descriptions, it is said that she originally came to Fuso Kuni after being defeated in battle from the distant Empire of the West in Nanban, that she was originally a being who fell from a higher divine position, and that she was one of the first Youkai to emerge, etc. Therefore, without mentioning her abilities or personality, it has been suggested that her model might come from Gaia of Greek mythology. Regardless of her true identity, her power is wicked, and her personality is one of the most outrageous in the work. She is also a pure enemy character without a heroine flag. No, there are many service scenes. To begin with, she is always in a service scene since she is completely naked. But speaking paradoxically, that is the only service scene. When the original main character is involved with this horrifying monster, it is almost certain to be a grotesque scene in which he is munched from the head while being spoiled by Youkai Mother through hypnosis. Even if the situation is a little better, the main character is forced to have a bestiality, bug rope, gang rope, and humiliation party by her children after being played with tentacles by Youkai Mother, and is degraded to a bitch even though he is a man. Yikes, who's gotten benefits from this, and the most outrageous thing is her character. Her maternal love is genuine, but the form of her love is so distorted, bizarre, and horrifying. She seems to be able to communicate with others, but she is not at all. Her sense of values is at a level that makes one think of Blue Demon and White Fox as being relatively sane. Thanks to this, even in the doujin industry, only works with two maniacal tastes are being created. So, stop it, don't let her distort your taste. Now, the question is what is going to happen next. While I'm thinking about it, the group of me, Ako Murasaki, and the 3 guides who were going deeper into the underground tunnels, a total of 5 people. Naturally, it was too unrealistic to do anything about Youkai Mother in this state. That's exactly what I'm saying. Haida, right in front of me. Ako Murasaki slices a huge worm-like creature that emerges from the sewage into small pieces. The creature, which was as close to a medium Youkai as possible, would normally have required at least 10 soldiers to take it on. But it was powerless against a girl of only 13 years of age. But still, yes, even if there were real exorcists like Ako Murasaki, there's no way. While appreciating her power, I bitterly assert that Ako Murasaki is indeed strong. Even if she is far from her family, even if she lacks experience in actual battles, still her power is something that no exorcist family with a few generations of history, not to mention defective or stray exorcists, could ever compete with her. But even so, her physical and spiritual strength is far too weak to take on the army of the crazy Youkai. In fact, when the main character and Murasaki explored this underground waterway, there were many video clips uploaded on video sites showing how to complete this quest with max level, max equipment, and max items possessed. But in the end, it was all in vain. The large army of Youkai kept appearing even after defeating them, and the following groups became more and more powerful. And by the end of the verification video, a lot of enemies whose parameters were almost the same as those of the main characters began to encounter the main characters. Some of the players found a hidden route to get to the front of the Youkai mother at once, but that is also within the malicious intention of the creators. Yeah, I don't understand the point of having a bad-ending movie start without even being allowed to fight, and the quality of the movie was high and erotic for nothing. What are you waiting for? Let's hurry up and go. The voice of Ako Murasaki ahead of me brought me back to reality. In front of me is an exorcist girl looking at me with a grim expression. I'm sorry. I was just thinking. Thinking? You've got some nerve. I am surprised that you have time to think about something else when you are competing with me, and you haven't even defeated one of Youkai since a while ago. I've been underestimated. Murasaki is in a bad mood at my words. No, she's the one who always makes the first one-punch kill every time she sees an enemy. Besides, I'm not strong enough to kill Youkai with one hit, okay. Please don't be mean. There is no way for me to move at a speed so fast that I don't even have time to move. In fact, I think that the game was decided at that time. What I'm going to mention is the incident at the Aumi family's house the other day. To be honest, she was at too much of a disadvantage in that battle. Even though she had better equipment, including a Youkai sword, she had too many restrictions in that fight. I could give my all, but she could kill me if she gave her all, and she could cause a lot of damage to the people around her. But it would be a disaster if her attack hit an unrelated person in the house. After all, if she had done her best, the damage would not have been limited to the garden of the mansion. Nevertheless, I had some, but not direct, prior knowledge of her fighting style, habits, and weaknesses, and she used only a sword while I used a series of small tricks. So, the difference in experience in actual combat goes without saying. Still, the scary thing was that even then, I was clearly outclassed by a girl of only 13 years old in terms of physical strength. Even with all the advantages I had, I was on the verge of getting my head smashed in. As expected, exorcists aren't human. No, the match has not been decided since my cousin ordered us to stop before the last game. Or do you disagree with your lord's decision? Ako Murasaki looks at me accusingly. No, but without wishing to slander the honor of my lord, I doubt if we should take her words at face value. That's for me to decide. It is not for you, an uneducated and illiterate servant, to decide. Am I wrong? I'd agree. It is true that the exorcists do not expect their servants to play any more than a chore, hunting small fry, or even a litmus paper against monsters with unknown abilities. These are not the words of a man who is so eager to get his hands on someone like that. It was the same with the original main character. It is not that she does not know where the main character comes from, but nevertheless, he is only the son of a local village headman, with no history as a family of exorcism. And because of that, she seems to look down on him, but in fact, she is desperately looking at him as her rival. After all, she is a person who cannot afford to lose. Even though her abilities are far superior to those of the numerous exorcists, she is surrounded by many exceptional monsters, which only makes her feel inferior to them. And because of this, she strives hard, and at the same time, she is proud of her inferiority complex. but it is because of fear and impatience. She is afraid that those who are supposed to be below her will threaten her own abilities. On the other hand, it also means that she lacks self-confidence, and that is fatal to this route. Now, what to do? While I'm thinking about this, I notice a girl looking at me with a frustrated expression. Is there something I can help you with? No, I just thought that you are a person who doesn't have any sense of humor. Murasaki Ako sighs. To be honest, I thought you would be more egotistical and have a strong will. But have I disappointed you in any way? It's not so much that I expected it, I just thought it was different from what I imagined. A servant in my cousin's keeping, I thought there would be something more. It's true that you're good at tricks, judging from our previous fight, but that's all. And I don't think you have anything in your character that would please my cousin. It's just that you're ordinary, that's all. Murasaki expresses her opinion to me as we walk through the underground tunnels. It matched my self-evaluation to a great extent. I think so, too. I don't understand why that gorilla is so eager to play with me. I'd rather trade places with you. I'm a servant. I understand my position. So, I can't imagine competing with you. And to be honest, I can't imagine you acting so arrogant after our fight the other day. So I take back what I said before. You're good at flattering people, aren't you? I'm not flattering, it's true. I can't deny what you think. I'm simply stating my opinion on the subject matter as much as I'm allowed to. That's what I'm saying. Having said that, I decided to turn around and check the safety. There was one guide behind me, but I did it just in case. It was also to cover up the conversation with Ako Murasaki, who was coming at me for some reason. Well, it's standard in this kind of dungeon to be erased by the guy behind you, isn't it? I turned around and called out to the guide behind me, half-jokingly thinking so. The next thing I saw was a lantern on fire on the floor at the end of the underground passage. Watch out! At the same time as I readied my spear, Murasaki and the remaining guides, who had noticed the unusual situation, drew their weapons and stood guard around us, keeping their backs to us so as not to create any blind spots. Where is it hiding? Forgetting to even breathing, I use all my senses to look around in the darkness. By now I'm aware of a small stirring sound reverberating throughout the underground tunnels. Damn, that was stupid. I've been so distracted by idle chatter. Sight is of little use. I listen carefully to find out where the source of the sound is coming from. Where is it? Above. That advice rang in my ears, and I looked up at about the same time I detected the source of the sound. A moment later, wielding a spear strengthened by spiritual power, I cut down several red and black things that flew in from directly above me. What? The long, string-like spears, which were probably as thick as a big man's arm, attacked me again, both sides of their severed bodies wriggling their mucous membrane-covered bodies while their bodies were cut in half. Quickly, I slam my spear down on it and throw it into the sewage. Damn, this thing. Is that sludge worm senpai? I spit out at them, who are stuck to the ceiling walls like grotesque lumps of flesh. They were hideous creatures that earned both respect and disgust from the fans of the original game. The Youkai that the player encountered in the underground tunnels and other places in the game, which are imitations of Youkai worms, one of the families of Youkai mothers, are small Youkai at best, and even the largest ones are limited to medium-size Youkai. But what is truly frightening is their number and reproductive capacity. They are asexual, oviparous, and capable of division, parasitism, and reproduction by any means regardless of whether it is with their own species or a different species. And once one of them remains, the number of them will increase in a flash. In the original game, they appeared throughout the entire duration of the game as small fry Youkai to be used as a reserve, and even the main character with the initial status was able to one-punch them. But they were always numerous. And what is more remarkable is that they are the Youkai who came to distort the sexuality of many players. Well, because not only did they spit out a mysterious white-colored mucus that dissolved only their clothes, but they also went into every hole and played the combo of stimulating the pleasure nerves, tentacle play, and then a hegao face a birthing play, ha. As expected from Firefly of the Dark Knight, Yamio no Hataru. And due to its high encounter rate in the doujinshi community, it's only natural that they are treated as a senpai senior. But now, it's not funny. I shout as I cut off the reddish-black tentacles that come at me, falling off the ceiling one after another. If it is a woman, there is a low probability of biological death, although she will die in a dignified sense because she would be played to lay eggs. However, if it is a male, it is a bad situation, no joke. The parasite breaks through their skin and lays eggs inside the skin. A full-body parasite is a disaster. I mean, it's bad enough that it is just like a curse of God. That's what I'm saying. Murasaki-sama, let's retreat for now. What are you talking about? This is just a small fish. With an angry voice, Ako Murasaki swung her flaming sword. At the same time, a muddy stream of flame instantly burns away at Youkai only. In less than a few seconds, the hundreds of earthworm creatures are charred to death. But they're coming from the other side too. One of the guides screams and shouts. I looked in that direction and saw a large number of monster worms leaping out from one of the side passages of the intricate underground tunnels. Hundreds and thousands of these worms, some as small as a rope and some as thick as a cow's neck, gathered into a single organism, wriggled around, and charged toward us. Stop dawdling. Let's get out of here. I run away from the hordes of worms, probably because I have seen them in the small and dimly lit underground aqueducts, and I pull away from Murasaki, who is intimidated by their grotesque appearance. Damn. Fuck, stop. Get away from me. New. One of the two guides who had escaped together was caught by the worm that jumped out of the ditch and fell down. The guide desperately swung his dagger and stabbed the worm that grabbed his leg, but just a few seconds later, the mass of the worm swallowed him up. The guide quickly disappears from sight, and his screams are heard only a short time later. Damn. I turned around for a moment to look at the scene, and resumed my escape. I had no intention of abandoning them, but there was nothing I could do against that many monsters, and more than anything else, there was no time to save them. It would have been suicide to jump into the middle of them. Ha, ha, eek. If we keep going like this, they'll catch up with us, shouts Murasaki in an urgent tone as she runs out of breath with her hand being pulled along. Behind her, a huge amount of worms, enough to fill the entire not-so-wide passageway, were coming at us at a tremendous speed. It's a traumatic experience by any chance. I know it. Ha ha, everyone, cover your eyes and ears. I warn Murasaki and the remaining guides and pull it out of my pocket. I tried it before, but please work. I threw the fist-sized lump ball at the worm with my muscles strengthened by my spiritual power as soon as I turned to face it. The ball was thrown with a speed comparable to a professional baseball player's hard pitch, and it crushed the head of the worm in front of me, and the moment the worm swallowed it, a white smoke and a flash of light spread in the underground waterway. The earthworms thrashed about as if in agony, and more than a few of them fell to the floor or into the ditches with their bodies convulsing. What? Was that a bomb? Murasaki shouts, actually, it's a little different. In this underground water system, if a bomb is used, it could collapse and bury the victims alive. So instead, I used a white phosphorus shell, a white phosphorus ball, which is one of the gadgets I made myself to prepare for the dangers of this underground tunnel. White phosphorus is a difficult substance to handle because it is highly toxic and easily ignites spontaneously upon heat or impact. The smoke produced by its combustion is highly dehydrating. Of course, white phosphorus rapidly becomes harmless in the air, so even though there were cases of burns and other injuries caused by white phosphorus smoke bombs used by the military and police in my past life, their killing power was infinitesimally low due to the ingenuity of their design. The reason I designed this was precisely to prevent this worm. If it were a regular Youkai monster, it would have no more effect than dazzling it, just like a normal smoke ball or a flashlight. However, the worm is vulnerable to dryness, and its soft skin, which is almost hairless, is not resistant to the heat caused by white phosphorus and the toxicity of direct contact with it. They have photoreceptor cells that sense light all over their body, so the light produced by combustion may confuse them. The effect is even more powerful because of the confined space. Well, phosphorus is not so easily available in the local market, so it took me a lot of trial and error to perfect it after I came to the capital. Here it comes. Because of the closed area, the smoke is gradually moving toward us. Hopefully, it's oxidized and harmless since we're far enough away from the detonation point. Cover your mouth, don't breathe this smoke. As soon as I cover the purple girl's mouth, The smoke comes down on us. I'm engulfed in smoke, and I look around and yell. Guide, where are you? Come here, you can't leave us. It's no use, he ran away on his own. The old man's voice whispers in my ear. It seems he talks to me through the shikigami. Close your mouth, this smoke is not so good for you, is it? Try to get away from here anyway, I will guide you. Ugh. I think about it for a moment, but then I accept his proposal with a look. Murasaki-sama, I'll lead you away. Let's go. With these words, I started to run with nothing in front of me but the guidance of the shikigami, without any lights. Chapter 26. Reality is not always sweet, and filled with hardship and pain. An ideal is an ideal because it cannot be realized, a dream is a dream because it cannot be fulfilled, and the greatest happiness in life is when the effort brings results. This is true even today. And in a world where traditions prevail, status barriers exist, death is close at hand, and unreasonableness is rampant, life is even more difficult and painful. No wonder the concepts of reincarnation, the latter day of the law, and eschatology emerged in the real ancient and Middle Ages. But still, people live. Even if it is hard, even if it is painful, even if it is suffering, and even if there is no salvation, people endure hard labor in order to live. Just to earn today's food. Yes, even if it is in the depressing world of erotic games. It hurts. Amid the snowfall, the boy involuntarily lets go of the hoe and looks at his own hand. He exhales a warm breath into his hands, which are so swollen, chilled, and chapped beyond a child's ability. He was at the end of his rope, physically and emotionally. The boy, who had been working frantically from morning to plow the winter fields, even other people's fields, for a low salary, under the order of the local lord, finally gave in at the last moment as the sun was about to set. Even if his spirit is more mature than that of a normal child through reincarnation, his body has a hard time keeping up. This is the result of working hard while crying and slacking off because of his poor understanding of the situation at home and in the world, and his body was so exhausted that he even felt muscle pains all over his body. My arm hurts, my hand hurts, my fingers hurt, my feet hurt, my whole body hurts and I feel cold and tired. For a child who ate a little porridge in the morning, the labor that lasted from morning till night was too much even for this world, but that did not make the people around him any kinder. The only thing to do is to endure unreasonable suffering. Therefore, the boy endures the pain in his hands and the screams of his body and crouches without shedding even a tear. The sight was truly painful, miserable, and pathetic. I have to keep working. After holding his hand in his bosom for a while to warm it, the boy finally extends his badly chapped hand to the hoe he dropped on the ground. Yes, no matter how much pain he is in, there is no help for him. The land is a shitty, cold, and barren land because it is not connected to the spiritual veins, and because the fields are so small that only a small amount of fruit can be obtained, even if the work is done many times more laboriously than it should be. Even so, the annual tribute was strictly collected, and therefore, no matter what, if the soil in the fields was not cultivated by the deadline, the local lord sent by the imperial court would not allow it. So. It's dark. You finish first. Picking up a fallen hoe, the man said to the boy bluntly, Dad Oyaji. The boy looks at the man standing in front of him and mutters weakly. There was a farmer with a poor expression on his face, wearing an old straw winter coat on his body that had been trained by hard labor. But it has to be done by tomorrow. I'll take care of it. When it gets dark, the Youkai will come down to this area. Hurry up. The boy's eyes widen in shock at these words. He must have been cultivating land several times larger than his own, and so quickly. But, don't make me say it again. Go home now, your mom should be cooking. You can eat first. The man in front of him, the father of this life, is about to plow the earth when he suddenly remembers to take off his winter coat of straw and put it over the boy's shoulders. Dad, you're cold, aren't you? Put that on too and go home. Aren't you cold? Don't worry about your parents, you little brat. His father, who usually only wore a pouty face, gave him an unusually wry smile. Then he roughly put his hand on his head and scratched it. His hand was hard and rough like a poor farmer in the countryside, and it reminded him of the hardships of his life. However, they were big, warm, gentle, and reassuring hands. At least they were to the boy. I'm sorry, you're the eldest son, so you're going to have to do a lot of work. And the smallest words that came out of his mouth were an apology. Father, mother, and 4 children, including the boy, it was not easy for a poor farmer's family to support such a family. Nevertheless, these were the times. In a world where people did not know when they would be killed by disease, accident, or devoured by Youkai, children, in particular, are precious laborers and caretakers in their old age, and their lives are on the line when they give birth. Therefore, it was common sense for farmers everywhere to have as many children as possible. There is even a family in the same village that had 7 children, and all of them died of illness at an early age. The boy's father, who had only 4 children, was a very common number among farmers, and the fact that all of them are still alive is a blessing, and the result of the diligent work of the boy's parents to make sure that there was enough to eat. I don't mind. I'm a big brother. I have to work hard for my younger brothers and sisters, and it's my mom and dad who are struggling the most, right? Understanding this, the boy affirms his current situation and worries about his parents. I'm glad you grew up to be a good boy. Without showing his face, the farmer says the boy's name in a low voice, but certainly with kindness and affection in his tone. The touch of the farmer's hand on the boy's head as he spoke was warm and comforting. It was indeed a hard and painful life, but still, at this moment, the boy was happy for sure. Later that night, the Youkai came down to the village and ravaged the fields, eating several villagers to death and injuring several times as many. It is another story that the boy's father was among the villagers crippled by having one of his legs eaten off, which further made the boy's family life more difficult. Section: There is no sign of Youkai around here as far as I can see. You should feel relieved for the time being. The words whispered in my ear made me relax and breathe deeply. How long had I run? With no sunlight and no watch in my hand, it is hard to judge how much time has passed. Even I, who was supposed to be reasonably well-trained, was soaked in sweat and short of breath to the point of death, so I am sure that some time must have passed. Murasaki-sama, please calm down. There is no Youkai around now. I tried to calm down Ako Murasaki, who was breathing hard like an asthma patient in the darkness without even a light. It was too dark to make out her face, but her breathing sound was enough to make me think that she would die of hyperventilation if she continued to breathe like this. I know it. Hey, but cough. Ako is coughing like she's choking. This is a sewer. The air can't be good. It was only natural for her to breathe hard and cough from the sickening sensation. Are you thirsty? I have a water bottle ready for you. Please drink. Saying this, I offered her a water bottle made of bamboo from my pocket. I had prepared water, food, and other tools in case these guides escaped or were eaten. No, I do feel thirsty, but to be honest, the smell doesn't make me feel good. In the darkness, I could vaguely see that Murasaki was holding her mouth. Her expression was probably not so good. But that's why. I understand your feelings, but you should drink a little. It is more efficient to drink water often than to hold it back. In case you are wondering, I have mixed a little bit of mint in the water, so it should make you feel less queasy. The longer we stay in an underground water system with sewage, the worse it will be. That was the reason why I mixed the juice of the mint into the water. Fortunately, the smell is strong. Even Youkai can't detect the surroundings with their sense of smell. So, it is better to pay attention to the sound. The other thing to keep in mind is that I should also pay attention to the Youkai's visual sense other than the optical one. Living creatures living in the dark not only have well-developed senses of touch and hearing, but also have non-optical means of vision such as infrared rays and heat, and Youkai are no exception to this rule. Moreover, there are not many measures that can be taken against such visual means of sightseeing, let alone sense of hearing and sense of touch. Then, there is no other way but for us to find them first and either stop them or avoid them. As I think about this, I feel someone's touch on the bamboo tube in my hand. It seems that she has decided to follow my advice. The sound of drinking water is heard. I will give you the bamboo tube. Please take it as it is. But then, what about your own? Don't worry, I have a spare. The possibility of getting lost in this underground waterway was quite possible based on the information from the original game. In fact, if the player had to cut through the worm's miasma, he or she would have lost his or her guide in many cases in the game. And considering that they would actually get lost in the vast underground, even if they would not starve to death in the game, they cannot wander around the underground tunnels for days. And for the current situation, considering my abilities, at the very least, I need Ako Murasaki's survival and cooperation in order to survive. Needless to say, it was only natural for me to prepare water and food for her in advance. As the saying goes, if you're prepared, you're never worried. You are very well prepared, huh? I thought it would be over soon, and as far as I was concerned, I hadn't prepared much. Murasaki mutters, in a slightly irritated tone. I think of the way she looked before she entered this underground waterway. She was indeed very lightly dressed. I suppose it's not necessarily carelessness, considering the caliber of the monsters that might be nesting in these underground tunnels and her ability. But, for a family as overprotective as they were in the game, her appearance was really quite careless, wasn't it? I've had similar experiences in the past. I just wanted to be sure. I answered while I was thinking in my mind, though I'm sure I wasn't set up like the case of the gorilla. But at least, it was Gorilla-sama who started this time, and most people don't know about the existence of that abominable Youkai mother who sits at the end of the underground waterway. That leaves only one possibility. Does your family know about this assignment? I could see in the darkness that Murasaki's shoulders were shaking. I see. Probably just like in the original story. I was hoping for just a little help from her family, but I guess I'll have to give up. I thought she was quite lightly armed even in the game, but perhaps it was not because she was underestimating them, but because she could not make a big preparation. I wonder if her family will notice if she is fully armed. What are you going to do now? Murasaki Ako asked me as if she was going to throw up. In her sharp tone, however, there was a clear sense of anxiety, and at the same time, a slight hint of hope. It was a bluntly worded question, but at the same time, it was a sharp question. Is this the right time to bring it up? I don't know why, but it seems that this Youkai are more dangerous and more numerous than previously assumed. It would be dangerous to continue on our way unprepared. At least, Murasaki-sama could handle it, but it is too heavy a burden for me. I think we should return to the surface and report back. I understand. But do you know the way? She sounded relieved that I was on the topic. But then her question came back to me again with an anxious tone, as if she was afraid of what I might say. The question itself is what I had originally expected, but no problem, everything is as expected, don't worry. I replied cheerfully, but it was a big lie. No, I had expected it to some extent. I had prepared a compass, I had secretly put markers at every turn and corner, and I had drawn a rough sketch of the area in my mind as I went along. However, though it is said that life is precious, I lost track when escaping. Moreover, all 3 guides are missing. I had intended to help them as much as possible since they would have known the inner structure, but reality is not so easy. You have to give up on what has passed. The question is what will happen now. I have some idea of where you are with my search technique. It will take some time, but I'm sure you won't be stuck there. I have learned search techniques from the gorilla, too, though only in a limited way. In other words, it is a divination technique to locate the direction and general location of the object or person being searched for, based on spiritual power and its lingering scent. Of course, like charms, its effect is real in this world. Then, what the old man is doing is probably one of the techniques, namely, Fumi. He probably locates my place by using his own spiritual power in the Shikigami on my shoulder as a medium, and locates it on the map with a pendulum. The problem is those Youkai. It is obvious that the underground tunnels are filthy, and Youkai tend to gather there. That is why the spiritual veins are guided so that the spiritual power does not flow into the underground water supply. So, it is impossible for so many monsters to form a crowd, even if they are all small Youkai. The old exorcist expressed his doubts. The location of the underground tunnels, right above the great spiritual vein and the place where filth accumulates, is perfect for Youkai. Therefore, the human side also devises a plan. The enormous power flowing from the spiritual veins was guided so that it would not flow into the underground water system. In addition, since the entrances and exits to the main waterways are surrounded with detection boundaries, any intrusion of powerful or numerous Youkai can be detected immediately. Some of the spiritual power that has been lost may flow into the underground water, but it is impossible for such a large number of Youkai to form a crowd. That's right, if it weren't for Youkai Mother. I know. It's all because of that irrational super-reproducing monster. Youkai Mother has two major abilities, an outrageous level of regenerative power and rebirth. The first one goes without saying. In fact, it is thanks to her regenerative ability that Youkai Mother was able to hide in the underground tunnels without being defeated after the Great Upheaval, and without being noticed by the Onmyu dormitory. Not even the cheat attacks of some exorcists could kill her. Then, by temporarily weakening herself to the level of a small Youkai, she was able to slip through the detection boundary and enter the underground tunnels, and once deep underground, she was able to rapidly recover her power, though far below her peak, with the spiritual power of few earthly veins. Another ability, simply called rebirth, is the reason why she was able to create a horde of Youkai in the underground tunnels. The Youkai Mother can devour any living creature, including humans, and give birth to it as a Youkai. Its power is nothing short of vicious. This ability to create an army of Youkai in a short period of time was used not only in the Age of War, but also in the original game to produce a large number of Youkai in an underground canal where there were only insects and rats, and where spiritual power was scarce. Moreover, the better the material, the more powerful Youkai could be produced, so that she was considered a top priority target of the Imperial Court for elimination, along with the Taper, who was Kuben's chief strategist during the Great War and also could produce a large army. Master, I know you have your suspicions, but I don't want to investigate without being prepared for what may happen. I whisper quietly so that Murasaki can't hear me. The truth is that I know the cause of the problem, but it was beyond my ability and connections anyway. How could a servant who has only been in the capital for a few months know the whereabouts of Youkai Mother, whose whereabouts have been unknown for hundreds of years? I know that much. Still, during my time, this anomaly would have been detected immediately, but these days the work of the Onmyu dormitory has become much sloppier. The old man sighs through the shikigami. I understand his feeling, but it is not right in a sense. It is more normal for the Onmyo dormitory to be in a situation where they do not share information with each other and are paranoid and pulling each other down. The reason why Emperor Gyokuro appointed Azuma Hibari as the head of the Onmyo dormitory, while there were many other people of pure ability, was because of her broad mind, her personality, and her role as a mediator. And oh, the old man belonged to the Onmyo dormitory after Azuma had already been appointed as the head of the Onmyo dormitory. Considering the time when she was the head of the organization during the whole period of her service, it was inevitable that the current Onmyo dormitory seemed to be slow in its work. That's why exorcists suck. Did you say something? I muttered to myself unintentionally, and a slightly frightened Akko Murasaki raised her voice. I guess she is feeling uneasy because of my swarthy tone and this not-so-good situation. Damn, I made a mistake. I opened my mouth in the calmest tone possible, suppressing my inner frustration and irritation. No, nothing. I was just making some plans for the future, so, Murasaki-sama, please calm down. You are safe here. Suddenly, I felt a tug on my sleeve in the darkness, so I added this last part. However, even after I told her so, I could feel a trembling sensation in my hand. Of course, no matter how strong she is still a girl of 13 years old at heart. And as far as I'm concerned, she is not suitable for an exorcist, not only in terms of her ability, but also in terms of her character, especially after seeing such an R18G scene without knowing much about real combat. A professional wouldn't raise an eyebrow, even if a woman or a child was being slaughtered in front of their eyes. It's impossible not to feel sorry for her. It's hard not to be sad. However, that being the case, I couldn't afford to just pamper her. And at the same time, I knew calmly and coolly that this was the time to take a chance when she was about to be crushed by anxiety and fear. That's why, Murasaki-sama, we will start escaping from this underground tunnel soon. First of all, let's send the Shikigami ahead to warn the surrounding area. We will avoid combat if at all possible, but there may be times when combat is inevitable. In that case, I ask for your assistance. In as quiet a voice as possible so that my voice does not echo around her, I approach her and explain and ask for her help. Those worms may be numerous, but a small fish is a small fish, and it can be managed with a white phosphorus ball, but it won't work on most of the little brats that Youkai mother has produced. And if it took too much time, these little brats would call their other families immediately. That's why I needed her help. Her power to kill any Youkai with a single blow was essential to my escape from this underground tunnel, even ignoring her fate in the game. At least, the odds of survival were much better than if I had tried to escape by myself. And in order to use her for my survival, I spit more sweet words at her weakened heart. Help from me. That's right. I need your help to escape from this place. I was smiling a lively smile, knowing she couldn't see me because of the mask and the darkness. I was saying the devil's words with a lively smile on my face, and with sweat pouring from my forehead from nervousness. I don't know where that blue demon is watching, but this shouldn't be a problem. Am I right? I knew that I was just trying to get into the mind of a little girl, a child, and take advantage of her. But it was also true that it was the only way for both of us to survive. Fortunately, Yako didn't get affected by this because of her character. Therefore, as a human being, she is not out of the way. I defend myself by saying so, I make excuses, I fool myself. After all, I don't want to die in this place either, besides. And, if possible, I didn't want this world to have a bad ending. Yes, it's a shitty and unreasonable world, a world that could be destroyed by a small mistake. But it's only my second life after all, but there's at least something I want to protect. In the worst society, in the worst country, in the worst environment, I will use her like many others to protect what I want to protect at least, to avoid the worst end. Yes, just like I used her that time. That time. For a moment, I feel strange in my own thoughts. I feel a strange sense of loss as if I'm forgetting something. But soon after that, my consciousness returns to reality. I didn't have time to think about that now. My power. A small, forceful, but somewhat joyful voice of a helpless girl echoed in the underground tunnel, not knowing about my inner confusion. Ugh. I understand that the voice is guiding her well, and I squint my eyes. Then, I decided to go for it at once, knowing that it would be the last push I needed. Yes, Murasaki-sama. Unfortunately, my spiritual power is not enough to fight Youkai for a long time, and I can only use Shikigami. Please let me rely on your help. Please accept my forgiveness. Rely on me. You depend on me. Are you depending on me, this me? If it had not been dark, what expression would have appeared on her face? I wondered that as I listened to Ako Murasaki's voice, which was mumbling softly as if in a fever, with a somewhat awakened expression on her face. Yes, Murasaki-sama, I beg you, I need your help. I'm sure I must have looked like a scumbag under my mask when I said those words. Section, the space, where sewage water flowed in from multiple underground tunnels, was unusually hot and humid. It was partly because of the heat of the sewage, but it was also obvious that it was not the only reason. The lack of lights made it hard for human beings to see. However, if they knew what kind of a mess the inside of this space was, most of the people would have been speechless or screamed out in frenzy. The inside of this space was so horribly transformed. The sound of something crawling, pulsating, and writhing in the darkness alone would have given the listener an indescribable sense of dread. But in the center of such a space, a woman was singing a song. With her rich green hair reaching down to the floor, she was like a beautiful princess of the world, exposing the white skin of her upper body without hesitation. She looked somewhat young, but she looked like a bewitching, mature woman, and her beautiful voice, like that of a diva, was played in a language not of this country. It was a lullaby for soothing babies in the far west, a common practice in the now-defunct Western Empire. That was the true nature of the song she hummed with affection. And suddenly, she stops singing. Then she looks back with a loving look on her face. Oh dear, my boys, what's the matter with you? She turns around to see a horrifying monster. A reddish-black worm with mucus clinging to its body. It was so big that it could swallow a human being whole. It came to its mother with its brothers and sisters of all sizes around it, carrying scars all over its body. Well, poor boy. What happened to you? The huge worm slithers toward its mother, making a mysterious sound that can hardly be described as a voice. The woman who is not a human being leans close to the hideous creature, which is almost horrifying, and caresses it. Then she closes her eyes and nods her head in the monster's unintelligible language. Yes, it's okay. I see that hurt, didn't it? It's okay. You'll be fine in a minute. And the next moment, the burnt skin of the worm creature crumbles away. What was visible underneath was fresh, taut, reddish-black skin. As she soothed the worm, which was coiled around her as if it was trying to play with her, Youkai mother muttered to herself. "Oh, yes. Some guests visited again, aren't there? Yes, yes, boys, that's terrible. If we let them go back to the surface, they'll find out that we exist." The mother of monsters blurted out in a somber tone. In fact, if there is an existence like hers in the underground of the capital, the imperial court will do its best to exterminate it. And even if she is the mother of monsters, she cannot be optimistic if the imperial court seriously tries to destroy her alone and without a sufficient number of children as she is now. At least now she has almost no chance to win. It's a problem. At this rate, Ku-chan will get angry with me. Although she has been informed of some alternative plans, in case the current plan is not successful. Youkai mother puts her hand on her cheek and lets out a gloomy sigh at the thought of a reprimand from her friend. The melancholy expression on her face radiated a powerful fascination power by itself. Then, the creature, who had been thinking for a while, suddenly smiles, as if she had just thought of a good idea. "Oh, that's right. Since we don't want them to know we are here on the underground, the answer is simple, isn't it? Just make sure they can't come back to the surface." Then she continues, "Well, it's a good thing anyway. But we should treat our guests well, shouldn't we? Hee, yes, let's do it. Since it's a good time, why don't we let our guests become our family first?" "A great idea," Mother Youkai happily declares. Her attitude and manner were neither sarcastic nor crazy, but rather genuinely saying what she thought. In fact, based on her thoughts, it was natural for her to think so. Her joining the Great War, much less still following the old instructions, was not because she was hostile to humans. Rather, she loved humans, all the living creatures in this world. And she has never once intended to kill human beings. On the contrary, to her, everything she did was out of love and goodwill. No matter how bizarre, abnormal, insane, and horrifying it might seem from the human point of view. For her, it was a perfect goodwill and love. "Well then, boys, that's enough napping. Wake up, everyone." As if in response to these words that echoed like the tinkling of a bell, hundreds, thousands, or even more of some things began to stir simultaneously in the darkness. Blood-red pupils of light appear from every nook and cranny of the space, and all of them are silent as if they are sitting in the center of the room, looking in the direction of their mother and awaiting her command. "Come on, my sweet, sweet boys. Now go on, bring the guests politely and respectfully. They will be your family, too, you know." At the command of their mother, full of goodness, compassion, and madness, the next moment, the army of monsters, both human and non-human, was pouring into the sewer corridors from all sides of the hall in a black avalanche. Chapter 27. Housework in the middle to early modern period was, at least physically, incomparably hard work compared to modern times, in which there is an overabundance of convenient household appliances. Fire making, cooking, and laundry could not all be done by machines, not to mention that these tasks were not the only ones to be done. After all, women were also sent to work in the fields as a matter of course, and they had to work at home and raise their children. So, it is not difficult to imagine that the lives of poor farm women, especially those in the lower social classes, are much more difficult than those in reality. Even if it is a slight exaggeration to say that a farm woman becomes an old woman at the age of 30. In this sense, the boy's mother was very strong and diligent. "Oh, welcome home." "Yes, I'm home." His mother, who was knitting sandals by the light of a single candle in the dark hut, cheerfully greeted the boy after he had finished his work at midnight. At the same time, she started to light a fire on the hearth. "Forget it, I don't need it. It's a waste of firewood, isn't it? I'll get under the covers and go to bed soon." "Don't worry about that, child. We were also just cold. Come on, get on with the fire. You're already getting cold." The mother snatches the snow-covered straw jacket from the boy and hangs it on the wall, brushing the snow off. No wonder he protests against her. Still, he reluctantly obeys his mother's words and sits down by the small hearth where the ashes have not accumulated so much and point his hand at the hearth. The warm heat gently warms his chilled body. "The leftover porridge, I'll reheat it right away." "I'll do it myself. Why doesn't Mom go to bed, too? You've been working all morning anyway. Your body won't be able to handle it." "That's exactly what I don't want to hear from you. Isn't that better than a child of 10 or so who works from morning till midnight? At the boy's concerned words, his mother, a white-skinned, thin-skinned peasant typical of the northern regions, sharply scolds him, as if she is offended. A small pot hangs over the hearth, and the leftover porridge from dinner is simmered with water and salt. Everyone was sulking, you know? You didn't come home for hours. The mother takes one look at the next room, which is separated by a sliding door. From the look on her face, the boy's younger siblings must have been very restless. It's cold when there are so few of us. It's especially cold today. It was impossible for a poor farmer's house to have enough futons and mattresses for everyone. And it was also impossible to heat the room by a hearth while sleeping, and there was no such thing as a bathhouse. In other words, the least expensive way to survive the harsh northern region winters was to huddle together as a family under a shabby futon to keep warm. And the boy was used as a human body warmer by his younger siblings many times. Don't be so quick to say that. Stop being so cynical. You should be a little more open-minded and accepting of others' good intentions. You've been coming home late lately. The mother offers him a scoop of porridge simmering in a carved wooden bowl. The boy takes it with an indescribable expression on his face, murmurs "itadakamasu," and sips it slowly. I'll help you knit sandals when I'm done eating. Go to sleep, you must be exhausted. The material's almost gone. Besides, the work is almost done. When you got home, I was knitting the last of it. The boy's mother smiles cheerfully. Her lively laugh reminds those who see her of an adult who has a strong spirit even though she seems to be thin. The father of the boy, who was already asleep in the next room, and the husband of the woman, had been weaving dried straw silently from morning till midnight and had already finished several dozen pairs of sandals. Don't make your father do too much work. He's not even healed yet. What if the wound gets worse? The boy's mouth twitches accusingly. His father's right leg, which had been cut off by Youkai, fortunately, did not become infected, but it was not yet clear whether the wound would heal or not. He had lost a lot of blood, his physical strength had been drained considerably, and the severe winter cold was gradually draining his remaining strength. Such circumstances are not something that such a man could work. Well, it's not like I'm kicking his butt and making him work. He does it by himself because he is the biggest eater, and he can't just eat for free. The boy's mouth relaxes slightly at his mother's joking comment. But what passes in his mind is his mother's expression as she stares at the rest of the meal left in the rice bin in the middle of the night when everyone is asleep, with an agitated and grim expression on her face. The boy had noticed that his mother and father were eating even less than before. The boy knew from peeking in on his parents that they had been worrying about whether they could survive the winter on the food they had stockpiled, as if they were walking a tightrope every day, and then the misfortune that had befallen his father a month ago. Since then, his parents had been thinking about the little they had on hand, night after night. When his mother resumes her work at the corner of the room to finish the sandals she was in the middle of making, the boy confirms that she is not staring at him, and he stares at the porridge and thinks vaguely about the future, about this winter. The boy realizes that it is infinitely difficult for him and his family to survive the cold season, which has come earlier and stronger than usual. And his parents must instinctively know this too. The family will die of hunger and cold. Yes, if things continue as they are. And he had already thought of several ways to avoid such a situation, but all of them were not good enough. Nevertheless, their lives would be annihilated if things were left as they were. Therefore, a decision had to be made, a decision to survive. To survive, huh? The boy could feel his consciousness being guided by his dull thoughts. However, the hard work from morning till midnight, the painful reality that would never change no matter how long he endured, the anger and desire for the unreasonableness of this world that he knew because he knew his previous life, all of these factors were leading him to make an outrageous choice. That's right, if it's just one person. Because it was his second life anyway, his second family after all, and because there were so many similar tragedies to be found in this world, the boy was gradually drawn to the choice. And as the boy tries to make that decision, defeated by the weakness of his heart, "Brother," the words were spun in a very poor, childish, familiar tone. Suddenly, the boy came to himself and turned around to see a sliding door open and a girl standing there with a sleepy look on her face. A typical young girl from a poor farmer's family, probably not even 10 years old, was staring at the boy, dressed in a second-hand cotton kimono. Yuki ni. Brother. A young girl giggles when she makes eye contact with the boy. Her name is Yukan. She was born on a day when the snow piled up as deep as today, hence the name Yukan from the sound of snow piling up. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Did I wake you up? The boy apologizes in a small, half-disguised way, and the little girl comes running up to him, opening the sliding door. Then she sits down on the floor in front of the hearth like a throne on top of the boy's legs. It's Seawold. She sits on the boy's thighs and complains in a child's language. The gesture reminded of a whimsical cat. Then, she sits on the boy's feet and points her hand at the hearth in front of her to feel its warmth. Naihi itswam. She exclaims with a cheerful expression and then reaches for the bowl of porridge in the boy's hand. Hey, Yukain, what are you doing? You're making your brother cold, and don't take his food. And no. The boy's mother notices the presence of her youngest daughter after she has finished making sandals. She runs up to her youngest daughter and claps her hand on the bowl, pulling it away from the boy. The little girl yells in response, grabbing the boy's cold clothes and holding on. Seriously, what are you doing? You're stretching X's clothes. No. A mother scolds her daughter's resistance, and the daughter resists. The little girl grabs the boy's kimono tightly and doesn't let go. Ow, it hurts. Mom, it's okay. She won't let go even if you do that, and my kimono's going to get torn to shreds first. Seriously, this daughter of mine. You're always playing around, but you're so perceptive. Just when your brother came home from work and was warming up, you interrupt him and even try to steal food from him. No, I was just trying to keep brother warm. Stop making excuses. The little girl was half crying as she hugged the boy, and her mother spat sharp words of rebuke at her. Then the little girl became even more unhappy and wiped her tears with the boy's clothes. The boy pats her head with a troubled smile and helplessly offers his help. It's okay, Mom, I'm okay. Right, Yukain. You were just trying to keep me warm, weren't you? The little girl finally nods her head in agreement, even though she is still crying. And then, she looks at her mother with a stern gaze while shielding her brother, the boy, from her. You've always been so sweet to your younger siblings. It can't be helped they're still little. They want to play. Smiling at his mother's exasperation, the boy takes a scoop of porridge from the bowl in his hand and offers it to his little sister. Here, just a little bit, okay? You're growing up, I'm gonna share some of mine with you. Don't tell your other siblings, okay? With this warning, the boy shares some of his dinners with his sister. The boy understood that even though his parents were holding out as much as possible for their own food, it was still not enough to fill the growing stomachs of his younger siblings, and that they were not mentally mature enough to endure it. Therefore, he felt that it was inevitable for him, as the eldest brother, to give a little of his own food to his younger siblings. The little girl smiles at the boy's comment as if she were a flower blooming. She takes a bite or two of the porridge with the spoon offered to her and looks truly happy. Yes, she takes a mouthful or two of the porridge, which is too thin and poor. For a boy who knows the world of satiated food, it seems too pathetic a sight. Ahihihi, brother, thanks. The little girl smiled at her brother after taking the third bite, with the remnants of her meal stuck to her mouth. Her smile was pure, carefree, and full of genuine affection and friendliness. You're welcome. The boy was ashamed of himself during the moment of silence before he responded. He realized how mean and vile his thoughts had been just a few moments before. Yes, abandoning his sister, his family, to save himself. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a warmth in front of him. It was his sister hugging him tightly. She tilted her head upward and asked the boy who had been working outside in the cold until a little while ago. Am I warm? Have you warmed up? Yes, it's very warm. When the boy replies gently, his sister giggles again, this time with a mischievous giggle. The sight of the child in front of him, who probably loves him without a trace of doubt, makes the boy grit his teeth, wondering what her fate will be if he does not do something. And he makes a choice. He chooses that path. Brother. The little girl calls out, slightly uneasy at the disturbing presence of her brother. The boy shows his sister a smile of endless tender affection and hugs her. Kaya, the younger sister, gives a small but joyful scream. That's right. If things continue as they are, we'll all be in trouble, right? So he has to do something to protect her younger siblings as the eldest brother. That's why. And at that moment, Youkai did not notice that her brother's hands were shaking as he embraced her. Section, enclosed underground tunnels, the most important thing to pay attention to is the sound. While the senses of sight and smell are less effective, the sense of hearing is more effective because it is more resonant in a sealed room, making one's presence obvious. Therefore, no matter what was in front of me, right next to me, I could not scream, yell, or shout. Yes, no matter how many horrifying monsters were just out of sight. Although, this is still a little bit worrisome. I mutter to myself as I hide behind the crossroads of the sewers. Across the crossroads are a worm no bigger than a car, a centipede as long as a train, and a cockroach as big as a cow. Though it's too dark to see them clearly. In my previous life, even a man, let alone a woman, would have gone crazy over this. Even in this world where insects are relatively more common than in the previous world, it would be rather tough to encounter this group of creatures in a huge size. In a sense, this darkness was a blessing in disguise. Ako Murasaki can hide her breath while shivering by my side because she can clearly see them without seeing them. If it had been broad daylight, she would have screamed for sure. She is a rather sheltered girl and has little tolerance for insects. That's quite far. At this distance, they can't hear a sound. I hear the voice of an old man who has made it, so that only I can hear him by directing the echo of sound to my ear. I nod at the voice with my eyes and touch the trembling girl's shoulder. Murasaki-sama, we've gone far away. Let's keep going. We'll run into them again if we stay here. I understand. I urged her on, and she nodded in a trembling voice. And then she grabs the sleeve of my clothes. We mustn't get separated, you understand. I am silenced by her words, feeling reluctant and guilty. No. My silence must have made her feel uneasy. Her persuasive, yet flirtatious voice was almost pathetic. For a moment, I felt an unexplainable nostalgia in her voice. At the same time, I could sense how scared she was. If the place had been brighter, I could have seen her expression, and it would have looked even more miserable. However, it was hard to go on with her holding my sleeve, and I couldn't neglect her mental health. A small, startled voice escapes from her, but I take her hand in mine without paying attention to it, and then I respond reverently. Please forgive me for my rudeness. It's hard to run with sleeves, and it's easy to get lost. Yes. My apology was met with a short silence, and then a few words of approval. To be honest, I was relieved. I knew that she was a proud, difficult, but essentially good girl. But in this world's sense of values, it is not a good idea for a lowly servant to grab the hand of the princess of a prestigious family of exorcists, even a girl from another house. Thank goodness for that, let's go. After saying thank you, I started to go through the underground tunnels again, using concealment techniques. The concealment technique is more of a skill than a spiritual one, and as it is written, it is a skill of hiding and moving. To be more precise, it is mainly a method of running and breathing without making a sound, a way of looking and behaving in a way that muffles or distracts people's attention, or a way to avoid being impressed by people's presence, behavior, appearance, smell, a reflection of light, etc. The contents that require spiritual power are not included in this article. Some of the techniques require spiritual energy, but at worst, even without spiritual energy, simple techniques can be used for minimum concealment. If you don't get the idea, just think of it as a very high-level version of the misdirection in some basketball game. I'm glad it requires little spiritual power. If I used more spiritual power, I'd run out of gas sooner than Murasaki would. No, even the best exorcists may run out of spiritual power in the blink of an eye in front of the army of Youkai Mother. Avoiding combat as much as possible is the best strategy in this situation. Of course, it is impossible to avoid all battles. In other words, Murasaki-sama, it's your turn. Hi. Why yes. The next moment, a bat the size of a big dog appears from the side passage, and before it can recognize our presence, it is killed by a slash that wipes out its head. We run away from the place with our footsteps muffled as the creature's headless body twitches on the brick floor. Since Youkai's blood splattered around, albeit in small quantities, we could not feel safe even in the underground tunnel where the smell was strong. We needed to keep as much distance as possible. Frankly speaking, it was a close call. A bat type should have been able to detect our presence immediately, even in this darkness, by using sound waves. If we were to encounter it at the very beginning of our encounter, we had no choice but to finish it off with a single blow before it called out to its friends as it had done earlier. As I thought, Murasaki's presence is indispensable to escape from this place. After that, Murasaki killed Youkai, whom we encountered about 10 times with a single blow, and we hid twice as many times by relying on the old man's search for us. I was worried at first, but things are going better than I expected, aren't they? Murasaki boasted, as if she had regained a little confidence and composure after several battles, and the smooth progress of the escape. There was a clear sense of pride in her words. Of course, her words are not a lie in a sense. In fact, the monsters we have encountered so far are all small Youkai, or even low-ranking ones in the medium Youkai. To her, they were no threat at all, but, hey, don't make a flag. Such a careless line is a typical death flag, so please don't say it. I mean, in a game, you'll be killed or beaten up if you're careless, okay. Don't let your guard down, there is still a long way to go. And the deeper we go, the more chances we have to encounter Youkai. Be careful. Yes. When I speak to her as if to admonish her, she replies weakly in an awkward, slightly offended tone. Perhaps, if the situation had been brighter, I would have seen her downcast expression as she answered with her eyes glazed over. She seems to have realized that she was on the verge of getting carried away. Then both of us continued to walk in silence without exchanging a word. Only our hands are held tightly so that we don't get separated, and I continue to receive the navigations of the old man in my ear through the shikigami. And then we found it ahead. That light. It was Murasaki who first noticed the light from the end of the passage. It was the light of a lantern, and the person holding it was a shadow in the shape of a man. Is it the guide who escaped? Or maybe it was the people who joined the search before. Either way, let me take a look and you wait there. Murasaki heads toward the shadow with a cheerful expression on her face, as if she is relieved to find someone. Perhaps she was acting unintentionally because of the light she had finally found and the fact that it was someone other than herself. It was an inevitable behavior if someone wanders around in such a dark and gloomy space for a long time. However, don't go there, we have to get away from there right now. I yell for it to stop right now. And Murasaki looks at me, her shoulders shaking at the sound of my raspy voice. Then she looks at the front again to make sure. Finally, she sees the figure clearly and shuffles her feet, her face scrunched up. It was no longer a human being. The skin of his body was peeled off and red blood soaked into the skin, and even white bones were visible in some parts. The man was walking toward her with his rotten eyes wide open and staring at her, covered with worms that were wriggling like parasites. Eek. SHH quiet. She almost screams, but I cover her mouth with my hand and pull her with me into a side passage. The lanterns almost fooled me, but I was certain that the Youkai was almost blind. So the noise is what we should pay attention to. WH, where are ugh, where are ugh? The man vomits with a sound that can no longer be considered a human voice. Along with the reddish-brown vomit and diarrhea, he vomited out a large number of small worms. The mucus-covered surface of the writhing, shivering miasma glistened weirdly in the light of the lanterns. Where are we? Ugh, it's kalud, it hurjus, it's kalud. After spitting out as much as he could, the man wandered down the aisle, mumbling and mumbling. His body fluids dripped from every hole in his body, and he wobbled away, not caring that the parasitic worm was popping out of his skin and moving around. Or perhaps he had even lost the ability to think. I wonder how long it has been, when his footsteps are getting farther away and the light of the lantern is getting dimmer. I finally take my hand away from Murasaki's mouth. Www, what is that? Judging from his appearance, he must be a mercenary with spiritual power who entered this underground tunnel before us. He seems to have been infected by Youkai. If he had been parasitized by that many worms, it would not be surprising if he were dead by now. But he was still wandering around in the underground tunnels because of his physical strength and spiritual power. I guess. I'm sorry to say that he won't survive anyway. It would be a mercy to stop him, but we can't take the risk, Best to leave it alone. Even if he is rotten, even if he is almost dead. It is too much for Ako Murasaki to kill a person who is just barely alive, or who still has a human form and personality. On the other hand, it would have been dangerous for me to kill the one whose appearance was like that of a possessed. Maybe, the moment I approached it with my short spear, all the parasites might come running out at once toward me. At the same time, perhaps the sight was so shocking that it brought back her fear, and I noticed the girl shaking in my arms. Aye, if we had been swallowed by that swarm of worms, would we have looked like that? Murasaki asks in a slightly slurred tone, as if confirming to me. Well, who knows, I don't know that much either, but there was a good chance. At least for me. As for you, you can rest assured that your clothes will be melted by the white fluid, and you will be forced to play with tentacles, and the Youkai will lay eggs on you. But wait, it's not even a little bit safe too. I don't want it that kind of thing. No, I don't want to be like that. No. Don't worry, we're safe, and the exit of this underground tunnel is not far away. Please continue as before and Murasaki-sama will be saved. So please don't worry. It was as if I was quieting a baby. I calm the wobbly, childishly shaking, age-appropriate, or perhaps slightly degenerate-looking girl down so that she doesn't go crazy and cry. Good grief, she's a very troublesome little girl. Her spiritual power and swordsmanship are not bad, but her spirit is too weak. She can't be distracted by a Youkai of that caliber, unless the monster is a kind that can contaminate her mind the moment she sees it. The old man's voice echoes from the Shikigami who is drifting around, hiding behind my ear. But well, it was too harsh an evaluation for a girl of only 13 years old, who had seen something that would make even a big man scream without being prepared for it. Still, this old man and the gorilla princess had already exterminated many Youkai of that level in their childhood, and it was nothing special. She is not suitable for exorcists, huh? I guess he's right. Exorcists are the ones who would sacrifice a village, not to mention their servants if necessary. If she is frightened by them, she cannot fight against great Youkai or calamity Youkai. A small fish with only a horrifying visual is a bonus stage for ordinary exorcists. In this respect, Ako Murasaki was too much of a normal girl. She was too normal in her senses, which is why her family opposed her living as an exorcist. Don't waste too much time, calm her down and let's move on. Master, don't be absurd. Human emotions are not that simple. I give a small reply to the old man's slightly irritating words. It is not easy to calm down a person who is on the verge of insanity, unless using words or illusions to forcibly manipulate their thoughts. The first-class exorcists who seem to inherit the will of the Lord may not understand it, but basically, the mind of a mere mortal is weak and fragile. And Murasaki's mind was as close to that of a mere mortal as possible. Therefore, I try to wait for her to calm down, knowing the risk of staying in the same place. Besides, I didn't think it would help to drag the frightened girl along. I didn't want her to suddenly go crazy in the middle of the trip. Though it turned out to be a bad idea. Murasaki-sama, it's all right. With your ability, you have nothing to fear from those Youkai as long as you deal with them calmly and coolly. But I understand your feelings. I understand that you are anxious because you have little experience in killing Youkai. I will sincerely help you with what you lack. So please help me with your help. If you cooperate with me, a place like this can be, I hid Murasaki behind me and took a vigilant posture, sensing that the Shikigami in the shape of a rat, which I had released to warn the surrounding area, had been killed. What happened? What is it? Quiet, stand back. Murasaki is anxious at my sudden action and starts to speak. I rebuke her strongly to shut her up, then I listen carefully. What happened? Damn. My Shikigami can't even tell what it saw. It happened so fast. I couldn't even recognize what had happened, even though I was sharing the night vision with the Shikigami of the trench rat, who has relatively good night vision. I thought I heard a sound, and then my vision turned black, and within a few tenths of a second, the Shikigami had been killed. Though Murasaki could not see it because of my mask and the darkness, I was also shaken by the sudden change and felt fear. Only I knew what was lurking in these underground tunnels, and if I knew what was lurking in these underground tunnels, it would make sense. Wait a minute. I'll search the area, no way. The old man's words spun out in a whisper. But only a few seconds later I realized what it was. Vuaya, Ujia, Ashaya, au, dug, oag. It was a scream that could not be described as a scream or a yell. More than tens, hundreds, or even thousands of screams. It was the roar of a beast. The echoes reverberated throughout the passage as countless overlapping voices suddenly rang out from the depths of the underground tunnels. And then, from the far end of the passageway, far beyond my sight, I saw a shadow flooding out of the passageway at a tremendous speed. Eyes shining in the countless darkness, it was clearly staring at me, and it was coming toward me as a muddy stream, filling the passageway. Haha, seriously. Seeing this almost spiritually shattering scene, I muttered a word and immediately prepared my spear. Baby flood. It's the term used by fans of to describe the sheer volume of Youkai mothers, adorable babies. In the game, it refers to the continuous battles in the underground tunnel quests, where the players are not allowed to run away, let alone get ahead. In the movies, novels, and manga, it is literally expressed as a muddy stream of Youkai covering the screen, panels, or pages, or as a roar. If you can't imagine it, just imagine the last battle for the defense of a city in the third movie of a certain virtual reality world ruled by machines. In any case, this muddy stream of Youkai is treated by fans as a sure kill event that can only be given up almost completely. It is because it is so unreasonable, and the amount of damage is so great that there is no end in sight. However, this is not a game. Then, there is no reason why there is not a little bit of hope for the underground tunnels. In other words, Murasaki-sama, yes. Murasaki reacted to my scream and fired a slash with her face contorted in the next instant. With a sound that cuts through the air, a shockwave hits the muddy stream of Youkai, turning the dozens of Youkai in the lead into pieces of meat. But, no, it's no good. It won't stop. Just keep shooting. I pull something out of my pocket. I didn't want to use it, but I can't help it. Then I took out the next tool from my pocket, which I prepared for this quest. The nitroglycerin made by mixing nitric acid and hydrochloric acid with the fat extracted from Youkai meat, and the dynamite made by soaking cotton in it and mixing it with gravel in a bamboo tube were not my original idea, but the result of the research of the old man based on an imported book published by the Western Empire, which is mentioned in the game. It was regarded as a defective chemical that was unusable because of its tendency to explode, but I took it on and made it into an improvised weapon. To be honest, it is a secret of mine that during the time I was carrying it in my pocket, I was terrified that it might actually go off. As soon as it is thrown, the nitroglycerin inside the dynamite, heated by the spiritual energy, explodes more powerfully than black powder could ever do, just as it is supposed to. The sound of the explosion hitting my gut. Boom! The impact causes the ceiling of the underground tunnel to partially collapse, crushing several Youkai. I then throw an additional flash ball into the horde, blinding them and causing them to stop for a moment. Murasaki-sama, aim at their legs only. I understand. At my request, Murasaki fires a slash. Unlike the previous slashes, the slashes did not cut the enemy into small pieces and kill them but cut off their limbs, and most of the Youkai who were stopped and cut off was still alive. And while still alive, they were trampled by the Youkai behind them. These monsters are crushing their brethren and trying to attack us. Tisk, not enough, huh? One more hit. I throw more dynamite at them. It is not aimed at Youkai, but at the ceiling of the underground tunnels. The bamboo tubes, thrown with all my strength, hit the ceiling and the nitroglycerin inside reacts. The impact and debris from the explosion hit the monsters from above, who were trying to step on and over their comrades, hitting the vital parts of their skulls, necks, and spines, and then crushed bricks and dirt come crashing down on them. The Youkai who tried to step on top of them were immediately cut open by the girl's sword, and their mobility was lost. Is this it? Murasaki-sama, let's get out of here. That's enough. I shouted when I saw that the Youkai had stopped moving for good. The underground tunnels are not that big. If Youkai advance with a swarm, there is no room for a human. Therefore, it would not be impossible to stop the muddy stream of monsters, even temporarily, by stopping their rush, cutting off the leading ones, blasting them to death, and, if necessary, clogging the passageway by lightly collapsing the ceiling in preparation for suffering the collateral damage myself. Of course, it would only buy time, but under the current circumstances, even a minute or a second was as precious as gold. Run straight, and when I give the signal, go right. They're coming from the front too. That's not funny. I yank Murasaki's arm roughly and run. If I listen carefully, I can hear the cries of countless deformed creatures coming from the front. At the same time, the same horrifying sounds approach from behind me. Damn, they've already broken through. It's coming from behind us. I know, slash when I give the signal. Now, to the right. In the darkness, where I could only see as far as my nose, I followed the signal and jumped to the right at once. Luckily, my timing was right. I didn't crash head-on into the wall and break my nose. Now, shoot as many slashes as you can. Murasaki answered my voice not with her mouth, but with her actions. The next moment, the sound of the air being cut open was a total of 10 degrees. The swarms of monsters that had almost collided with each other from behind and in front of us turned into pieces of meat by the dozens as they densely packed together, trampling each other and trying to sneak into the alleyway. Moreover, some of the larger ones seemed to be included in the group, and the corpses were in the way, making it difficult for the following groups of Youkai to get past them. Okay, it worked. Now we can go to. Don't look away. They are coming from the side road. I turned my head to face the front in response to those words shouted in my ear, but it was too late. A huge female spider appeared from a side passage of the underground tunnels. I braced myself to react, but the next moment a white thread filled my vision. Servant! Murasaki screamed in despair. I was about to shout to her to get out of here right away when I felt a stabbing sensation on my neck, and my whole body suddenly went numb, and I felt my consciousness fading away. It was probably a neurotoxin, GGH. Damn it! I fell down on the brick floor, and just before I lost consciousness, I saw a girl with tears of fear running toward me, surrounded by countless Youkai. As if to cling to me. Chapter 28. The inner capital of Fusokuni, which is surrounded by the spacious and luxurious residences of court nobles, feudal lords, wealthy merchants, and exorcists. At the same time, serves as a fortress to protect the inner capital in case of emergencies. A young man was walking around one of the samurai residences near the western part of the inner palace. He looked around the residence, and finally, as if he had given up, he stopped in front of a room and said through a sliding door, "Murasaki, are you here? Answer me." In a flat, emotionless tone, the young man calls out to the person who might be on the other side of the sliding door. "But I'm going to open it. Is that all right with you?" After 100 counts and not even a single response, the young man finally offers to open the door. After counting to 10, and again receiving no answer, the young man opens the sliding door without any choice. Unexpectedly, there is no sign of boundary or technique, and the young man succeeds in entering the room easily. Normally, an exorcist's daughter would have set up some kind of trap to prevent a man, even a family member, from entering her room unannounced. But it seems that the owner of the room does not have the personality to think about such a thing. Now, the young man turns his head to check the room. The tatami-floored room was completely different from one side to the other, separated by a wall hanging in the center. Looking from the wall hanging to the east, there were swords decorated with layers of armor with various sorcery spells, a go and shogi table, and a bookshelf filled with books of strategy and various folklore and knowledge about Youkai. Typical of the room of exorcists, who mainly use weapons as their main armament. However, when the young man turned his eyes to the other side of the room, he found a completely different world from the one on the east side. In the center of the room, there was a bamboo blind, and behind it was a beautiful folding screen. The walls were decorated with vivid junihito, a style of formal court dress first worn in the Heian period by noble women and ladies-in-waiting at the Japanese imperial court, a large mirror stand. And on the karabitsu, six-legged Chinese-style chest, there is a gilded lacquered and expensive clothes. Then on its second floor, there is an ejiri, incense burner, a kagu chest, and a kikuchi bowl on which the furnishings are kept. All of them were covered with dust. In silence, the young man looks around the room, takes a glance at the room, and makes an assumption based on the information he has gathered so far. There are no maids or servants assigned. A horse is missing, and above all, the Youkai sword that was given to her is nowhere to be found. The only possibility was that she had gone out, which made the situation very peculiar. The problem was that it was a horse, not an ox cart or a carriage. This means that she was not visiting some residence, and it was obviously different from usual, especially when she didn't say a word to her family. Get a map and a pendulum. Yes, sir. One of the men standing by the young man's side responds to his order with a bow. Immediately, a map showing the entire capital and a pendulum is placed in the young man's hand. He performed this in a wide garden area. There was any number of catalysts that could have come from her. If it had been his father or his eldest son, or if she had been 2 or 3 years older, he would have respected her free will as much as possible and would not have pried into her affairs to monitor her every step of the way. However, she is still 13 years old, and he is the 4th son who is relatively overprotective among his siblings, and above all, she had just recently caused a problem in someone else's house, which is a different story. Therefore, the young man used the searching technique, and in a sense, he was right in his decision. Now, the hanging pendulum points to her whereabouts through the edge connected to the catalyst. But, the hanging pendulum pointed to a strange place. The young man's handsome face frowns slightly at the answer, and his eyes narrow in suspicion and disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, he finally made a decision. Gather the servants and the household servants who can move. Wear work clothes. It may be an unfounded fear, but it's better to be sure. The young man turns on his heel and walks to his room. I'm leaving too, get ready to go. Cancel everything for today. Maid, you may soak yourself in hot water. Prepare yourselves before you leave. The young man orders the others around him. At first glance, his expression seems to be unchanged, but those who look at him can see that he is in a state of agitation. And then, in the garden, a Shikigami was observing the situation of the residents. When the effect of the neurotoxin wore off and I finally regained consciousness, the first thing I saw was eyes. Eyes that were literally staring at me right in front of my eyes, so vivid, but somehow giving off a terrifying atmosphere. I can commend myself for not screaming. It was that terrifying. It is no surprise, because I lost consciousness without knowing what happened, and the next thing I know, I wake up to see jade green eyes staring at me closely as if they were staring into an abyss. Moreover, the eyes had a clear glint of madness in them. Oh dear, you're awake? Thank goodness. I was wondering what to do since you didn't wake up for a long time. Still, aren't all humans fragile? I was afraid the boys had gone too hard on you, you know. Noticing that I am awake, the woman turns her head away and smiles at me. She looks kind, and at first glance, I instinctively feel maternal towards her, with her charming and receptive beauty. Her long hair hanging down and the upper half of her body, without a stitch of clothing on, was at first glance sensational and immoral. But at the same time, it also made me feel divine. However, such an impression changes drastically when I saw the lower half of her body. It was a huge lump of meat. A mass of bloated flesh like a meat bun, from its sprouted limbs in the shape of various creatures as if they had been made of horse shit. The horrifyingly ugly figure seemed even more grotesque in contrast with her white, thin upper body. What is this place? I was overwhelmed by the monster sitting in front of me, and with confused thoughts, I still looked around and tried desperately to grasp the situation by using all my senses, not only my eyesight. The dimly lit room was humid, and above all, it smelled foul. The strong, fishy smell, like a mixture of fresh dust and rotten water, could not be caused only by the sewage disposed of in the underground water system. No, what was even more unusual was the appearance of the underground waterworks itself. Something slimy was stuck all over the walls, and countless numbers of eggs were laid on the walls. Not only on the floor, but also on the walls and ceilings, there were hundreds or even thousands of eggs, from heart-beating creatures to eggs with shells like birds and reptiles, or like those of insects, or like frog eggs in a pool of dirty water. Just looking at them gave me goosebumps. This place, no way. Haha, this is a child-rearing room, you know? This is a room for raising children. This is where I give birth to my beautiful boys and raise them with great care. In response to her almost soliloquy, the female form creature answered in a low, gentle tone. I had already guessed this before I heard her words, but the woman was not human. No, I've seen her before. Perhaps she was. Nuo, help, somebody help me. I look at the scream. In a corner of the wall, there was a man screaming in a place where some disgusting flesh was stuck. That son of a bitch, he's alive. He was our guide who had abandoned us and fled when we were attacked by a swarm of worms. The skinny one, the meanest looking of the three, was half buried in the flesh, bound and gagged. Oh, suck it. And I move my eyes to discover it. A little far away from the screaming guide, there is Ako Murasaki, who is also bound in the same way. She too seemed to be in good health, but she was unconscious and slumped over. Damn, me too. And now I realize that I am also bound by a viscous substance like flesh. Somehow I can move my right hand, but the rest of my body doesn't seem to work right now. No, the problem will be after I get out of this restraint. Yes, it is. Even if I could get out of this restraint, what should I do? It is infinitely difficult to kill Youkai mother in front of me, not to mention how many of her brats there are. Right now, looking around me, there are at most a few dozen little Youkai-like ants tending to their eggs. But if the monster in front of me mutters a single word, an overwhelming number of them will come pouring in from nowhere in an avalanche. Damn it, I'm not going to get stuck here. That said, what should I do? I turn my head desperately, and I think of the existence of the old man's Shikigami. Yes, I'm sure that the old man would not leave it alone when he notices the existence of the monster in front of me. Maybe he has already gathered some information. First of all, let's contact him through Shikigami. Oh, is that what you're looking for? As if noticing that I was looking for something, Youkai mother pointed at it, not in a sarcastic or harassing way, but as if she was really inquiring. I looked down at my feet, and there were some papers torn into pieces. I thought there was something hiding in there, and when I caught it, it went berserk, you know? I tried to hold it down and it just ripped right through. So, I'm sorry about that. Was it something important to you? I almost laughed at the monster, who asked me this question with such concern. Haha, damn, this sucks. I guess the other Shikigami that Yako and the others were using for stalking has also been dealt with. I don't know about the others, but it doesn't matter at this point. I can't afford to be concerned about it. After all, this is very bad, isn't it? I'm stuck, maybe not totally stuck, but definitely stuck. At this point, I realize the fact. The inevitable fate of death stands in my way, and I feel dizzy. Oh, shit. Wait, calm down, don't give up, don't give in. Calm down, that's right, just calm down, there's always a way. Where is it? Eek. That's when it happened. Ako Murasaki, who had been unconscious until a few minutes ago, also woke up and screamed at the same time she realized what was happening. She moved her head to the right and left, and when she found me, she looked relieved for a moment, but immediately her face turned blue as if in despair. What happened? What is this? Nuo, help me. Nuo. Please calm down, Murasaki-sama. There's no point in making a fuss here. Please take a deep breath and keep your mind calm. I take a glance at the guide who is still screaming, wailing for help. But I remain calm and give Murasaki some advice. To tell the truth, I'm about to go crazy myself, but ironically, the fact that Murasaki and the guide are panicking helps me keep my composure. Heh, it seems that child is fine too. A child's loud voice is a sign of energy. Then, there is nothing to be afraid of it. You can be just as cheerful and loud as her. The monster smiles as she looks at me and opens her mouth. I force a smile and reply to the words of Youkai mother, which are obviously made out of good intentions. Is it because you can see that the prey is good and alive? Then, who are you? Well, you don't seem like a decent guy when you're redecorating the basement of the capital like this. I asked to buy time. Unfortunately, I couldn't think of a way out of this hopeless situation. So, for the time being, the only and best thing I could do was to prolong the time until I would be eaten alive, even if it was just for a minute or a second. Haha, you don't have to be in such a hurry to ask me a lot of questions. I'll answer them all okay. Don't panic, don't panic. The question was asked in a slightly hostile tone, meant to provoke and probe, but as expected, the monster was not angry at all. On the contrary, she treated me as an energetic child for asking multiple questions. Yes, as a mother, the most important thing is to see her child in good health. In that sense, the two over there are very energetic, and I am very happy to see them. You, on the other hand, are a little too quiet, but I am relieved to see that you are well enough to talk to me. The monster proclaims this with a hearty smile. That's very good, you lunatic. Then, was that your next question? Uh-oh, who am I? As you can see, I'm your mother, right? Oh, I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but it's still a funny thought process. Mother, I'm sorry, I didn't come out from between your legs and you didn't adopt me. I know you're getting old, and your legs and back are hurting, and you want someone to take care of you in your old age. But I don't think you're a mother fraud. I know that's true, but believe me, it's true. I love you and the two of them as mothers from the bottom of my heart. All living things are the ones I should love, and if you are worried about me, I don't have a problem with that. I'll give birth to you again, even if it hurts my abdomen. Well, thank you very much. She obliquely said this, as if she was trying to reassure me. It seemed that the monster in front of me didn't even recognize my abuse or provocation, literally interpreting my words only at face value. I can only laugh and spit it out, to which she smiles back at me and says, "You're welcome." After all, she is a former mother goddess, a goddess of the earth. She's got a lot of heart. I can't even begin to explain. Now, the last question is, why am I redecorating this underground waterway into a child's room? Well, you know. Kuchan always told me not to talk about it too much, but because you're going to be a new family now. It's okay at least. Oh, it looks like that boy is about to hatch at the right time. Take a look at that. She grinned and pointed to a sack of meat. Inside it, something is stirring, and its heartbeat grows more and more intense. And then, hiss, tearing through the disgusting sack of flesh like a membrane, a hideous monster emerges. Covered in mucus, it looked like a reptile or a bony human being. It had a backwardly bulging skull, large sunken eyeballs with sharp fangs, unusually long limbs with dinosaur-like claws sprouting from their tips, and a serpent-like tail that was undulated. Well, 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 what a cute little baby he is. The horrifying creature, its whole body covered with a fishy smell, rushes toward me with ape-like agility when it spots me with its eyes that do not know what it is thinking. Of course, neither I nor the guides can say anything out of fear, but all we can do is just stare at the action in silence. Grrrrrrrrrr. The creature standing in front of me tilts its head and looks at me as if it were looking at a rare object. Its mouth is stringy with a strong odor like a rotten fish, which makes me nauseous. Its long, thick, reddish-black tongue slithers out and strokes my cheek, which gives me goosebumps. I get goosebumps. Seriously, I want to look away. And then, as if it had made up its mind, the creature, which had been peering at me for a while, opens its mouth so wide in front of me that I think its jaw has fallen off. Oh, my dear little boy. You can't eat him, okay? The newborn baby turns around at the gentle voice of Youkai mother appearing besides it. Then, with its body dripping with mucus, it walks up to the voice and crawls down on all fours like a dog in front of it, wagging its tail. Good, good, you listen to me. If you want your food, it's here, okay? After patting the head of the mucus-covered creature, Youkai mother points in the direction. What was ahead was a pile of some kind of meat hanging like a mountain, a feeding ground that looked like a meat factory. It was obvious from the shape of the bones that the meat was not just an animal. The baby ran out like a dog and jumped into the pile of meat with bones, and with a horrifying crunching sound, it was time for dinner. Both Murasaki and I frowned at the sound. I'm sorry for that. I think that boy was hungry because he was just born. But well, a similar thing happened before. The boys ate all the babies I was trying to rebirth, and I had a hard time. Most of them were dying, and I had to eat them in a hurry. I'm glad I kept an eye on him this time. The monster talks about the horrifying details with a wide smile on her face, which is a bad thing for those who get eaten anyway. Well, in the manga version, the story describes the Exorcists who were made to wait for their turn to be born again, while suffering with their guts splattered, because they stopped the baby's lunchtime in the middle of the story. I think the people involved in this game are crazy to add a grotesque scene with such a beautiful picture. I want to ask you again, is that a former human being? I ask fearfully and half-surely. Yes, that boy is a former human being. Isn't he a very energetic boy? Haha, and recently many humans have been visiting this place, you know? I'm sure there will be many more babies born in the near future. Surely this room will become even more lively. And I'm looking forward to it, said Youkai mother with a thrilled expression on her face. That's great. It seems to be made of a mercenary of the research team that disappeared the other day. And from the looks of it, he is in the medium, Youkai, class, right? The ability of the Youkai mother to rebirth, in other words, to ingest other creatures and rebirth them as Youkai, varies depending on the material. If the materials are low-grade or few, she lays low-grade eggs like insects, fishes, and reptiles. And if the materials are high quality or a combination of many materials, she lays eggs in a larger pouch or gives birth directly from the womb. At least that is how it is explained in the book. In the case of Murasaki, thanks to the high quality of the material, in one of the bad endings, she was born from the womb and almost completely inherited her memories. And in the end, she was killed by her family in a depressing situation. If that's the case, there are not so many brats made of humans yet, huh? Looking around the room, there were still only a few sacks of eggs. There were at most 2 or 3 dozen. Most of the hundreds or thousands of eggs looked like those of insects or fish. But that's about it, I suppose, since the materials obtained from the underground water supply are quite limited. In this respect alone, the situation is much better than in the original game. The quests in the original game will probably be available about 3 years from now, when the merchants and nobles who were entrusted with the management of the water system can no longer handle the situation in secrecy, and they are no longer willing to do what is necessary. By the way, the fact that the main character can choose it as a quest as soon as he comes to the capital means that the difficulty is so low. Therefore, many other exorcists and mercenaries are also taking it. But then, no matter how long it remains, from a meta point of view, the quest is still there. Come to think of it, some people have a theory that the exorcists are just throwing their pawns into the battle. The power of a family of exorcists that has been in existence for hundreds of years is different from that of defective stray exorcists with a history of only 1 or 2 generations. And at the same time, the loss at the time of death is incomparable. The imperial court must have known that something dangerous was lurking underground as soon as the quest was released. And then, there was an analysis that the court was gathering information by sending the defective stray exorcists to the underground in order to avoid the accidental loss of valuable and talented exorcists. Well, in that route, time runs out and the babes are released before the countermeasures are finally completed. Ha ha ha, truly, this is bad as far as I'm concerned. I muttered to myself. Whether it was about the situation, the monster in front of me, or the world itself, I didn't know. And then, I wondered what the fallen gods were thinking of me, and she narrowed her loving eyes at me. Poor thing. You look like an abandoned puppy. Hi, I said unintentionally at her abrupt and endlessly pitiful words. The crazy creature in front of me said something that puzzled me. Haha, I am your mother. I know everything about children, you know. So, I believe you are a really poor little boy. The Youkai mother looks at me as if peering into my face. Her eyes reflected my constrained face, and the reflection of my eyes in them reflected the image of a monster. I, too, have seen many children. So many different kinds of children. Life is always one to another, but humans are especially different from each other, and it is a joy to watch them grow up. The Youkai mother glances at the restrained Murasaki and the guide. The guide, who has been screaming half-crazed for a long time, however, looks at Murasaki, who is looking at us with anxiety and fear. But you have a very interesting soul, you know. She looked back at me again, staring at me as if she could see right through my soul. No, it's not like that, this is. Really, you poor thing, it must be hard, right? Did you feel pain? Of course, you're not ignorant. The words were strangely echoing in my ears, melting into them. Clearly, they were not ordinary words. I should have covered my ears. But my consciousness was almost forcibly directed to the monster's words, unable to resist, unable to ignore. Surely there are many who have suffered as you have suffered, and many who have been in more miserable circumstances than you. But the real despair is knowing happiness and contentment and being in the depths of despair, is it not? In a world full of death, people will not cling to life. In a world full of unreason and discrimination, people will not be outraged by their unfair treatment. In a world where the agony of hunger is common, people will not want to eat well. Of course they do, because they don't know. If they do not know about the safe world, the world of equality, the world of satiation, if they only know the status quo, they will not have any such envy or conception, and they will have to accept the world as it is. At least, those who are suffering from such a situation are not educated at the same time. and it is even more difficult for them to come up with such an idea, and they are probably few in number. Therefore, the most miserable thing of all is to know what is enough. To know what happiness is, but to know that it cannot be obtained forever. To know how little hope and salvation there is in ourselves. Isn't that right? My mother speaks the truth. Because of wisdom, people suffer. The poorest of the poor, the most ignorant of the poor, are still happy in some ways. The suffering of this life is bearable because of the expectation of the next life or paradise. Even if it is a means of escaping from reality. Even if it is an empty and baseless delusion. If it can protect and support the mind from the hellish reality that lies before people's eyes now, then they are still happy. And what about those who don't even have that? What are you saying? No, what do you know? You poor boy. Why is your way of life so cruel and pathetic that you can't run away, turn away, or escape, and that you can only live alone with no one to understand you? My mother's penetrating words contained deep feelings of compassion, pity, and sympathy. The words were clearly compassionate and kind, forcing me to feel relief, and at the same time shaking my heart violently, forcibly opening and breaking the emotional muddy stream that I had been keeping a lid on for years. It's okay, you've worked so hard, haven't you? It's all right now. You don't have to work so hard anymore, you don't have to suffer anymore, okay? It was only after she did that I realized what was happening. Before I knew it, my mother was right in front of me, holding me gently. The mask I had been wearing was thrown away on the floor, and she was holding me against her soft bosom. My head was being stroked like a baby being soothed. Everything was happening as I came to realize it. I had no idea how long it had been happening. My rationality had melted away, and I was about to overflow in a whirlpool of intense emotions. Sob. My eyes welled up, and I struggled to stop myself from sobbing. I instinctively knew that if I did, there was no going back. Heh, you don't have to endure. It's okay to be spoiled. It's okay to cry. After all, it's a natural behavior of a living creature to follow its emotions. And as a mother, why would I refuse to let my child be spoiled and cling to me? The words of my mother echoed in my head, ever so gentle and affirming of my weakness. A warm, gentle sleep fills my thoughts. I want to give up all thoughts, turn my eyes away from all realities, and just be sweet to my mother's heart, just like a baby. Out of relief and sadness, tears well up in my eyes. Oh, I sob. Yes, it's okay. You don't have to worry anymore. Mother is here for you. The temptation was so sweet and luscious that I gradually closed my eyelids like a baby. Murasaki, trembling at the sight, noticed something and shouted something at me, but my brain had already refused to hear or understand her words. I was tired. Everything else was too. I just wanted to get comfortable. Oh, it would be so nice to sleep like this. How much easier would it be if I didn't have to think about anything else, and just lived like an animal, faithful to my instincts, to my desires, to my feelings. That is exactly how Youkai should be, and it would have come true if I had just left everything to my mother. It seemed to be an endlessly fascinating fate. That's why. Come here. From today on, you're part of our family. Fa mi lai. Yes. You, as one of my boys, will be a member of our family. You are not alone. You have nothing to fear. That's right. If it's like that, I won't be alone anymore. No more pain. I can gather, eat, and live in groups. That's all I need. Then I won't have to worry, and I'll be happy and carefree. Wait, I seem to be forgetting something, or is it? I felt peaceful in my mother's arms, but something was still bothering me. Yes, something was strange. Something was definitely weird. Family? Was my family like this? My family wasn't like this. Yes, it wasn't like this. Brother. Suddenly, the image of a girl holding hands with her parents and younger brothers, and smiling carefree and exclaiming, was shown in my mind. The girl was familiar to me. It made me miss her. And although I would never see her again, she was still there. Yes, that was my family, my real family. Section. You've got to be kidding me. With that little mutter, the sound of something being stabbed echoed through the basement. All the Youkai in the nest stopped moving and looked at it. Ako Murasaki, who had been desperately shouting something, stopped and stared at the scene with a stunned expression on her face. Only the guide was looking around, not knowing what was going on. Oh dear. The human-shaped creature opens its arms, puzzled by the pain in its chest. Stabbed into its chest was a dagger. It was a dagger with a gold leaf and lacquer handle, engraved with a vivid cherry blossom pattern with many layers of curses on it, and it was in the hand of the human being who it was holding in its bosom. "Why?" she asked, not with anger, but with confusion and sadness. As if in answer, the human who had been in her arms slowly lifted his face. Then he opened his mouth. "Don't play with me. Don't you try to destroy the memory of my family. Don't take away my family." With his face wet with tears and with a trembling voice, but with clear intent to kill, hatred and anger, the young man shouted. And then, he forcibly pulls out the dagger he has thrust into the human-shaped creature's chest. Red plasma spurts from her white skin, wetting his face. And then, "My dear boy, what are you doing? Don't act like a mother, you monster." She wasn't going to hear any of it. But in the next moment, the sharp dagger blade drawn by the young man had indeed pierced the left eye of the fallen mother goddess. Chapter 29. As soon as I plunged my dagger into the monster's face, my consciousness was fully awakened. Whether it was the Youkai effect jutsu or my confused memory, I regained my senses despite feeling dizzy and nauseous, and I strengthened my arm holding the dagger. Ugh! I twisted the dagger's handle in my hand and yanked it out. But as I pull it out, blood splatters onto my face from the impact. Ouch, shit, did I just get some in my eye? The corner of my eyes is tearing up in a different way from the mental attack I've just had. Maybe because I pulled it out a little too violently, however, I don't regret it. It was all necessary. Nevertheless, despite having a gorilla-sama's dagger, which was far superior to my own spear, it was clear that it would not be enough to kill this bug-like creature. But the reason why I stabbed the dagger as deeply as possible was not to kill the monster, but to buy time. Yes, to buy time to escape. Shit, hurry quickly, cut it off. I use my free right hand to cut through the mass of flesh that is restraining my body while holding back the vomiting in my stomach. And once my left hand is free, I use my spear, which is nearby, to forcibly break the binding. Ooh, my eyes, my dear boy, why are you? The dagger thrust deeply and gougingly into the chest near her throat, and then into the left eyeball, had neutralized the creature in front of me, albeit only for a short time. In the present state, Youkai Mother is holding the left side of her face, bending over and moaning. Meanwhile, all the surrounding Youkai were confused. After all, Youkai are just Youkai, and most of them are small Youkai created from creatures living in low-grade underground tunnels. They are unintelligent and unable to move in an organized manner without the control and orders of the Youkai Mother. However, that level of wound will revive soon anyway. We have to get out of here before that happens. Somehow I managed to break free from the restraints of the mass of flesh, and I ran, ignoring the Youkai Mother, who was approaching me, and the confused and rampaging Youkai in the hive. My destination is not the exit of this naturally ugly hall, but rather the place where I find Ako Murasaki, who is also restrained and unable to move. "Murasaki-sama, I'll release your restraints now, please help me." With this yell, I thrust my dagger into the lump of flesh that held her dominant hand and cut it open. By the way, this is not done out of the goodness of my heart. Instead, I am not so optimistic as to think that I can escape from this place without her, who is the best combatant in this place. And even if I could escape from the underground tunnels by myself, it would not be a good idea, considering the trouble I would have to go through later. In such a situation, the weakest person at the scene is always the sacrificial lamb. So, her survival was a prerequisite for my survival. The only problem is that, "Murasaki-sama, what are you doing? Pull yourself together." Why yes. I ask the stunned girl as I yell at her, desperately trying to release her restraints. I guess she's patient enough not to stick her tongue out at me. No, even though I know it's a bit harsh for a little girl in her early teens. However, I can't take a lenient attitude because my life is at stake. On the other hand, Murasaki, who came to her senses at my loud voice, hurriedly pulls out the sword on her waist and stabs and slashes at the lump of flesh that restrains her. Once she joins in the work, she uses the sword in her hand to cut apart the flesh in a deceptively brilliant and efficient way. Who says she's the least talented swordsman in the family? Come on. Let's go. Yes, Iek. After somehow breaking free from the restraints, Murasaki stands up as if leaning forward at the sound of my voice, but the next moment she screams. At the same time, I felt pressure on my shoulder. I turned around quickly with my spear and dagger at the ready. And there was Youkai Mother, holding my shoulder with her other arm while holding one of her red bleeding eyes with her hand. The huge amount of Youkai energy that oozed from her body made me gasp in horror, though I didn't realize it until now. No, was she suppressing her Youkai energy until just now? My dear boy, why, you shouldn't do that, okay? If you go away, I will take you with me. Even after being stabbed in the chest and having her face slashed open, this monster still tries to speak words filled with love and pity. But her word technique is prevented. This was done by a shikigami that suddenly appeared through a gap in my clothes. A moment later, the shikigami in the shape of a small bird materializes with a puff of smoke. The graceful egret-like figure, Kachu, let out a menacing cry and charged at Youkai Mother as if in a rage. What ah! Shikigami's movements were precise and optimal. The egret, which had ambushed the Youkai Mother, pecked, gouged, and crushed her other eye with its sharp beak in the next instant. Even though the shikigami is not able to hurt her so much, her eyeball is not made as strong as steel. Therefore, it was the best choice. Even if temporary, the difficulty of escaping from a Youkai Mother who had lost sight of both eyes was far easier than when she was in perfect condition. Who's using that shikigami? I don't know. Anyway, hurry up. Let's put aside for the moment who's using that shikigami. It doesn't matter. If this person is trying to buy us time, we'll be grateful to use it. Now I shook off the Youkai Mother's arm and grabbed Murasaki's wrist and started to run. Hey, wait, please, don't leave me. I was about to leave the room when I heard a scream from behind me. I turned around to see one of the survivors of the guide, restrained and writhing on his feet, looking at me and desperately asking for help. We don't have time. Leave that thing behind. Murasaki shouts at me as I stop to walk away. The fact of the matter is, there was no time to waste. After all, despite Shikigami had skillfully avoided the attack of Youkai Mother by repeatedly breaking away from the attack and by positioning itself in front of the countless eggs, it was clear that it would not last much longer. Unless it was a sacred beast of high rank, a simple formula using only a piece of paper as a catalyst couldn't harass Youkai Mother. Its beak and claws were not powerful enough to reap the life of the fallen god. At the same time, Youkai who have lost their control are running amok in a frenzy around them, some of them even starting to cannibalize each other. At the same time, I don't know when they will turn their attention to us. More than anything else, the great underground tunnel space was shaking from the rampaging Youkai. It was scary to see what would happen if Youkai ran amok in the underground tunnel, which was probably made by the Western Empire's immigrant engineers who had collapsed hundreds of years before. In all honesty, I did not know when the ceiling would collapse, not to mention the fact that it was only a guide to ask for help. He was not a nobleman, not a person related to exorcists, just a commoner. According to the common sense of this world with its strong status system, a man who desperately seeks help is just a person who can be left to die. Therefore, from Ako Murasaki's point of view, such a lowly being is not worth being saved at the risk of her own life in this emergency situation. That's why she told me to leave him there. I turned away from the guide and tried to walk away. I couldn't just dismiss Murasaki's words as arrogance and self-preservation. Everyone values his or her own life, and in some cases, it is inevitable to sacrifice others for it, especially in a world where life is too precious. Therefore, I cannot deny Ako Murasaki's words, so I too will put my own life first and leave this place. Sigh, surely, it's not going to happen, huh? I let out a sigh and unwillingly turn around and run to the guide, who is calling for help. What are you thinking? We need a guide, don't we? Murasaki-sama, get to a safe place first. We can meet up with you later. Murasaki looked puzzled as I turned around, but I shouted to her to get away from the place, and I kept going through the big hall where bricks were beginning to fall from the ceiling while protecting my head. Of course, just like when I saved Murasaki, this act was not done out of a blue sky sense of justice or goodness. It was for more rational and self-righteous reasons. After all, there is no longer a shikigami to guide us. Except for the egret type, which I don't even know who is using it, there is probably not a single shikigami lurking around me now. If there were at least one of the old man's shikigami, he would be talking in my ear right now, giving me advice. In other words, I can no longer count on his navigation again. Then, a substitute guide is indispensable. Now that I am in front of the guide, I pull out my dagger. Ah, you're going to help me. I owe you, I really owe you, huh. Wait. I thrust my dagger as hard as I can into the lump of flesh that restrains the guide's body. The dagger pierces through to the hilt, perhaps because it is covered with many sorcery techniques. But then, the guide screamed at the force of the thrust. Mister, it's too scary to be stabbed so boldly, you know. Please be more gentle and careful. There's no time for that. I'll be careful but give up a little scratch. You're not a child. I shouted, and I started to dismantle the flesh with a dagger, as if I were roasting a whole pig or dismantling a tuna. I am careful not to kill him, but the edge of the dagger seems to hit him a little too hard, and he lets out a little scream every time I stab or cut him off. It's tough. Then how about this? As I continue to cut the meat, the fat and mucus make it difficult for the blade to cut. Finally, I had no choice but to grab the guide by the neck and forcibly pull him out. Ha ha ha, thank God. I'm sorry, I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Don't thank me, let's get the hell out of here. Oh shit. The monster rat suddenly leaps from the side, but I smash its skull with the side edge of my spear. But that was only a prelude. The next moment, several Youkai appeared in front of me and tried to attack me. I braced myself in a panic, but before I could get into position, they jumped on me. Get out of here, you little fish. With those words, a figure passes like a gust of wind. And with a single sideways slash, the monsters were cut to pieces and killed instantly. The one in front of us, Ako Murasaki, turns around with a strong-willed look in her eyes after eliminating the threat. I was blindsided by her wild spiritual power. WH, what are you doing so idly? Let's get out of here. I understand. After a moment of silence, Murasaki's words were uttered with a somewhat embarrassed expression on her face, and I came to my senses in a hurry and ran out like a leapfrog with the guide. Guide, I don't care where. Is there an exit near here that leads to the surface? Why yes, the nearest exit is through that passageway. We follow the guide's lead and run through the Youkai, who are eating each other. The guide and Murasaki run into a small passageway at the corner of the hall, and I follow behind her. This is the last of them, I've got no choice. As I make my way down the passageway for the last time, I pour a small amount of spiritual power into the last stick of dynamite I have hidden in my pocket, and then dump it at the entrance of the passageway as if it were a souvenir. There was only one dynamite left, but I couldn't afford to be stingy with it. I should use it when I can. A moment after I left the big hall, I felt her eyes on me and I turned around. There she was, that damned monster. At her feet lies a shikigami, torn to shreds and in the process of disembodiment. Her left eye I had pierced seemed to have regenerated almost completely, and her blood-red eyes were staring at me. No anger, no hatred, just a look of affection, pity, and sadness. And the other person seemed to have noticed my gaze and smiled gently, yes, gently and sadly. Then she moved her mouth and said something. Heh, I'm afraid this is all I can do. I'm sorry to say goodbye, but let's give up this time. But in the end, my quick lip reading failed to pick up any more words. Because the next moment, the ceiling of the hall collapsed due to the explosion of dynamite, and the many Youkai who were confused went wild. Damn you. I turn around, shaking off the irresistible temptation, pushing aside my frustration, ignoring my many doubts, and running frantically after Murasaki ahead of me. There was not an inch of time to spare for anything other than escape. It was all I could do to get out of the immediate danger. Even though I felt, in my heart, unspeakable guilt, regret, and anxiety. Section, Eek. They came from in front of us. Don't stop, the way will be open. The passage of the underground tunnels leading to the exit was hell. Out of control of Youkai Mother, Youkai were rampaging around everywhere, eating each other because of their density, and jumping on us humans as soon as they found us as a feast. In the middle of this, Murasaki and I run through the dark corridors, escorting our guide. I stab to death the creatures that leap out from the sides, and Murasaki instantly turns the swarm that appears in front of us into a mass of flesh. How far have we run already? It seems to me that we have been running for a very long time, and it seems to me that not even half a minute has passed yet. And all the while, we continue to slaughter the hordes of obstacles that stand in our way. There's no end in sight. It was almost an unending hell. Dozens, maybe hundreds of them. Most of them were small fry, insignificant because of their original materials, but the number of them was so absurd that it could be called a muddy stream. Even so, if the situation where several to a dozen or more monsters attacked us in waves continued for a long time, my physical and spiritual strength, not to mention Murasaki's, would not have lasted. We're getting nowhere. If that's the case, Murasaki comes to a halt and sheathes her sword once more after kicking off all the nearby Youkai with a shockwave of 7 slashes. Murasaki-sama. Just for a few minutes. Protect me there for a while. Murasaki dismisses my words with a crisp, blunt stare. She closes her eyes and takes a deep, deep breath. It is literally a natural state, and her spiritual power, which had been tense and turbulent just a moment ago, subsides like a receding wave, and its presence fades a little. Mister, what is she doing? Why is she stopping? You watch the back, I'll stop those in front. I order coldly to the guide who wants to run away quickly, and I move forward. I cut the artery in the neck of a cat and a wolf Youkai who approached quickly in the darkness with a short spear to kill them. And then I pierce a flea as big as a big dog who jumped in front of me with a bullet-like speed with a dagger through its face. This flea bastard, it's going to suck my blood, huh? From above, H-holy. Immediately after that, I heard a noise from the ceiling and looked up to see a cockroach that looked like it could hold a human being in its arms coming down. Probably the original material was a black cockroach. It flapped its wings like an angel, but it stares at me with inorganic red glowing eyes, not knowing what it is thinking, and its jaws open wide up and down, from side to side. It's so disgusting. I strengthened my legs with my spiritual power without thinking and kicked it from the side, but I don't regret it. I didn't want to get splattered with its bodily fluids by using my short spear, and slammed face first into the wall of the underground tunnels. The half-destroyed head of the roach is mercilessly swarmed by the other Youkai. 10 seconds left, huh? Shit, they're still coming. I count the time remaining as ordered by Murasaki, and at the same time, I turn around and throw my short spear with great force. It pierced into the face of the monster bat that tried to attack my guide from behind, and it fell down into the sewage. Now I can no longer use my spear. As I look forward, I cunningly stabbed the head of a young Youkai pit viper that was trying to entangle itself with the corpses of its comrades and its legs under the cover of darkness, from above. With a twist of the blade, I crush its brain completely. But then, the vitality of snakes is surprisingly high, and even an ordinary pit viper without Yaukization can survive for about a whole day on its head alone. Considering the nature of the material, it was necessary to kill the snake without fail. 5 seconds left, huh? A flash fish came out of the sewage. It looked as big as a dolphin, with 4 legs like a crocodile abyss. The creature, which had probably been watching for a long time, smiled a grotesque smile and opened its mouth to Murasaki as if it had been waiting impatiently to come out. Seriously, make it in time. When I leap in front of Murasaki, the Youkai's attack-like impact is released at the same time. Judging from the impact, it probably could have cut through steel like a water cutter. Even the robes, whose durability had been improved by the sorcery, were rendered powerless in a few seconds. But at the next moment when my robe was about to be completely cut off and my body damaged, I held up my dagger and scattered the splashes of water. The water that was hit by the dagger still splashed at a very high speed and cut a thin slit on the surface of my body, but it was 100 times better than if my body had been severed. And then, sorry monsters, time's up. A moment later, I felt a rush of spiritual power like a storm swirling behind me. At the same time, an absolute sense of death gripped the place. In response, the Youkai who had just attacked us tensed up, and the smarter ones turn and run away in a hurry. But it was too late. Hamakengi Isen, Exorcism sword technique, flash. A moment after that shout, the underground tunnels were filled with light. It was the shockwave of a sword thrust from the very edge of the clearest possible light. Incredibly, the light that momentarily filled the underground waterway was probably an instantaneous combustion caused by the frictional heat of the air from the shockwave. The shock and resonance of air and sound blew away all of the Youkai before my eyes, leaving no trace of them. Literally, flesh and blood were vaporized and dispersed before the impact, and bones were scattered like sand. What is most terrifying is the fact that it was done over a wide area without letting even those who had escaped into the sewers or behind side streets escape, and with little damage to anything but the target Youkai, the underground tunnel itself. And after the non-humans had wiped out, there was no threat left in sight. There was complete emptiness. A thrust like a half-map attack that engulfed even the most distant Youkai. Yes, a thrust with a sword, and with that alone, most of the Youkai were reduced to dust, and even the surviving Youkai who were lucky enough to survive were afraid of the current blow and temporarily retreated backward. Even I could feel it by the air. Both the guide and I were stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. The guide was falling on his buttocks from the sheer force of it all. "Are you all right, Murasaki-sama?" A clanking sound echoed through the underground water. I look in the direction of the sound and see Murasaki dropping her sword to the floor and falling to her knees. Immediately, I ran over to her. I jerked slightly as I approached Murasaki. The blade of her sword had evaporated. White smoke trailed from the sword's hilt, and her palm was slightly reddened as if she had been burned. Ako Murasaki's face was blue and she was breathing hard, and sweat was pouring out of her forehead. "Ha ha ha, it seems I missed quite a few, huh? Well, not as many as my father and brothers. It's true I'm pathetic." Breathlessly, Murasaki scoffs at her own skill. "Oh, is that a failure level of power? I guess exorcists aren't human." Still, it seems that the blow was a map attack against Youkai in a closed area or a city-town, which is a technique inherited from the Ako family. Naturally, the skill and spiritual power required for the attack were not so great, and the one she had just done seemed to be a failure in her father's eyes. In addition, more than half of her spiritual power was consumed, her sword was vaporized, and her whole body was suffering from muscular pain. "It's not like my brother's. I didn't want to use it too much since it looks like this after just one shot, ha ha, but it can't be helped. Come on, let's get on with it." Ako Murasaki tries to stand up, though she is still wobbly. But her legs are shaking like a newborn fawn, and the next moment she almost loses her posture. "Excuse me, Murasaki-sama." I rushed to her side and supported her by grabbing both her shoulders. At the same time, I apologized to her because a servant like me touched her with both hands so closely. I know she won't yell at me for holding her hands because of the precedent, but I think I should apologize just in case. "I don't mind, thank you, huh. Is something wrong? This is my mistake." Unintentionally, I suppress my tendency to show my natural disposition and reply, maintaining a nonchalant attitude and a blank expression on my face. But well, it would be bad if her clothes were stained with lowly blood. My wound, by the way, was caused by the puke water sprayed by the previous Youkai fish. Although I was only sprayed and directly hit for a split second, so it was not a serious wound, a portion of my robe was torn, the epidermis was ripped up, and blood was soaking out. If anything, there were cuts on my arms, legs, and face from the splashed puke water, and blood was flowing from them as well. And the problem here, too, is the bleeding. Of course, it wasn't life-threatening, but it was still too much to look at, and what would happen if I supported another person's body as it was? Silk cloth, it must have cost a lot of money, isn't it? Even though it was not a formal costume, Murasaki was the youngest daughter of a famous family of exorcists. It must be at least 100 times more expensive than those of common people. If it is covered with the blood of a lowly servant, it's not good enough in terms of the values of this world. Isn't it bad? Nevertheless, the guide looks pale when he's finally come to his senses. Now silence reigns, the air is heavy, and it's Murasaki again who breaks it. "Let's go, we don't have much time." Murasaki begins to walk as if nothing had happened, using her sheath, which has evaporated and lost its blade, as a walking stick. My guide and I roll our eyes at the lack of reaction we expected and fall silent. Murasaki takes one look at us and frowns grimly. "What is it? Is there something you want to say?" "And no. I don't care what you think, but I understand the time and the place. I won't do something stupid, like getting angry just because my clothes are dirty at a time like this." The girl replies with a bitter expression on her face, as if she is remembering something. But then she immediately turns her face into a Buddhist monk's face. Sweat drips down her forehead, but she desperately tries to move forward. "If you keep silent, it's not good for us." "Ah, please forgive me. Guide, lead the way." I bow to Murasaki, who looks somewhat displeased and raises her voice and asks the guide to resume leading the way. At the same time, the guide stood up as if jumping up and down, started to walk through the dark underground tunnels impatiently, and soon overtook Murasaki. Well then, if that's the case. I stand beside the Exorcist's girl who is walking slowly, relieved that Murasaki can take an adult attitude, and wondering if this will work too. What do you want? I'm afraid I don't mean to be rude, but it's going to take a long time to get to the exit on your feet. I understand. I still know how to defend myself better than you. If you want, you can go ahead of me. Murasaki says, as if she is buying a sales pitch. But I don't intend to do that. No, it's not that, but I'd like to help you if you don't mind my asking. Help? What do you mean by that? It can't be. She looks doubtful at my proposal, but is she humiliated when she realizes what it is? Her face turns red with embarrassment. However, as expected. So you mean you will carry me on your back like a baby or an old man? And moreover, me on your back. I understand your discomfort, but we don't have much time. Please think about it. Although Murasaki still looks uncomfortable, I dare to advise her once again. Her survival is an essential condition for my survival, and even if it were not so, it would be too painful a loss for her, who is a valuable asset in this world and this country, to be eaten without any hesitation and used as a material to strengthen Youkai. Even if she is a low-ranked person in the eyes of her family, she is a monster in my eyes. It seems that the blow earlier has blown away quite a few of them, but I still don't know what will happen in the future. For the safety of all of us, please give priority to recovering your strength. Please, I beg you. The last word was a killing sentence calculated from her character. It was like taking advantage of her personality, which was like a lump of an inferiority complex, but I had no choice at this point. At my request, Murasaki looked even more reluctant and pondered for a few seconds. But she was neither stupid nor blind to the situation, as she said so herself. I'll punish you later if you carry me roughly, okay? I don't care if you're my cousin's servant, keep that in mind. With a tone of I disapprove of you, but she was open to it. She was irreverent and proud, but still a good person at heart. Thank you very much. I thanked her again, and I took a step closer to carry her on my back as I had said. And at that moment, I made a fatal mistake. I felt a piercing shock and pain from behind me, and I felt bewilderment before I screamed. Then I fearfully looked at the source of the pain. A bloody serpentine tail had sprouted out of the side of my robe. Oh, come on, this isn't funny. I didn't scream when I realized what was happening, but just took one look at the snake-like tail that was wagging like a snake sticking out of my side and blurted out. At the same time, I vomited up red blood in a single gulp, a feeling of vomit rising up from the back of my throat. The bitter taste of iron spreads through my mouth. This tastes bad. GGHH cough. The next moment, when the tail is pulled out from its side at once. The tip of the tail was twisted back, and because it was pulled out so roughly, blood spurted out from the wound as if it were splashing. As it was, I was slammed to the side against the wall by the swinging tail. Not knowing what had just happened in front of her, Ako Murasaki's mouth was agape like a fish on land. My blood spurted out of her side and splattered on her cheek, but she didn't seem to notice it. Good grief, I guess she's inexperienced. I wish she would get herself into fighting shape right away. But I can't say that, can I? I muttered with a bitter smile as I held the wound with sweat dripping down my forehead and blood pouring out of my side. As I muttered, I took a glance behind me, and out of the dim darkness of the underground waterway, it appeared. Or, more precisely, crawling on the ceiling, it was clinging to the walls and ceiling with its pure strength of arms. And then it landed on the floor on all fours, wagging its blood-soaked tail, in a move reminiscent of a cat or a monkey, with a throaty, mocking laugh. Cuckoo. It was probably the newest member of Youkai Mother's family, a newborn baby monster, which previously wanted to eat me in the hall before. Its mouth twisted in a stream of viscous saliva. Then, it appeared in front of us, ready to put a stop to its prey that had escaped from its nest. Chapter 30. Buzz. Aurgus. In the underground tunnels that spread out like a labyrinth, the hordes of Youkai, who filled the tunnels, have been killed without being allowed to resist by a single human being. But the monsters outside of human reason, who are out of the control of Youkai Mother, still rush to this best prey, which is a human who has strayed into their path, a woman with high spiritual power. Without even understanding the difference in power. Get out of my sight, you insects. Those words were enough. The next moment, one by one, they are ripped apart, blown apart, and turned into pieces of meat. The woman kicked away the Youkai with only a fan in her hand, marching forward through the no-man's wilderness. It was a one-sided slaughter. The woman's face, as she slaughtered the monsters amid her ongoing slaughter, showed no emotion. The peach-colored girl, who still looks young but also gives off a bewitching atmosphere, is hardly interested in the countless lives she has taken, giving only a coldness to those who see her. No, that's not it, the half-Youkai fox, who follows her closely or furtively, senses the passion in her lord's heart, although she is puzzled by it. She recalled that moment when her lord, Kizuki Ai, who was enjoying something while staring at a hand mirror alone, suddenly widened her eyes, then her face turned pale, and finally her face became shocked, and her expression became like a no mask at almost the same time. And abruptly she stood up, got off the ox cart, and with only her, a half-Youkai, she ignored the surrounding people's restraints. Or she eliminated them by force and went through the depths of the underground tunnels without even a single guide. Her steps were unsteady as she walked through the intricate dark passages as if she knew the structure of this underground passage from the very beginning. Of course, this was not the case. In reality, she was searching for the target with dozens of shikigami and knew the direction and distance to the target by divination. And so, here they are. Shiro follows behind her lord with an anxious look on her face. At her feet are countless piles of dead Youkai scattered about. She worries more about him who stepped into this underground tunnel before her, as well as about her lord, who has been in a swarthy mood since a few minutes ago. She had heard that there were not so many Youkai in there, but she could not be so sure because of the amount of them lurking in there. If that's the case. Tomob-san, is he all right? Isn't it obvious? The small, soliloquized words are answered by an angry, dough-filled woman, and Shiro's shoulders shake, her tail and ears droop, and she starts to get frightened. The dense rush of spiritual power, which can even be felt as if the lord beside her is trying to kill her, brings tears to her eyes. But after seeing the half-Youkai girl, Kazuki's second daughter's face turns stern and she turns back to the front immediately. Then she mutters, "Yes, he's safe, I must believe that. Otherwise, I will have to, yes, I will take action. But there is a good chance he is fine, isn't there? I mean, it's just many little fish out there doing their thing. The creep is just losing control of these guys, so he must be safe. It wouldn't be special if he couldn't handle them. Yeah, he should be. I'm sure he's safe. I am certain he had the right bait and isn't foolish enough to not use it properly. Otherwise, with what he's capable of, no, it can't be. I don't want to think about it. It's impossible. No way, it can't be." AI mutters to herself like a curse and yells at the end. At the same time, she swings her fan vigorously with her passion. At the same time, a storm was generated. It turned into an intangible blade, and with a single blow, it obliterated the muddy stream of the threadworms that had come crashing in from the front, leaving not a single individual, not even a single piece of flesh. It was a frontal crushing blow with the massive firepower made possible by releasing enormous spiritual power with the utmost efficiency. Hee ha. AI laughed eerily, having destroyed all the threats in the vicinity and with all her might. But it was a ghastly and terrible smile. Her expression, colored with intense emotion, was so terrifying that Shiro could not look at her directly, let alone call out to her. But, glancing at her lord with a trembling smile for a moment, Shiro looked down. She gets another impression, too. Yes. To her, AI's expression was like a lost child who is desperately looking for her parents out of anxiety. Section. It was hungry, yes. It was starving badly. It awoke from a warm sleep. Its consciousness became clear. It broke through the cradle that nurtured it and rebirthed, and the first sensation it became aware of was hunger. It was hungry for something indescribable and ineffable. And as the blurred vision, more like a photoreceptor or a pit organ than the so-called naked eye or eyeball, came into focus and became clearly aware of its surroundings, its colors and shapes, it first became curious about the being existence and then became interested in it. The being body, constrained by the mass of flesh that filled the walls and pillars of the great hall without a space between them, seemed to be very vulnerable. Then, with a sluggish and slow body, freshly reborn, it ran up to the being and observed it from the corner of its eye and nose. The being seemed to have no hard hair, no thick fat, and no strong muscles or exoskeleton. It with such fragile skin that could be damaged by the slightest thing, its instincts clearly told it that the being was a lower predator than it. It could see the fear in its eyes as it flicked its long tongue across its cheek. At the same time, it is filled with a sense of brutal, cruel, and abusive superiority that is typical of Youkai. But at the same time, it felt frustrated, feeling the emotions of a lower creature that fears its own existence in front of it, and its very existence itself. It did not understand why. But it did know that it was feeling an unspeakable sense of anger, frustration, and intense hunger at the mere sight of the creature. It was as if something precious to it had been lost. Therefore, it tried to bite the being in front of it to make up for the loss. Opening its jaws to the limit, tearing its soft flesh from its head with its wildly growing fangs, crushing its skull, and sucking its contents, it was under the illusion that if it could contain the being in its body, it would fill something missing in its mind. So it tried to prey on the being, but, "Oh, my dear little boy, you can't eat him, okay?" The words bound it from the root of its soul. The sensation of having one's thoughts forcibly smeared, the instinct violently and yet gently urging one to obey the words. It was an irresistible urge, but it reluctantly obeys the words. It obeys its mother's command and goes to the feeding ground to start devouring the mountain of food. No, it was sure of this as it gorged itself on the food. The food piled up in front of it is not what it seeks. Certainly, the physical hunger will be satisfied, but something was missing from the cold food before it. It lacked something that the soul of the it sought. Not enough, something is missing. Something to satisfy this feeling of soul unfulfillment, something to satisfy this craving, something to satisfy this sense of loss, is missing in this food. That's why it was an opportunity. When that fragile being stabbed its mother with the dagger, it sensed the loosening of the shackles that bind its soul and body. The vulnerable beings fled from the hall, and Mother had not yet recovered from the shock and grief, and the yoke of the soul that held it, and its family members captive had lost its power. And it was not so foolish as to miss its once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And so, it disappeared and tracked down the fragile ones, waiting with a subdued instinct for its more foolish brethren to weaken them. And when the opportunity presented itself for the brethren to be blown to bits, it finally. Section T that thing is from back then. Ako Murasaki's face tightens as she stares at the creature that appears before her. She had seen many horrifying creatures since she had entered these underground tunnels, but this one was special. The creature that tore open its meat sack must have been created by mixing several creatures. It seemed to have the characteristics of all creatures, and yet it was different from any of them. The appearance of this creature, which showed a wild and violent nature that appealed to human instincts, made Murasaki take a step back, and her wobbly legs got entangled, and she fell down on her butt on the floor involuntarily. Giararuumble, QQ-cuck. The creature twisted its neck and let out a dog-like snarl, then shook its bare, lipless mouth and slurped. The gesture, which reminded her of a human being in a cruel way, made Murasaki's shoulders tremble almost as an unconditional reflex, and made goosebumps appear on her skin in disgust. Then, after taking a glance at the female in front of her, the monster shifts its attention to the fragile being that slammed against the wall. Under the cover of darkness, it stabbed the fragile being in the side with its sharp tail and slammed it against the wall. The human coughing and coughing, holding the wound and breathing heavily, cowering. The wound was uncontrollably flowing bright red blood through the gap between his hands, and it was already staining the floor widely. Still, step by step, the creature approaches the dying man. With its characteristic tongue, it wipes the drooling mouth with a lick. And the next moment the Youkai turns around with a start and stretches out its tongue to catch the hilt of the sword that Murasaki has just pulled out. Acha! Its thick, long, black, grotesque tongue covered in mucus entwines with Murasaki's hand holding Youkai's sword. The sickening sensation made Murasaki involuntarily loosen her grip on the sword, and as if aiming for that moment, Youkai snatched it away from her and threw it into the back of the underground tunnel. The monster was indeed an instinctive beast, and it lacked reason, but it was not unintelligent or stupid. It understood well what the most dangerous threats were in this place. That is why it waited until the other compatriots had worn the little bitch down, or, as it is now, acted like it was caught off guard and took away its weapons. If she had jumped at it outright, the monster would have been stabbed in the chest with the sword she pulled out on the spur of the moment, and they would have been forced to fight each other. Yes, Youkai understood that the sword was dangerous. The memory that has been stuck in its brain in fragments has been sounding the alarm bells. The memory of someone long ago had warned it of the danger of that sword and how dangerous it was in the hands of that family. That's why the monster took the Youkai sword when the human girl was caught off guard and neutralized it. Now, knowing that its performance had gone well, the Youkai's mouth hangs open in a derisive smile. Its mouth is twisted into a gaping maw, and a slurping stream of mucus stains the floor. In front of it, the female shudders in despair at the lack of a weapon against it. It was foolish, Youkai thought. One of the swords was a Youkai sword, and the other one was of some quality. But to step into this underground tunnel with only 2 swords and in such a light outfit. The human girl in front of it must have been very careless. Although even she had entered here fully armed to the best of her ability, it couldn't do anything. For a moment, the monster doubts its own thinking. What was it thinking? How could it have just been born and yet know that Youkai sword are dangerous? Whose memory is this in the first place? Grrumble. The slight puzzlement, however, did not take shape until a moment later, when anger, frustration, and impulse engulfed it. Just as it desires, the creature stretches out its freely moving tongue in the next instant and strikes the exorcist girl in front of it in the stomach. Cough. It might have been different if she had been in perfect condition. However, the blow was too much for Murasaki, who was drained of most of her spiritual power and was not even equipped with adequate protective gear. The girl fell backward and coughed with tears in her eyes. The next moment, she notices the shadow, but it's too late. When she turns to face forward, the face of the terrifying creature is standing right in front of her. Its mouth hung brutally open, and saliva dripped from its fangs onto the girl's cheeks. The saliva was so viscous and foamy with a peculiar smell of translucent color, and it stained her white, soft cheek. But she couldn't scream either, because she knew that to tear her eyes away from Youkai now would provoke Youkai and bring about her death. A frightened girl of appropriate age with tears in her eyes. There was not a trace of the person who had slain hundreds of non-human monsters in her first battle today. The monster smiles at the sight of her, then it stabbed the girl sharply in the right arm with its tail. The tail penetrated through the palm of her right arm and went deep into the floor below it. The girl cried out pathetically in pain for the first time in her life. The monster slurps again with a derisive "Q-Q-Cuck." It knew that this kind of injury was not so unusual for exorcists, especially for defective stray exorcists, and that few people would be in agony from that kind of pain. No, what will you No. The creature stretches out its black whip-like tongue. Murasaki senses a suspicious atmosphere from Youkai and desperately tries to shake it off, but to no avail. She has lost much of her spiritual power and is now nothing more than a 13-year-old girl. With a stroke on the girl's cheek, its tongue lightly curls around her thin, slender neck. Then its tongue deftly twirls around the collar of the garment as if it were a hand. And at once, it grabs it and rips it. No, stop, Aya. Murasaki's clothes had been ripped off in a single slash from her neck to the valley between her thin breasts, her navel, and her left side. Her white skin was exposed, and her young physique was revealed through the fabric. She quickly tried to cover her body with both hands and screamed in pain as her hand was pierced. In response to her cries and screams, the monster chides him with an insect-like cry. Ugh, please don't do this, please, I beg of you. Before long, Murasaki was sobbing and pleading out of fear, despair, pain, and shame. A girl is just a girl, and a sheltered girl is just a sheltered girl. For a helpless child with nothing to rely on, it may have been only natural for her to beg for her life, even if it is disgraceful behavior from the point of view of the exorcists. Grrumble. No, please stop. What are you doing new? But of course, such pleas for life were futile against Youkai. Mucus dripped down from her chin onto the girl's abdomen. The flexible tongue slithered down the girl's lower body and traced her thighs. The girl feels an unknown fear and chill. No, her intuition as a woman told her. She knows what the creature in front of her is going to do to her. Yes, I remember, I think my father said. Immediately, she remembers her father's words, that she heard when she was much younger than she is now. Yokai are cruel, cunning, tyrannical, and selfish, greedy, and covetous. They have neither reason nor self-control. They are loyal to their own desires, feelings, and instincts, just like animals. And for many yokai, power is the most important desire of all, and they will do whatever it takes to achieve it. Yes, especially a girl with spiritual power is the best thing for yokai. Their flesh will increase their yokai spirit far more than that of mere humans and will lead them to a higher level. But they can eat it any time they want. In the end, when they are no longer useful. However, most of the time before that, yokai flock to women in groups to drain their power regularly, and they are often found dead. No, new. Someone help me. No, please stop. Nuo. Imagining the worst future that could befall her, she desperately calls out for help that is not coming. She cries out in despair and screams, not knowing to whom she is addressing. She screamed and screamed. It was all she could do. On the other hand, Youkai, feeling superior to this wretched woman, began to prepare itself to finally conquer her, to subdue her, and to provide itself with an outlet for its desires. Its thick tongue slips into the gap between the girl's clothes. Then it stroked her thin waist while running its rough tongue over her soft, white skin. From there, the tongue moves up her small buttocks to her groin, and finally to her groin, where it reaches its tip. Seeing herself being defiled beyond recovery, Murasaki prepares herself and her eyes close in horror. But then, I think you're out of your mind if you go any further than that. Hi. The next moment, Murasaki's eyes widen at the sound of that voice. At the same time, a monster scream rang out. Then, through her tear-stained blurred vision, she saw clearly. From behind Youkai's back, a shabby servant thrusts a dagger toward the monster's heart. Section. As soon as I was stabbed in the side, I knew that this newborn brat Youkai had been trying to get an opening for us all along. Therefore, it was only natural that I was also looking for an opening for Youkai as well. I could tell who was the most dangerous to the monsters in this place, and at the same time, it was also obvious who would attract Youkai the most. That's why I had been waiting for an opportunity for a long time. With Ako Murasaki as my bait, I was sure to get rid of the newborn baby. Fortunately, I knew that she would not be killed immediately because she was a woman. And I knew that although the monster seemed to have some wisdom, it was still a monster, cunning in its behavior, but at the same time arrogant and unaware of the fact that it could be caught flat-footed. If that were the case, shallow. As I had been taking narcotic pills to cover up the bleeding pain in my abdomen, my dagger stab had not been able to pierce the monster's heart completely due to my own low physical strength. A moment later, Youkai swung its tail like a whip. I read its trajectory just before it swung and tilted my head, but the left side of my neck is sliced open and red blood spurts out. Damn, even though I'm already on the verge of anemia. You son of a bitch, GGHHH. I screamed in searing pain as soon as I pulled out the dagger for another stab. As soon as I pulled out the dagger, Youkai's yellowish-green bodily fluid splashed out and burned my right arm. Apparently, Youkai's blood is highly acidic. Grr Ruumble. Youkai turned around and hit me. At the same time, I throw my dagger at it. But it missed, and the Gorilla-sama's dagger lies at the end of the underground tunnel. The Youkai then grabs my neck and presses me against the wall. GGHGGHH. The monster approaches me slowly with its creepy, peculiar look toward me as my neck is being squeezed tightly. The long tongue that has been playing with Murasaki's body comes close to my face. The visual of the tongue is obviously for erotic games, but in fact, it is a ridiculous weapon that has a projectile speed and hardness that could penetrate a human head if it were to hit too hard. And this Youkai was now trying to use its tongue as a clear weapon, unlike playing with Murasaki earlier. No, stop it, you monster. Stow, ah. Trying to save me from being killed, Murasaki tries to get up, but is struck again by the tail and falls to the ground. With a sniffle, Youkai takes a glance at Murasaki and glares at me with a hateful look. Then, the grip on my neck tightens. I felt like I was about to suffocate. GGH, don't come any closer, run away, ha, please get out of here. Murasaki, who has been cut and maimed, lies crumpled on the floor, nearly half naked, her face pale with despair, as she continues to mutter deliriously. Now, after giving me a cold stare, the monster opens its mouth wide as if it's been waiting for me and tries to take a bite out of my head. But, haha, I'm sorry, but the law of the jungle is the law of the jungle, right? Youkai, who is about to devour me, twists its head as if in doubt when I give it a wry smile, even though I'm supposed to be cornered. But it's too late. The next moment, Youkai turns its head as if in a panic when it realizes the murderous intent, and a silvery serpent appears from the side and bites it, almost swallowing its lower body whole. No, it is not a serpent. It was a freestanding sword made up of countless small blades overlapping each other. Growlul. The Youkai was bitten by the sword, its body was twisted and tightened, and its entire body was cut open, spraying yellowish-green blood. The Nikiri Kyubai Sajamaru, neck cutter, one of the Youkai swords passed down in the Akko family, was the most gentle and easy to handle of all the Youkai swords in the family. And its unique feature was that it did not depend on the user's skill level. But then, this is the predatory form of Nikiri Kyubai Sajamaru, neck cutter, the sight of it rampaging against Youkai right in front of my eyes. According to the setting, this Youkai sword was originally just a sword. But as a result of the first head of the Akko family, who had a broken personality, cutting down numerous Youkai with cruelty and persistence, this sword was bathed in blood and hatred, and directly inherited countless curses, transforming itself into a kind of Kyujukujin, 99 deities or spirits that are said to protect and guard the boundaries of a sacred space. Or, in this case, is it more like Yaukization? Either way, the sword has transformed in a single generation, which would normally take a long time. There is no doubt that it was filled with such a grudge, and one day it finally awakened its ego as a Youkai sword and attacked its master as a monster composed of countless blades. Nikiri Kyubai Sajamaru, neck cutter. Then, it forgot its master. After that, many times, sometimes at the time of the replacement of the master, the Youkai sword suddenly revolted against its master. But each time it was forcibly recognized by the owner of the Akko family, who was a maniac, and finally it became quiet in the mode of giving up. Oh, how pathetic. However, the Youkai sword, though seemingly pathetic at first glance, was in fact so powerful that no swordsman or exorcists would be able to control it. Even if it sounds pathetic, the quality of the sword is actually good enough to be handled roughly by the Akko clan members, and depending on the user, it has enough sharpness to cut down an average calamity Youkai. Even the predatory form, that is about to collide with Youkai, the scales composed of countless blades would normally cause countless cuts if touched carelessly, and its body did not seem to mind even its highly acidic body fluid. Well, it may depend on the compatibility, but even the sword can win without its owner if it is a great Youkai, and this fight made me think so. H-ha. Murasaki looked at the scene in front of her, stunned. Nikiri Kyubai Sajamaru, neck cutter, has left its master, who is in charge of suppressing and controlling its Youkai energy, and awakens its Youkai consciousness when it has been exposed to Youkai blood. Murasaki seemed to be seeing for the first time the predatory form, in which the sword is trying to increase its power by devouring other Youkai to retaliate against the hateful Akko family one day. Well, it is just a Youkai sword that even a mediocre Murasaki can hold down, isn't it? I'm not saying that common exorcists can suppress it. It did well. Coughing through teary eyes and touching the tightness marks on my neck, I am relieved. Everything had gone according to plan. I'm not smug. With my skills, I'm limited to a few small Youkai without preparation, and a few medium Youkai alone with maximum preparation, traps, and surprise attacks. Even when I was against previous Clam and Fox, I would have died in a heartbeat if I had been alone in the true sense of the word. That is all I am capable of. How am I supposed to stop an unscathed Youkai with most of my spiritual power gone, with no support from anyone, or even with a hole in my side, with my head spinning? Impossible, it would fail for sure. I don't even need to try. The result is obvious. The main purpose of my stabbing the creature in the back was blood. Then, When Youkai counterattacked me, I naturally threw my dagger, which was covered with spurts of blood, toward the direction where Youkai's sword was thrown away. As it turns out, the Youkai sword, bathed in Youkai's blood, automatically preys on its prey. But then, I didn't expect the blood to be highly acidic. Damn, my right arm hurts. Servant, your stomach wound is. Hey guide, where are you hiding? I know you're here. Murasaki mutters something, unaware that her torn clothes are shifting, but I don't have time to answer her. No, seriously, you have a hole in your side too, don't you? My internal organs are unharmed, and I'm covering up the pain with medicine, but there's not enough blood, and it's starting to make me feel bad. Why yes, you're a great mister. You can handle a monster like that. Help me stop the bleeding. Damn, I don't blame you if you don't smile and fool around. I lean my back against the wall and click my tongue, out of breath. I can't ask a guide who has little or no experience in combat to fight a Youkai head-on. Even if he dared to fight, he would probably only last a few seconds. It's a good thing he didn't run away alone and just hid behind a side street. But then again, he should have at least helped with medical care. Ha, 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 somehow, it's over, huh. Clutching my side with a piece of cloth to stop the bleeding, I take a glance at the battle in front of me. It seemed that the end was near. Youkai lets out a roar that sounds like a scream. Its seemingly mechanical and physical body is supposed to be strong, but its whole body is already covered with cuts and blood. The lower half of its body was being wrapped, restrained, and tightened with a creaking sound like metal. The Youkai sword, which resembles a giant snake, looks down at the Youkai, who desperately tries to escape with both eyes glowing red like a devil's fire. Then with a gulp, it opens its mouth as if to swallow it whole. And then, Growillos, the Youkai sword bites down on the head of the frantic Youkai. With a grotesque grinding sound, the Youkai's exoskeleton cracks. Youkai, realizing its own fate, violently attacked with a fierce and ghastly look, but its resistance was in vain, perhaps because its strength was too different from the others. It seemed only a matter of time before the monster was devoured by the Youkai sword, which was gradually being hunted down like a snake. Is this the end? Although she was shocked by the shocking sight of her own Youkai sword devouring Youkai alive in front of her eyes, Murasaki somehow managed to speak. Rather than speaking the truth, she seemed to be wishing for it to be over. But, no, not yet. I muttered quietly at Murasaki's words. I wasn't sure. But I couldn't believe that the cunning Youkai in front of me would end like this, and I knew that this world was not this sweet, and more than anything else, I understood the bad luck and the lack of precision of the person named Ako Murasaki. So, Growla spew. A moment later, a shadow is spat out from Youkai's mouth toward Murasaki, but before it reaches her, I pierced it with a dagger thrown with great force, and it fails miserably. Only a few drops of translucent saliva stuck to the shadow and splashed onto Murasaki's face, stopping her from thinking for a few seconds. Then, she immediately understood the situation and slowly turned her head in my direction, her face turning pale. Well, it's important to assume that anything may happen, right? I was talking to myself, holding the hole in my side where I had felt severe pain from the projectile I had just thrown, and saying this to myself. But it was a lie. After all, I knew. One of the ways of death for a girl named Ako Murasaki was to die instantly by being pierced through the chest by Youkai's vomit from its mouth. The creators of this game must be crazy to have prepared 10 different death scenes of her in these underground tunnels alone, right? I was literally gasping for air as I looked up to the heavens and took a deep breath, suddenly thinking about such an out-of-place thing. Chapter 31. Jigai. A small, ugly scream came from the body, writhing on the floor like a drowning man in agony. It was clearly not a normal creature, as its head was cut in half, and it did not die instantly. This monster, which looked like an eel with no eyes and whose whole body was completely white, was spat out by the dying Youkai as if it was his last desperate effort. It was probably the main body of that Youkai, or his alter ego, or some kind of alter ego. Judging from the fact that it was moving toward Murasaki instead of escaping to the sewage, it might have the ability to be a parasite. Either way, it's only a matter of time before it dies, since its head was cracked open. Mister, I retrieved it back. Thank you. Fearfully, the guide pulls out a dagger from the miserably suffering monster and offers it to me, who is roughly wounded and unable to move. The dagger is, to be sure, a gorilla-made dagger. I had thought that he might just take it because of its high price, but I was a little surprised to see him being so obedient. Though I don't want to be rude, so I won't show it in my face. I can't believe it spits out something like this at the last minute. At all, Youkai are all creepy folks, aren't they? With a contemptuous look in his eyes, the guide takes a glance at the eel-like creature on the floor, and then shifts his gaze as if he has lost interest in it. This may be partly because the Youkai, who had spat out the eel-like creature, began to be chewed by the Youkai sword with a loud sound of its body crunching and crunching while screaming. The sight of the Youkai sword mercilessly devouring the screaming Youkai, who desperately tried to escape, was so vivid and shocking that in a sense it was inevitable that both the guide and Murasaki turned their attention in that direction. Jigai gi et Gertz. Thus, it was only I who could hear the tiny lamentations of the tiny life that lay at my feet. A miserable, pathetic existence, opening its mouth like a fish on land and twisting its body as if in search of something. Mig ahin, jigai gi. The mortal eel was muttering a single word under its breath. There was a sense of deep despair, pain, lamentation, and loneliness, rather than the words of Youkai. NWO, gis, jiggy NWO, I want to go biwak to my family giggy jiggy gi. The creature, who had been sobbing, pleading, and whispering in a trembling voice, finally took a deep breath and was silenced forever. Its flapping, looking up head fell to the ground, and it never rose again. I said nothing, just staring at the tiny corpse of Youkai. Initially, when Murasaki was reborn, the Youkai of hers had taken over her memories and personality almost completely from a descriptive point of view. So, even though the quality of this Youkai material is far worse than hers, the memories will be retained to some extent if more than one person is used as material. And what is worse, the most vivid memory for human beings is the suffering just before death, and such memories are more likely to be inherited to Youkai. It's really, really helpless. Hey, did you say something? Don't worry, I'm just talking to myself. Just sentimentality. I said as the guide beside me gave me a doubtful look. Yes, this is just a selfish, self-satisfied sentiment. It's a little too late to say that this world is a cruel and hopeless place, and even the tragic fates of the former humans who died at my feet were not necessarily the worst in this cruel world. So there should be no need to feel sorry for it, no need to pity it. After all, that was the way it should be. Still, family, huh? As soon as I think about it, a throbbing headache rises, and I clutch my head and frown. Damn, my head aches from deep inside ever since that motherfucking lunatic played with my mind. I've been ignoring it for a long time, thinking about it, but the back and forth is so fuzzy that once I get deep into it, I'm almost confused. I see that, said Eek, mister, that bastard, it's coming this way. Suddenly, the guide seemed to have noticed this and pointed at me in a frightened manner. Looking in that direction, I could see that the Youkai sword, which had swallowed Youkai completely, was crawling toward me. Ugh. Murasaki-sama, please calm yourself. If you look at the sword, you will see that it is yours. It will not attack us if you are in control of it. I encourage her to calm down, forgetting the pain of the wound on her hand and the torn costume as she slumps to the floor in fear. Of course, this is not with good intentions, but with a backhanded meaning. Even if it is corrupt, it is a Youkai sword. If the master is underestimated too much, it might rebel. If that happens, we are all finished. Nikiri Kyubai Sajimaru, neck cutter, is treated as a Youkai sword in the game and in the original work. But to tell the truth, it is also true that the Akko family, which is specialized in swordsmanship, can control it. If it were a mob like me, I would be literally eaten to death without being able to even resist. So, I need Murasaki to control it properly. Though in reality, Youkai swords, which have been carefully trained, physically by successive generations of Akko families, will not overcome their trauma and attack humans so easily. But still, there has never been such a case in the original game, let alone in the side stories and so on. Even when the sword betrayed Murasaki and skewered her to death, it did so after Murasaki was reborn as Youkai, more precisely. It was the moment when the reborn Murasaki lost control of the sword after fighting with her father and dying. Conversely, this Youkai sword has been carefully trained by its previous owners, so at least even in its violent predatory form, it would not attack humans just because it is hungry. Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be. Hi. The rumbling and the floating sensation I felt immediately afterward made me realize that I was flying through the air. Unable to keep up with what was happening, my thoughts went blank and I was confused. What? What is it? What happened? What the hell happened? What I felt a little later was a sharp pain in my left arm. As my vision turned to the opposite direction, I happened to catch a glimpse of my left hand where I felt the impact. And I saw that my left arm was completely broken and pointing in an obviously funny direction. Ag, GGGG, HHHH. The first thing I felt, as I rolled on the floor of the underground tunnels, was doubt and doubt. What's going on? What happened? What's happening? Who did this? I finally find out the cause of it as I cough up blood on the floor, wriggling my body, and look around me. Probably I was head-butted on the head. The predatory Youkai sword, with my blood stuck to its head, was staring at me with the utmost caution and hostility. What? Why? I didn't understand. I didn't understand why. I didn't know why. All I knew was that I was helplessly trapped in a dangerous situation. And while my head was filled with doubts, the Youkai sword was transforming its appearance into something more sinister. But then, it was clearly trying to kill me. Ha ha, are you kidding me? You ungrateful son of a bitch. I had helped it to become a predatory form. But this damn Youkai sword, it made me so miserable that I found myself crying and laughing at the reality of the situation. It was a complete escape from reality. Haha, I'm really going to cry for real. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Section. What? No, please stop. What are you doing? Ako Murasaki, whose face had turned pale several times during the day, was screaming with the tightest expression on her face so far. It was too sudden. She was already weak and worried that she would not be able to control her own sword, which had transformed her appearance into a ferocious Youkai. Although the servant told her to be at ease, she still felt uneasy. To be honest, the next moment she was even prepared to be clamped down and eaten to death as she had been against Youkai. But however, this was in a way worse than being eaten to death. Youkai sword, Nikiri Kyubai Sajimaru, neck cutter, in the form of a giant snake completely ignored her as it slowly approached. With its huge physique, it scrambled past her, jumped, and attacked the servant with a headbutt. Moreover, she saw several blades growing out of its head just before the collision, as if to increase the killing power. Amidst this, there was a glimpse of clear intent to kill and hostility. Why are you doing this? Nikiri, answer me. Murasaki shouts the abbreviated name of her sword and asks. However, the Youkai sword does not pay any attention to her and crawls toward the young man who is lying on the floor moaning and suffering. Although he was dressed in black vestments that were hardly soiled, it was clear from the red stain that was now spreading on the floor that he was losing an excessive amount of blood. Any further bleeding would be fatal. Nikiri, can't you listen to my order? My order, your owner's order. The frustrated girl stands in front of Youkai's sword with her hands outstretched. Her torn costume is quite revealing due to the attack by Youkai, but the frantic girl does not notice this, or if she does, it is a minor detail. Youkai sword glances at its master with its reddish-black binoculars, but immediately loses interest and tries to approach the servant from the side. The girl's self-esteem is severely hurt by its complete disregard for her. I told you to stop. Murasaki hesitated for a moment, but immediately raised her voice and touched the iron serpent. At that moment, Murasaki's face contorted in pain. The scales of the Youkai sword were made up of countless blades. It is needless to say what would happen if she touched its surface carelessly when it was moving. And since her right arm had been pierced by Youkai, the pain she felt was considerable. Even so, she did not let go of her hand. With her bloody hand, she grabbed Youkai's sword and again gave an order. I order you, don't move. You know what will happen if you move any further. It was a threat using her own body. She does not know what Youkai's sword thinks of her. But the fact that her orders are being silently ignored gives a pretty clear idea, but that's not important at this point. What is important is her position. She is, after all, the daughter of the head of the Ako family, and she is literally giving an order to the Youkai sword. If the Youkai sword disobeys her order, the scar on her palm will become even more grievous. Murasaki admitted that she was being disrespected by the sword. She also understood that she could be a hostage, but if her sword ignored her order anymore, Murasaki would be hurt even more. If that happens, what will be done to Youkai swords that have injured those who are related to the Akko family, even if she is a disgrace to the Akko family's lack of talent? Nikiri Kyubai Sajimaru, neck cutter, must not be a lowly monster. The steel monster pauses for a moment and stares at Murasaki as it touches its own torso. Murasaki is convinced of victory by its reaction. But, are you going to that extent? Are you going to that extent to ignore my orders? Murasaki's face is distorted with grief. Youkai sword did not give up on Murasaki's threat, but responded by retracting its blade. The smooth, silvery body brushes past Murasaki's palm. A streak of bright red blood was left like a line on the silvery white body. Eek, mister, this is bad. We've got to get out of here. Eek. The guide who was trying to escape by dragging the bloodied young man was lightly grabbed by the serpent. Wait, I don't bathe every day and I'm sweating a lot. Wait, please wait, give me a break. I have a hungry sister, GHHH. The serpent tosses away the guide, who desperately begs for his life, as if it doesn't care about the guide at all. The screaming guide plunged headfirst into the sewer. Then, after seeing it, the serpent loses all interest in the guide and moves forward to the young man who is still in agony from the pain caused by his injury. I told you to stop. Murasaki rushes in front of the sword in almost hysterical desperation and strikes it with her blood-soaked fist. Pow! 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 She punches it again and again, not caring about the pain of her own fist, but what does a girl who has lost most of her spiritual power have to fear from the blows? Serpent looks at Murasaki's resistance with a cold gaze. But then, it opens its jaws and stretches out its tongue like a needle, aiming at the young man's neck. HGGHH ag. The blow was not fatal, because the young man rolled on the floor with his palm outstretched. However, the tongue, which had turned into a metal needle, pierced the young man's palm and went straight through the bone and flesh of his arm to his shoulder. Although he did not scream loudly, the young man let out a moan of pain. When the serpent violently pulled out its tongue, reddish-black blood poured out from the new wound without stopping. The sight of this made Murasaki's face twitch even more miserably. Tears of despair, helplessness, and guilt welled up in the corners of her eyes as she desperately tried to stop her own sword, screaming and punching it. Still, Youkai's sword stretched out its body without paying any attention to Murasaki. Murasaki knew what it was going to do. Just like it did to Youkai just a moment ago, the Youkai sword is going to clamp down on its prey like a snake, break its bones, and swallow it from the head. No, please. Please stop, he's got nothing to do with this. Attack me, just attack me. Why are you doing that? Murasaki shouts. She couldn't understand at all why this Youkai sword would give priority to attack that servant. She could understand if it attacked her because of the history of Nikiri Kyubai Sajimaru. But why target that young man, of all people, and him only? Why him of all people? No, please stop. Please listen to my orders, If you hate me, if you're hungry, I'll take his place. Murasaki's reproachful and angry commands were gradually turning into tearful pleas. Murasaki pleads with the Youkai sword as if to hang on to it. She even suggested taking her own life as a substitute. Normally, there would have been no need for such a request. After all, a servant is a servant, and it is natural for him to sacrifice himself for Murasaki, and she has the right to accept it as a matter of course, because she has no obligation to help the young man by sacrificing herself and proposing to take his place. The reason? Murasaki doesn't know. She herself didn't know why she would say such a foolish thing. She just didn't want to let him die like this. Yes, she would not leave him to die without doing anything to help him. Youkai's sword glances at its master with cold eyes and ignores her again. Then it crouches down and crawls toward the moaning young man, trying to strangle him. Murasaki screams as if she is having a tantrum, but it means nothing. But because it seems annoyed, the Youkai sword lightly restrains Murasaki with its tail so as not to disturb it any further. Then, when the Youkai sword comes within a stone's throw of the young man and is about to open its jaws, "What on earth are you doing?" A voice echoed too well in the underground tunnels. Yes, it was the very next moment that those icy words were spun. The huge body of the Youkai sword was thrown through the air with a violent impact. It crushed and shattered, its skin shimmering like snow, decorated the underground tunnels. The Youkai sword, which had been slammed against the wall of the underground tunnels, was astonished. At first glance, it looks like a pathetic sword that has had its rebellious spirit broken again and again by the Akko clan. But in fact, Nekiri Kyubai Sajimaru Neck Cutter is a monster in the eyes of the general public. A Youkai sword of that kind would be enough to wipe out its existence if it rebelled. And this Youkai sword, which has maintained its existence and revived itself even after being crushed with all its might many times, is, paradoxically, a first-class monster that even the head family of the Akko clan could not easily defeat. Without damaging its body, grrrrrrrr, the Youkai sword immediately rises and roars. As soon as Murasaki, who is an obstacle to the battle, is released from its restraints, its serpent-like head splits into 6 pieces. Each of the 6 jaws had countless blade fangs inside. If caught by them, the prey would be torn to pieces by hundreds or thousands of blades that could cut even steel plates and would be digested while being ground into pieces. The mere sight of this horror is enough to make most people cower in fear. But, shut up. Grrrrrrr. Immediately after, the head of the Youkai sword explodes in a shockwave. The steel head shatters into pieces. But it is not over yet. The steel body of the Youkai sword is the entire body of the sword, and there is no so-called brain. The predatory form of the serpent is only a form that has been changed for the advantage of fighting, capturing, and feeding, and the destruction of the head cannot be a fatal wound. With its head missing, the Youkai sword attacks its attacker with tentacle-like whips extending from its entire body. The tip of the metal whip was a blade, and the speed of the whip was such that it could cut through a thin steel plate with ease. An attack that a mere man would have no way of dealing with. But still, yes, still, it was not enough to kill the human in front of it. Stop your yapping, you spoiled dog. The whip was all cut and shredded. At this point, the Youkai sword is finally shaken. Until the moment it was cut to pieces, the Youkai sword could not perceive the movement, not even the signs of it. Well, you are in my way. And before long, the woman touches the Youkai sword's body. She caresses the belly of the serpent with her right hand. Nonsense, when did she get so close? That's an order. Leave. The girl released the words at almost the same time. The serpent broke into pieces. Section, it was too one-sided. Nekiri Kyubai Sajimaru Neck Cutter is certainly the weakest of the Youkai swords owned by the Akko clan. However, this is only from the point of view of the Akko family. Exorcists who can fight against great Youkai by themselves are sufficiently top-class personnel, and the Nekiri Kyubai Sajimaru Neck Cutter, in its predatory form, can prey on most of the great Youkai without danger. And yet, the fact that it was a 14-year-old girl who had done it in such a one-sided battle, and that she had clearly not done it with all her might, was a fact that should make experts in the field shudder. Now, answer me. What is the meaning of this? Why is your sword attacking my Tomobe? Murasaki, who had been watching the battle in stunned, dumbfounded, and stupefied silence as she slumped to the floor, stiffened at the sound of the cruel voice. The girl in front of her was a peach-colored girl. She knew her well, she should have. But now, Murasaki hardly knew her. She'd never seen her like that before. This person, her cousin whom Murasaki had admired and envied, was a completely different person from the one that she knew. Her elegantly decorated clothes were covered with mud, and some of the fabric was torn as if she had been in a great hurry and had gotten it caught somewhere. Her long hair, which was always shiny and had probably been neatly pulled down, was in disarray. Her long, striking cherry-red hair fluttered in the wind. The most shocking thing for Murasaki was the expression on her face. There was nothing of her usual calm, bottomless, bewitching, and most of all graceful gestures. She was just angry, ruthless, and indifferent, but there was a clear sense of frustration, and also a hidden feeling of fear and anxiety, like a child who is waiting to be scolded by his parents. Murasaki tries to respond to her beloved and respected cousin's words, but the overwhelming spiritual power, hostility, and most of all, the sight of her never-before-seen appearance make her unable to find the right words to say. And she did not have the spiritual fortitude to respond. If you can't say anything, you don't need that kind of head, do you? Those cold words were being spun in front of Murasaki's eyes. Then, before long, Kazuki's second daughter, who had closed the distance in just a moment, was looking down at Murasaki with her lightless pupils. Then, she waved her fan in her hand as if it were a natural gesture. The fan, which was infused with extraordinary spiritual power, was harder than the one made of iron. And when she waved it with a speed that cut through the air, it was no different from waving a sword. And now, such a fan swung down toward Murasaki's thin neck as if it was being sucked into her. Although the youngest daughter of Akko was aware of what was happening in front of her, she could not react. She only understood the fate that was about to befall her, and then it occurred to her. She knew that it was not the right thing to do here, and in a way, it was a foolish thought. Yes, she thought, looking at that young man lying on the floor of the underground tunnels, out of breath, but certainly still alive. Ah, he is still alive, she thought. Before she was terrified of Youkai, and she had been crying so much, but then she accepted her death because he was still alive in a very natural and relieving way. She had accepted it. She does not know why, but she was simply relieved that he was alive. And now, when death was just in front of her. When the fan, strengthened to its fullest by the spiritual power, was about to reach her neck. "Aren't you joking too much?" respected Kazuki's cousin. "Tell me what is going on." Immediately after, a clanging sound echoed throughout the underground tunnels, bringing Murasaki back to reality. Then she noticed a figure standing in front of her. A tall, slender young man with hair of the same color as Murasaki's, flowing in a single strand. He seemed at first to lack facial expression. However, his eyes were narrowed, and his voice contained a hint of caution, no hostility. The long sword he held in one hand made a peculiar sound as it clashed with the fan wielded by her cousin. Akko Tauma Usaburo, the fourth son of the main Akko clan, nonchalantly protects his sister as he does regularly, and he turns to his cousin, questioning her emotionlessly. Section. A joke? Oh, you call this a joke? Has the fourth son of Akko become so good at jokes? It must be a joke. I do not wish to wield this sword against my relatives. Ai's face was distorted in a ghastly way, and Akko Tauma answered calmly as ever. Dear brother, this is Murasaki. There are a few things I would like to confirm later, but you should put this on first. Our men will be here shortly. It's not appropriate for a maiden to dress like that. Huh? Murasaki spins her words in a trembling voice, to which the fourth brother replies in an inorganic voice, throwing his own coat at her as he confronts Ai. Then, for the first time, Murasaki realized how much she was dressed. Her cheeks turn red, and she hurriedly puts on the coat. At the same time, she seems to remember the pain of the injury on her right arm, and her face is distorted as she clenches her right hand. You will be treated by those who will come later. And my respected cousin is that man who is being treated from your household. After glancing at his sister, Tauma glanced at the back of the underground tunnel, behind Ai, and asked. A white fox girl hurriedly rushes to the figure who is covered with blood like a rag and starts to stop the bleeding with a bandage, though her face is tense. Do I owe you an answer? It's true that it would help. However, it seems that you are not going to answer me. Tauma understands that he is not likely to get a proper answer, at least not from his current cousin. It can't be helped. Then let's put it off. But still, it's rare to see that my cousin is this mad. It's not that he despises her. But it was quite natural for him to be interested in the person behind just because this cousin of his, who is usually the furthest away from the idea of doing something for others, is so emotional. Anyway, there was no doubt that the man behind was not from Akko. But then, had there ever been such a person from Kazuki's family? At the same time, the fourth son of the Akko family glanced at the countless pieces of iron scattered. These were moving too little by little, but surely. It was as if they were trying to gather in one place. He immediately noticed that it was Nekiri Kyubai Sajimaru, neck cutter, which had been shattered into pieces. Then he turned his eyes again to the young man, who was lying down behind, and he squinted his eyes more as if he was wary of him. After a few moments, he had succeeded in predicting the situation to some extent. At the same time, a new doubt arises. The sword is not stupid. It should have learned that killing people without any particular reason would hurt them, so why? AI knew in her gut that Talma had doubts. She clucked her tongue inwardly and thought about how she could distract him from the suspicion, but that thought became unnecessary immediately. She had no more time to think about it, because, P-Princess, the blood won't stop. What should we do? Shiro's face turned pale and she reported in a crying voice. AI glanced in the direction of the voice. The young man lying on the floor was bleeding so much that it was a miracle that he was still alive, and Shiro tried desperately to bind up the wound with bandages and cloths to close it. But the blood was flowing out from the place where she tried to close it, and it was beyond the child's ability alone. Sorry, but I need to end this conversation. If you have any concerns or objections, please come to my home to discuss them further. AI answered almost as if she was going to spit out her words, perhaps because of her frustration and nervousness, and then she took her fan away from her sword and quickly turned her heel. She then seemed to have no interest in Murasaki or her brother, and rushed to the young man who had fallen down behind her, and released a shikigami she had pulled out from her sleeve to materialize it. A few shadows in the shape of puppets change their positions, and they slowly carry the young man who looks like a tattered rag. Murasaki tried to say something, but she could not speak. She did not know what to say. Come on, we need to leave this disgusting, uncomfortable place. I don't want to stay here forever. Why yes. AI ordered Shiro, and left the place with Shikigami carrying the young man. The white fox girl who was accompanying them followed the order of her lord, and when she glanced at Murasaki and the others, she gave a small, reserved nod and never turned her head again. After a while, AI and the others disappeared into the depths of the underground tunnels. Murasaki, a helpless girl, could only watch the scene as she had done so far. Yes, without questioning why her own sword had attacked that servant, why it had so far ignored her order, even though it was corrupt, and why a servant was still breathing even though his body was so injured. For the note, the guide who was thrown into the sewage was not able to come up from the sewage, because the monsters in human form were spreading killing intent all the while. But it was another story. Section. In a mountainous area far from the capital, a demon, Oni, was waiting at the exit of a passageway where sewage water from the underground tunnels was to be discharged. Oh, isn't that you, Yako-chan? It's been a long time. How long has it been since we met again? Perhaps you missed your mother for a long time. Ha ha ha, I still can't get through to this guy. You're really crazy. Yako the blue demon, dressed as an ascetic monk and wearing a kasa, bamboo hat, sarcastically dismisses the first words of the mother, who appears from the underground tunnels along with countless other strange creatures. Heh, you are a shy person, aren't you? Don't be shy, your mother will be happy to welcome you anytime and anywhere, okay? Here, shall I give you a hug? You're disgusting, old hag. Do you think I came to see a lunatic like you for that? Yako abuses Youkai mother, who declares so with sincere good intentions. After cursing her, the demon asks her, You know what I want, don't you? Can I ask you something? Why is a Youkai of your stature running away in the night like this again, and at this time of the year? Even though she knew more than half of the reason, the demon still asked hopefully. And Youkai mother was happy to answer her selfish question. Yes, you are right. Actually, my dear boy seems to be a little rebellious. Oh my, are you worried about him? Of course I am. Can I ask you to tell me about him? To these words, the demon replied with a mouth so twisted that it looked as if it was about to split open. A smile of delight on her beautiful face, and it is made all the more gruesome by Youkai mother's brief but a demanding explanation. Ha ha. Well, what a fantastic tale. It's the best. Ha, I can tell he's put an end to your old-fashioned charm, old hag. As usual, he's keeping me entertained. As she continues to listen to the conversation, the demon's smile becomes even more twisted, and she lets out a creepy, evil laugh. Of course, the words of this mother-faced monster are violence of fascination and enchantment. Once someone listens to her sweet words, it would be hard for them to think properly due to the euphoric and reassuring feeling, much less shake off the pleasure of it. Ahhh, this is the man I was looking for. Yes, he is, he has to be, or else I'll kill the hero if not. The demon exclaims in a somewhat theatrical, intoxicated gesture. Her face is ecstatic at the success of the future hero, who has done what she expected, or even more than she expected. By the way, when she heard that Youkai mother had been stabbed in the face by her favorite, she couldn't help but come. Her underwear under the demon's robe, which was not visible but was completely soaked at the time, was soaked to the skin. The face of the demon, who was only a beautiful woman, was soaked in pleasure, and her expression was fascinating and alluring, but the Youkai around Youkai mother was rather frightened by the sight of her, because the strong smell of the excited demon frightened them. Or rather, in a normal situation, most of Youkai would run away from the place as fast as they can the moment they feel the smell of the demon's body odor, no matter how far away it comes from. It was the greedy, selfish, egoistic, and cunning demon among Youkai. Oh dear, there were so many shikigami attached to that young boy, and I suspected as much based on the way he moved, but I was surprised to see that your shikigami was there too. Youkai mother, who knew Yako's personality and preferences well, was frankly surprised at the fact that she was so attached to that young man. At the same time, she herself became even more attached to her child. Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me. Why are you treating a hero of mine like a brat? I didn't want up such a background. Yako spits out at the thought of Youkai mother. Yes, she had no intention of accepting such a background. After all, he is the man who will be a hero after defeating her. There was no room for a Youkai mother in his life. If she accepts it, she's just a prelude enemy before Youkai mother. How can she allow such a thing? Maybe you have defiled him. More than anything else, the demon points out the fact that she doesn't like most about this whole thing. The right half of her face was shadowed by a shadow. Her right eye glowed red and crimson like a devil's fire. Her tone and manner were swarthy and Yaukesque, and she was dripping with such terrifying deadly energy that even a mere mortal could recognize it. Yes, this was exactly what Yako, who had been searching for an ideal hero to defeat herself for so many years, did not like and could not forgive. She did not want such a factor, such an element. Therefore, she questioned the Youkai mother. Depending on what she found, she might have to give up the hero she had found. Heh. Well, it may take much longer than giving birth to him directly, but it can't be helped. He doesn't want to be in my belly, so I have to let him make that choice. As a mother, it's my job to give him what he wants, right? Despite the extraordinarily large amount of killing power that would make a normal person incontinent and faint, Youkai's mother responded in a carefree manner and somewhat off the mark. It was neither a provocation nor a joke, but seemed to be a genuine attitude. I see. It's going to take some time. Besides, he has lived up to my expectations so far. So I have to tolerate a little bit of that. Yako considers Youkai mother's words, and finally, she forgives him. It was a surprisingly generous decision for a self-righteous demon. Any other demon would have been very upset if there was even a slight deviation from their plan, even if it was an irresistible force against a human being. Of course, she has her own selfish reasons for making such a decision. Well, whatever the case may be, she has not forgiven Youkai mother. No, there is no way she can forgive her. It is no joke to have her own prey, her own hero, taken away from her without her permission by the Youkai mother, to top it all off, defiled and stolen from her. It's not a joke. Well, that said, can you please not dare to die? The next moment, Yako, who had transformed into a deformed form, was almost instantly moving toward Youkai mother. Her white foot swung up to blow off Youkai mother's head, and it turned dozens of Youkai who stood there to protect Youkai mother into pieces of meat at once. Oh my, are you also being rebellious? But that's all right. If you'd like, mother can take you back to my womb. Maybe can give birth to a better version of you. Just die, you bitch. The fallen god is so carefree and crazy as to say such a thing even though dozens of children are torn apart in front of her eyes at once, and she herself has just been almost killed. In response to this nonsense, the demon who has abandoned her human disguise screams out in a ferocious, rage-filled roar that is akin to a scream and attacks. After that, the sound of a thunderous blast rang out in the forests. A few days later, a team of exorcists from the Onmyu dormitory, who had conducted a massive sweep and search of the underground tunnels, discovered a pile of thousands of scattered Youkai corpses at the exit of these tunnels. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Epilogue, for me, it was just one of many irrational, life-threatening, unwanted memories. This little girl in my arms was trembling, simply trembling. because there was nothing else she could do. The girl who should have been able to run fast without leaving sound behind, whose arms could have beaten to death any monster even with her bare hands, was now completely helpless. Her body was powerless, and her overflowing spiritual power, however, was completely useless. The reason for this was that she had been paralyzed by a neurotoxin, and her flow of spiritual power had been blocked by a Youkai poison secreted by a Youkai that imitated a carnivorous plant. And thus, she was no more than a child with no power at all. Now she is a small being who has no choice but to be frightened of even the lowest class of young Youkai. Not even one of the simplified sorcery could be performed by her. To put it bluntly, she was nothing more than a useless handicap. "Please no, I don't want this, I'm scared." The half-naked girl sobbed, huddled behind her cloak. She repeated the plea over and over, her voice trembling with fear. Tears streamed down her face as she felt a sense of betrayal from the world around her. The damage she had suffered was too much for her 10-year-old mind to bear, who had never known failure before. Such a shock and intensity of the experience were overwhelming for her. And the most unfortunate thing was that this was still far better than her original fate, which was not yet solved. "Haha, this is really impossible. This situation." I spat out in a tone of disgust as I hid myself in a crack between two big rocks in the deep, deep midnight, in the forest where monsters were wandering around with high spirits. In fact, I was getting fed up. I never thought it would be this hard. I boasted with a wry smile on my face. I didn't want to die, so I prepared as much as I could for this forced shit event. However, I can't help but laugh at the fact that all the items I prepared were wiped out on the first day. No, I didn't underestimate it. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. It's close. The roar of the creature echoing out of nowhere makes my expression grim. It probably hasn't spotted me yet, but I don't think I can stay longer. I wanted to recover my strength as much as possible. Ugh. Suddenly, I look down. A peach-colored girl hidden in a cloak is looking up at me with frightened, clinging, teary eyes. There was a sense of despair, fear, and anxiety. She's a smart girl. She understands her situation. Her young but smart head seemed to understand that there was no way to search and rescue, that she was helpless, and that the only person to whom she could depend on was the cheeky servant in front of her. And that more than anything else, she herself was just an obstacle to the servant getting out of this forest. "Don't make that face, I'll figure something out," I say to her, wearing a half-cracked mask. I didn't have time to joke around, but I couldn't let her scream here. So, I'll at least play the clown for her mental stability. Though, as a servant, I don't want her to see me too expressive since it might arouse unnecessary suspicion. "Well, that's what I'm trying to say, peep at me, you monster." Immediately, I pull out a cheap dagger from my waist and throw it at the monster. The monster rat that had been watching us from the crowd is pierced through the skull, its brain destroyed, and it dies without a scream. Luckily, I was able to stop its scream before it called its friends. The girl, unable to detect the presence due to her young age and the poison, watches the whole thing with her mouth hanging open. At last, she looks like her age. Well, it's better than her previous cocky attitude. I hope this will make it a little easier for me to do what I ask, I hope. Thinking of the reality that things are not going well in the world, I observe the girl again with self-deprecation. Apparently, she does not distrust my attitude, and that's convenient, but still. Eek. I reach out my hand to her and she trembles, her shoulders shaking with fear. She stares fearfully at my approaching hand, and finally, she shuts her eyes as if enduring. Then, she opens her eyes curiously at the touch on her head and looks at me. "You know, I've been looking at it for a while and thought it looked comfortable to touch. Well, since we're in this situation, you'll have to forgive me for this." I offer this with a wry smile and a rude attitude. I'm not lying. I've always had a thing for silky soft, bright hair, you know? Though I don't deny that there's more to it than that. The girl who looked anxious, but when she saw no hostility or malice in my eyes, looked at me quietly as if she were a borrowed cat being petted, and then hugged me tightly. Tusk, she's really a smart kid, isn't she? She understands the danger if she doesn't want to be petted. Well, it's better than making a fuss without thinking about the situation, but it's really a hell in this world to force a child of no more than 10 years old to put up with such a thing. Has she gone to sleep? How much time has passed? Perhaps exhausted from all the work, I noticed that the girl in my arms was breathing quietly in her sleep. She may not have been at ease, but she could not resist her instincts, I guess. Seriously, when I look at her like this, she looks even more like my little siblings. Memories of my younger siblings flashed through my mind. It was not the shape of their faces, but the atmosphere of their faces. Especially my little sister, who cried so hard and hugged me after she had a scary dream. She used to fall asleep like this after soiling my clothes with tears and snot. Such a cheeky little girl. She's really cheeky, isn't she? Although, kids are supposed to be cocky. It's better than being scared and trembling. At least right now this kid is innocent. Besides, I won't get out of here alive either way if I don't bring her back. So, it can't be helped. I have to do it, that's why. Please hold on to my body until we get out of this forest. I stood staring blankly at the red pool of blood beneath me, a result of the cut on my back from when I let the peach-colored brat escape from the monster. It was a smile of determination. It was a long time ago, 4 years ago, I think. Section, a dream, huh? Those were the first words I muttered when I came back to consciousness in the real world. Then, following my consciousness, my senses gradually regained a sense of reality. Hijijich. I let out a groan and opened my eyes, still in a foggy, hazy state of consciousness. Then, what hit me suddenly upon my return to reality was a feeling of pain and exhaustion. I felt intense pain all over my body. Even moving a finger was difficult. It felt as if I was tied. The next thing was a headache. I grit my teeth and endure the throbbing, pulsating dull pain that comes from deep inside my brain, as if my head is going to crack. And here I felt a fever and a chill. I felt hot inside as if I had a cold, but I also felt chilly. I felt nauseous and finally realized that my upper body was covered with bandages and wet with sweat at the same time. The last thing I felt was fatigue and exhaustion. My body felt as heavy as lead. Every bone, every joint felt worn out. An intense drowsiness lured me back to the land of sleep. Such a temptation was irresistible. Still, I instinctively suppressed the desire. If I could not withstand that level of this temptation, I could not resist Youkai's illusions. My memory of the last few minutes is hazy, so I move my eyes to get a better grasp of what's going on around me. There was a ceiling, a wood ceiling, which meant that I was in a room somewhere. Next, I saw a sliding door and confirmed that there were some hanging scrolls and furnishings, though it was too dark to see them clearly. The bedding and pillows were made of feathers. Then, I guessed that I was in a bedroom. What is going on? At least I know that I'm not in a servant's hut that has been assigned to me. But at the same time, a question came to my mind. Where am I? Why am I here? Why was I sleeping here? I am only a servant and I should not be allowed to sleep in such a place. Ag. In a daze of pain and drowsiness, I sway my aching body from side to gather more information and scream in pain as I try to move my hands. At the same time, I recall the fact that the Youkai sword had broken my left arm in a funny direction and penetrated through my palm to my shoulder. What is going on? What happened at the underground tunnels? What happened to that damn sword? I mutter, breathing hard. Damn, it's hard to even raise my voice. Hey, is anyone out there? Who is it? I crawl on my right arm, which is relatively uninjured, and finally touch it. There is someone or something inside the futon, right next to me. At normal times, I would have been alert and armed, or even jumped out of the futon in the first place. Unfortunately, my fatigue and injuries did not allow me to do so, and there were no weapons nearby. And above all, my worn-out thought process did not allow me to even think about such a thing. So, without thinking about anything in particular, I absent-mindedly grabbed the futon and pulled it off. Then, I stopped for a moment to think about the presence in the futon. In any case, there it was. Oh, hi. It was a girl. Her hair was bright and shiny, peach-colored or cherry-colored, and everyone would agree that she had a combination of childish and bewitching beauty, with a curve at the nape of her neck that was thin and glossy. Her skin is so white and fresh that it is almost transparent, and yet her body is somehow voluptuous, and her chest is ample and not commensurate with her age. There she is, a girl who is the ideal in terms of appearance that most men desire in a woman. Literally, without a stitch of clothing on her body. For a few seconds, I was speechless, my even foggy consciousness, and my thoughts were suspended. Then I noticed the sound of her regular breathing and realized that she is sleeping because her eyelids are closed. Even after I understood, I still had nothing but doubts and suspicions. No, is this real in the first place? Is this a hallucination, or am I dreaming? Even if I consider only the surrounding information that I can recognize now, it is too doubtful to call it a reality. Therefore, I concluded that there was a high probability that this was a hallucination or a dream, coupled with the fact that my consciousness was still clouded from the start. The circumstances surrounding me were so unnatural. Are these tear marks? It is clearly something unusual to look at a girl who is sleeping right next to me, right under my nose as if our skin were touching. But when I noticed it, I couldn't help but be aware of it. Kazuki AI's eyes was red and swollen, and her cheeks were wet. They looked like swollen marks made by crying. I was silent at the sight. I wasn't admiring her. I wasn't lusting. I was just recalling an old memory. Yes, the memory of that time 4 years ago. Looking at you like this, you haven't changed at all. Did she have this expression on her face back then? No matter how talented or capable she may be, she's still just a 10-year-old girl at heart. And if she is betrayed by her subordinates and relatives, or even by those whom she adored and yearned for the most, and on top of that, she is unable to move her body at all and has to run away for 3 days and 3 nights in the forest where she might be devoured or raped by countless monsters at any moment, there is no need to think what would happen to her. The arrogant and haughty attitude she had when she had just left the residence had quietly disappeared, and she was just frightened, crying and begging for any help she could get, even flattering and clinging pathetically to the lowly and pathetically weak servants. Probably because of the ugly way she behaved that time. Very naturally, without any particular reason, I had reached out my hand as if sucked in. And just like I had done to my younger siblings and to the baby chicks when they were little, I stroked her head, which was still so young as if I was soothing her hair. Ha, I'm going to be beaten to death when she wakes up. A mere servant stroking the head of a noble princess of the most prestigious Exorcist family, without permission, is a punishment. No doubt about it. Anyone with a temper would have had my head on a spike. It was too dangerous, too senseless an act with no return. It was folly itself, but still. Your sleeping face is still the same as before. And as I caress her, I realize now that the gorilla-sama may have been keeping me because she had exposed her own ugly face to me so much at that time. Of course, even if it was when she was 10 years old, she can't leave me alone with someone who has shown her such an image of herself. It may be more than just a sense of amusement, but it may also be that she keeps me close at hand and watches me to make sure I don't blurt out anything inappropriate. Of course, this is all just speculation. But why does she look like this, and why are there tears? For a moment, I think of a rational explanation for this situation. But then I conclude that it is probably a dream or hallucination, so there may be no point in thinking about the reason in depth. Wait, haha, is that it? Is this what my deep mind and desires are showing me? Ha, that's a masterpiece. Laugh. Itamobe. I stopped talking, gasped for breath, and froze for a moment. Then I turned my head and looked at the source of the voice slowly. The girl who was sleeping with me was staring at me with her eyes red and puffy and moist. Her eyes were somewhat transparent, and she looked frightened like a child. Princess, this is. I stopped stroking her head and tried to come up with an excuse, but my headache and sleepiness made it impossible for me to come up with such an excuse on the spur of the moment, and I was at a loss for words. And just when I was trying to get the words out somehow, I felt a warm touch on my cheek. It took me a few moments to realize that the warm, soft touch on my cheek was the hand of the girl in front of me. Please don't stop, keep going. I immediately understood what those words meant, and then I continued to stroke her silky hair in confusion and bewilderment. Silence continues for a while, and I just keep stroking her head, and she keeps touching my cheek lovingly and staring at me. The fact that we are under the same covers, and we are both almost naked, makes me feel unreal as if it were a new experience. Princess, are you crying? I had many questions. There were things I wanted to say. But the first thing that came out of her mouth was those words, and Aoi's eyes trembled at those words, and her eyes narrowed. Yes, although I knew it, that's my choice, isn't it? Aoi murmured so sadly, regretfully, but with a satisfied look, and moved her thin hand, which had been touching my cheek, to my forehead as if she traced it. Then she whispered to me, "You'd better rest still. Don't worry, you're safe here, so go back to sleep." By the time I realized it was eye technique, it was too late. I was suffering from headaches, fatigue, and sleepiness, and my consciousness was rapidly fading away. It was already impossible to think deeply. And then I slowly closed my eyelids, and then. Section. The girl watched the young man as he fell into a deep sleep again, and Kazuki AI gazed into his face. She continues to stare. Perhaps he will remember little of this when he wakes up. That's all right, for now at least. I hope I managed to disguise it somehow. AI got up and stroked the young man's cheek sadly and lovingly. For a while, the corruption had progressed to such an extent that it was impossible to cover it up. But it seems that she has somehow managed to do something about it in time. At least as far as his face is concerned, it does not look that different from what can be seen from the outside. Although she is not sure what is going on under his skin. Even so, it's surprising. I didn't expect to be stared at like that. That's not what she was aiming for. It was just he had just lost a lot of blood, and his body was as cold as a dead man at the tip. The inside of his body was radiating intense heat due to the mutation. So, AI had to suppress the mutation using a fever reducer and a secret medicine. And at the same time, she had to prevent his body from decomposing from the outside, she thought. That's why she was lying under the covers in this state, praying that the worst would not come to pass, though she would be lying if she said she wasn't hoping for the best. Still, it's a bit disheartening. Normally, a man should be able to react at least a little. AI is aware of her beauty. The beauty of her face, the charm of her body, the nobility of her lineage. All of them are so valuable that a man would want to have them at any cost. And now, with his life in danger, and without reason, he has become close to the monsters who have given themselves over to their desires. It is needless to say what would happen if a beautiful girl without a stitch on her body were to enter the room beside him. But then, "You weren't looking at me like that. Don't you think I'm more like an animal than you?" She could have expected to be looked at with lustful eyes, but that was not like that. It was more like friendship or affection. Good grief, it's a pity, isn't it? You wasted a great opportunity. If he had pushed her down at that moment, or if she had pushed him down, AI had no intention to resist him. She would have accepted everything he did to her and would have allowed him to do as he wanted to do to her. Such a thought makes AI ridicule herself. Even though she would have forgiven him? Wrong, it's not. It was her own expectation, her own desire, her own wish. She was just afraid of the scorn and hatred he would look at her when he woke up, and she was just trying to have an insurance policy. Haha, isn't it funny? It's no different now than it was then, and she can't say a word about the man. Yes, it's funny. Like it was back then, when she despised and disappointed her mother and sought her father's love instead. The time when she thought that if she worked hard, if she was active, if she was educated enough to follow in Kazuki's footsteps, her father would surely love her. But then, she stupidly fell into his trap and was betrayed by his father. Yes, she did this to him like her parent. Oh no, it's different. Very different. She's not like her parent. It was all unexpected. She wasn't trying to trap him. She wasn't trying to be mean. She just wanted him to be good enough for her. She just wanted him to be good by her side. That's it. As long as I could establish the facts, I could have made any number of excuses. After all, he's still in the lower position and she's still in the upper. And if everything went as planned, she could have used it as an excuse to tie him up. She's sure he wouldn't have looked at her with contempt out of guilt if she did that. But then, she didn't expect him to look at her like that. In the end, I still owe you. Really, you're a terrible person. Is it your desire to cause me suffering? Or perhaps you are looking to collect interest on what I owe you. She says this in a joking manner. Then she cupped his cheeks with her hands, lovingly, affectionately. I won't say forgive me, okay? Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to give you a morality decree either. But there will be a time when I'll take your punishment. I'll take whatever punishment comes my way when I'm yours. I will do as you wish. I will do whatever you want. That's why. Please, grandmother, no peeping, okay? You have no taste for snooping on your granddaughter's affairs. AI muttered to the sliding door behind her, to the shadow of a bird floating in the moonlight. Her voice was cold, alert, and even deadly. It was hard to believe that it was the same person whose voice was sweet, emotional, and sensual like the sound of a bell. "AI, my dear granddaughter, why do you speak to me with such coldness? I have always done my best for you, and it saddens me to see you behave like that, and if you act like that, grandmother will be sad, you know. How can you say that? You've abandoned your lovely granddaughter." AI spits out with sincere disdain and hostility at the sweet, petting voice coming from the shadows. Her grandmother knew that her father had set a trap for her 4 years ago, but she had done nothing to help or warn her. "Please do not speak like that. I have my own thoughts on the situation at hand. The truth is, things are not okay. Furthermore, have you forgotten all the things I have done for you?" AI clicked her tongue at her grandmother's sweet voice through the shikigami. At the same time, she couldn't deny the fact that the words themselves were undeniable. She had a bad premonition at the time that the damned iron scraps were going to kill his lovely man. And the fact that he was still breathing even after all that blood. So, it could only mean one thing. He must not be found out by others. So, as soon as she returned to Aomi's house, she placed dozens of boundaries and sorcery around the room before anyone in the house could see them and figure out what was going on. The boundaries were so tight that even Yuman, the representative of the clan, could not easily break through them. After all, if anyone had seen his condition, there would have been no way to recover. At best, he would have been confined and sealed, at worst he would have been killed, and at worst of worst, he would have suffered worse than death by being turned into a laboratory animal by the research group. And it is not easy to get a test subject mutated by the Youkai mother. So, she had even assumed what would happen to him if those lunatics found out about his mutation, or worse. She even assumed that they would kill anyone who saw his mutation on the spot without even leaving a corpse. Fortunately or unfortunately, that did not happen. Although he was saved because even if his body had been erased, the disappearance of the people in the house would have been suspicious. However, even if AI had safely protected him in her room, what happened after that was still a problem. Although she managed to stop the bleeding and sew up the wound, the thick and dense monster fluids that entered his body slowly but surely transformed his body. It was like a caterpillar dissolving its body in its chrysalis and transforming itself into a butterfly, remodeling itself from the inside. Probably, it was the left eyeball that was invaded, and from there, the body was transformed into a different shape as if it were spreading, pulsating, and violating the body. As a matter of fact, it was impossible even for AI to solve this problem immediately. Although there was a secret medicine to stop yakuization and prolong their lives, it was only to prolong their lives, not to cure them. Or there might be some kind of forbidden technique of the imperial court if she looked for it, but in any case, it was impossible to find and mix it right now. In any case, finding the secret of life-prolonging medicine is not easy to obtain. In other words, the body that is becoming yaukaized must be remodeled into a human one. If the yaukization is caused by the Youkai power that has invaded the body, it naturally requires the spiritual power to counteract the Youkai power. Among various materials, human blood and hearts with especially high spiritual power are not so easily obtained. Nevertheless, it is doubtful that a halfway substitute would have any effect if it is made of the body fluid of a small fry Youkai. But if it is made of the horrifying Youkai mother, whose origin is said to be a fallen god, it's not good. So, AI was prepared to take out a few exorcists in the capital by blackmailing them. "You know, it was your grandmother who saved you. I don't mean to make you feel obliged, but you should be grateful at least a little. Don't you agree?" The shape of the bird, perhaps due to her age, gently and with a relaxed voice, asks for agreement. To tell the truth, this egret shikigami appeared to AI who was in a very tight situation. The owner of the shikigami, who probably also attached a shikigami to him to grasp the situation, came to AI 2 days after the incident with a set of ingredients for the secret medicine. And AI, boasting of her talent, showed her grandmother how she had completed this medicine, which was extremely difficult to make at the first sight, and made his lovely man take it. After 3 days since then, the mutated parts, which had been repeatedly humanized and yaukaized as if they were fighting over and over again, finally regenerated to the point that, at least on the surface, most of them were as human skin, and he regained consciousness after 5 days, although he was considerably weakened. It is certainly thanks to her grandmother's help, thanks to her. I have a rough idea but that heart belongs to that woman, doesn't it? The question was somewhat abstract, but it was sufficient for both of them to know that it was hers. If it has to be taken once or twice, it's okay. But once a month, it's best to take it from her. You understand that, don't you? After a moment of silence, the egret Shikigami confirms this to AI. Kazuki's second daughter wrinkles her brow slightly from discomfort, but finally affirms it. I'm not stupid either. I know that organs of that quality are not so easy to come by. If this was a one-time thing, AI wouldn't have wanted to use that woman's heart. But this is not an emotional decision. Yes, this is a life-prolonging, symptom-suppressing medicine. It is not a cure. Even if nothing is done, if he does not take it at least once a month, the yaukization phenomenon will come back to consume him. Yes, at least once a month. To suppress the bodily fluid that contains the rich Youkai power of the Youkai mother, it is necessary to have an organ of a person who has the appropriate spiritual power, preferably a heart, and that once a month. In a sane person's mind, such a thing is impossible no matter how much money is spent. But in just a couple of days or so, her grandmother showed her the best ingredients she could hope for in the freshest condition and told her that she could order it any time in the future. Then there is only one possible way to get it. That was from a woman with no forethought, lacking in brains and character, but blessed with power and good fortune. A woman who wouldn't die even if she was killed. I understand I'm in no position to complain. I understand it. It's true that just the thought of having a part of her body inside him, just the thought of her body, gives him goosebumps and makes her want to throw up. But she will endure it. She will suppress those feelings for his sake. So, what does she want from me in return? I'm not being arrogant. I'm willing to give as much as I can. AI was ready to accept most of the demands, except for surrendering her beloved. She was partly responsible for this incident, and it was true that it had put him in danger. Of course, she could afford to be sure that even that stupid woman with a flowery mind would not make a claim to her property, which was absolutely non-negotiable, considering the situation of Kazuki's house. But in a way, the choice of her big sister was more offensive to the pride of AI, a girl with massive self-esteem, than any other demand. In other words, don't worry. She says she doesn't want anything in return. Is she insane? AI's expression turned fake when the Shikigami said that. Even if she could regenerate herself, she must not be noticed by others, so she would have to cut her own guts out of her heart by cutting herself. Even if she did not actually experience the pain, she would know that the pain would be unimaginable. But to think that her sister would give it to her for free, it is unbelievable. Maybe it would be more plausible to say that her grandmother brainwashed her sister. I wouldn't do that, okay? I explained the situation to that little girl, and she listened to my request. She said, "Why do I have to ask for something in return for giving it to him?" AI's eyes widened wide, and she was absolutely stunned by those words. AI understood the meaning of her sister's words as accurately as she could. For her big sister, she was not even in her mind, and she was not even concerned about her. What she needed was to give her own heart to him, and that's why she was going to cut her own guts out. In fact, she doesn't care about her sister, and she probably doesn't even think that she is helping her. Yes, AI was completely ignored. Just like her biological father had treated her like that ever since she was born. Don't be ridiculous. She bites her back teeth involuntarily. She can't believe that such a woman, such a carefree woman, would make a fool of her to this extent. In AI's heart, a black feeling was awakened. It was a clear hatred. It was a murderous hatred against the woman who had all the things she wanted, but threw them away so easily. Don't be ridiculous, don't make a fool of me, stop kidding around. That woman, how much more can she mock me? From this to that, she's still talking nonsense. AI's big sister's arrogance and brazenness, which makes her think that she might be conceited about her infinite and all-powerful abilities, make the spiritual power in AI's body rage. Does she think she won't die no matter what? Too naive, too naive. Her ability is indeed a threat, but that's all it is. There are ways to kill her accordingly and even ways to put her in a much more painful state than death. And with AI's intelligence and knowledge, she could come up with at least 10 of them at once, and yet, yes, let's teach her something. Then she would make me so stupid. AI, I won't allow it. AI's anger was subdued by her grandmother's cold and heartless warning, which showed no sign of emotion. Although it was a short word from the Shikigami, it contained the power of the thick killing spirit and the word technique which had been developed so well that it deprived AI of any interest in other things. Ugh. For a moment there is silence, and the girl who covers herself with only a futon, with her back to protect her beloved, is on the utmost alert against the Shikigami who is facing her across the boundary. Even AI, who should be called a genius, is only 14 years old, and if she is literally unarmed and has something to protect behind her back, she cannot easily stop her grandmother, even though it is relaying the Shikigami. This reaction was natural, in a sense. Hee, don't look so scared, I'm not trying to pick a fight with you. The tension was unilaterally broken by her grandmother. Her soft voice declared, and the deadly atmosphere dissipated. My dear granddaughters, I know that it can be difficult for sisters to always get along, but please try not to be so openly hostile towards each other. See, if you frown too much, it will ruin your pretty face, right? Her optimistic words, however, AI does not take those words at face value. She understood that it was a kind of warning. Hey, I've been wondering about this for a long time, grandmother. What on earth are you thinking of sending me a helping hand after all this time? You don't have the other elders' approval this time, do you? AI asks probingly. Yes, that's right. This rescue mission should not have been allowed. Neither her own obsession with a single servant nor her sister cutting her own guts out are acceptable for the sake of Kazuki's family history and honor. And why is her youthful grandmother taking on their side? Oh, dear. Is it really so strange? I am your grandmother before I am an elder of Kazuki. Isn't it natural for a grandmother to take care of her adorable grandchildren and grant their wishes? How dare you talk to me like that? AI glances at her grandmother's goddess with cold eyes. Really, she's so brazen to say something that's not even in her mind. If she really thought so, neither me nor that woman nor that man. AI says so with suspicion in her mind. But she doesn't say it out loud. It's meaningless, and she'll be fooled by him anyway. Well, I wonder anyway, I understand that woman. After all, I know I'm in a position where I can't complain, so I'll endure. So please go back. Don't ruin our private time together with him, or is there something else you want to tell me? In other words, AI euphemistically tells her to get lost. Haha, I understand. It's time for the elder to go. Ah, I should have told you something too. Don't worry about human, I've already talked to him, okay? You don't have to say anything because I've already made excuses. And don't forget to apologize to the Akko family later. They love their youngest daughter very much. Oh, we have made plans for you. Finally, the ingredients for the next potion, I'll send it to you in 20 days at the latest, okay? In a sweet voice, her grandmother tells her what to do and orders her to do it. AI thinks that she is still a tricky woman. It makes AI wonder how she managed to gather information and make arrangements in such a short period of time without being noticed. Well then, take care of yourself. The Shikigami, which declared that, ignites and vanishes into ashes. But of course, though there may be a small Shikigami hiding somewhere. There is no evidence, but AI was almost sure of it. Otherwise, she would have reacted too quickly. Really, what is she thinking? AI was tongue-tied by her grandmother's movement, which was as meaningful as ever, and she didn't know what her grandmother's purpose was. Although she was trying to find out some things in her own way, AI couldn't understand the purpose of the whimsical, cunning, and horrifying grandmother who had sent the rescue ship this time. She could not read her plan at all. Is she betting on both her foolish sister and herself, so that whichever of them would be the next head of the family would remain influential? She doesn't know, but she does know one thing. I have a bad feeling about this. She can't put it into words, but her instinct tells her that she just can't let the old leopard-like girl go unchecked. That's why she would not let her guard down. She mustn't. That's why. I know I'm giving you a hard time, but please be patient now. Once again, she lies down next to the man she loves most of all again and caresses his cheek. She holds him close and whispers in his ear. She knows how cruel it is to do that, but it's the only way to live with him. More and more, stronger and higher, you're going to be my husband, aren't you? AI mutters with a lonely smile on her face. She was aware that this was a half-deception. She indeed has high ideals. She also isn't interested in those ordinary men. But more than that, it is true that it is too difficult and too dangerous for him to be her husband now. That's why she has no other choice but to make him a hero. I'm sorry. For the last time, she whispered in a small, muffled voice, holding him in her arms as she fell asleep on his chest. Section. Seriously, she's such a bad granddaughter. Points deducted. The Shikigami, who had been staring at the scene in the darkness, spun a sarcastic laugh loud enough for no one to hear. There was a sense of irritation and discomfort in her words, which it was hard to believe that they were directed at her granddaughter. Through the Shikigami, she cast a cold gaze at her granddaughter who was hugging him, and then a small scowl. She did not realize that it was hatred of her own family, envy, and jealousy. Totally, after all this time she's still rampaging about, that monster. In the outer city of Fusokuni, an old exorcist hiding out in an old bookstore that has been closed for years stands in a corner and sighs when he sees the inside of his ruined property. The interior of the old bookstore, which is unbelievably spacious from the outside due to the semi-prohibited spatial expansion boundary, is in a state of disarray. The bookshelves were all toppled over, and a lot of books stored in them were smashed up. Moreover, not a small number of them had been torn, ripped, cut into pieces, and burned to the ground. There were also pieces of flesh and blood of the Youkai who had been crushed into pieces, sticking to the walls and furniture. To top it all off, in the center of the ruined room sits a huge bear monster, lying on its back, covered in blood. It's a good thing I put up soundproofing boundaries. The noise must have been quite loud with such a rampage. Don't talk to me like it's someone else's problem, Grandfather Oji-sama. I beg you to help me clean up the mess. She sighed and complained angrily to the old man O, who was sitting on a pile of books nearby. The old man looked at a girl in her teens who was sitting on an imported easy chair, using simple puppets Shikigami to tidy up the ruined room. In her lap, a Nekomata two-tailed cat stretched out her arms, seemingly ignorant of the situation around it. For the note, the girl's name was Botan, and a third daughter of the 29th head of the Matsushige family, Harutaka, and one of the old man's granddaughters, and now an apprentice of his who has left the family to accompany her grandfather on his hideout. Her age was 15, and she was an unusually fair-skinned girl with reddish hair that reached her shoulders, and her face was not bad-looking but somewhat weak, with a hint of death in it. Even if you say so. But let's wake this one up first. Come now, awaken from your slumber, you idle one made of wood. The old man pulls out a long stick from the sleeve of his clothes, which obviously should not be there, and begins to walk quickly. And when he reaches the big bear, the demon bear he is using as a Shikigami, which is still lying on the ground in the center of the room, strikes it mercilessly several times on the head. Genbu, the demon bear, rises from the air as if controlled by an invisible string. If one looks closely, the left arm of the bear monster has been ripped off from the shoulder. The wound had been inflicted when it had tried to stop the blue demon from running out of the store. Really, it's a tough time for you. That blue demon, she suddenly started screaming and tried to run into the capital. Botan sighs as she lets the Shikigami carry the arm of the flying demon bear. But to begin with, it's funny that the blue demon was staying here. Not to mention the fact that she was so frenzied and violent, all because of that suspicious young man of unknown background who had become her grandfather's apprentice. Botan vividly remembered the moment when the notorious red-haired blue demon, who had been following the mysterious servant of the Kazuki family with a simple Shikigami at all hours of the day, suddenly went crazy, as if she had seen something at the moment the Shikigami was destroyed. From then on, all hell broke loose. Botan tried to stop the blue demon, who was obviously emitting Youkai energy, and trying to leave the store and run into the capital with the help of her grandfather's traditional Shikigami, sacred beast and Youkai transformed into Shikigami, and the countless traps he had set inside the room. But even though they were foul, it was those blue demons they were dealing with. And because of her excessive power, it was a risk to stop her, and in fact, she could not be stopped completely. In the end, the majority of the Shikigami that acted as decoys were neutralized physically. And although they somehow caught the blue demon by his grandfather's binding boundary, which took several months of preparation, it only bought time for a moment. After all, the boundary was broken off with tremendous force as soon as it was deployed. Well, the old man did not seem to think that he could stop this blue demon with such a small amount of preparation. Fortunately, in the little time he had, he managed to quiet the demon with his eloquence and barely prevented her from plunging into the capital or more precisely, into the underground tunnels below the capital. Instead, she flew away. I don't mind if the monsters kill each other. Rather, I'd be happy if they fell together if possible. As the old man O said so, the Shikigami pressed the demon bear's shredded arm against the wound, and O struck the glued surface several times with his stick. At the same time, dozens of charms fly out of his pockets and stick to the wound as if to wrap it. At this, the demon bear grunts at the pain in its revived arm. So, what are you going to do about it, grandfather? I don't think you can let such a mysterious thing go unchecked, do you? Botan rubbed the throat of the Nekomata on her knees as if she was bored, and assigned another task to the Shikigami, who had brought the demon bear's arms to her grandfather. Yes, that's the task at hand. He was a weird guy to begin with, but now he's taken the blood of that monster and the heart of a top-class exorcist. Frankly speaking, wouldn't it be better to dispose of the dangerous factor quickly? Speaking of Youkai Mother, she is one of the 5 most troublesome monsters existing in Fusokuni without being sealed or defeated. After all, she used to be a fallen god from beyond the sea. And if Yaukization is done not by rebirthing, but by blood. Moreover, although a secret medicine to stop the mutation seems to fool others, it is impossible to cure the root of the disease. The longer it takes, the more the body becomes accustomed to the Yaukization. And it is impossible to know what will happen when the balance is lost and the body suddenly transforms. So, isn't it safer to burn down the entire underbrush before it becomes a venomous snake? Indeed, leaving the bush as it is will indeed postpone the problem. But we can't be sure that burning the snakes won't cause the fire to spread here. I don't think we should do it now. But the old man denies his granddaughter's opinion. It was neither naivety nor kindness, but a cold-blooded judgment based on a weighing of the dangers. It would not be difficult to kill the young man, but he does not know what Kazuki's sisters, their grandmother, and the blue demon would do afterward. It would be too risky. At least for now. Because it's worth it. At least until we get rid of the demon, we can't afford anything to go wrong. But then, I don't know how to make the secret medicine to cure Yaukization. I'm at a loss. I'll have to do some research. The old man O strokes his white beard and says in a deeply troubled voice. To be precise, there should be at least a description of the method of production of the forbidden techniques kept in the capital. However, when he was working at the Onmyo dormitory, he mainly studied the techniques to seal up and destroy Youkai demons, and he had little interest in the techniques of healing, especially when it comes to curing people who are becoming more and more Youkai. Of course, even prolonging life requires materials that would normally be ridiculously difficult to obtain, such as the heart organs of top-class exorcists. And even more than that, the materials needed for the cure were even more difficult to obtain, and it was obvious that it would not be worth the cost. If the cure was to be made with such materials, it would be much cheaper to just kill the patient. However, O didn't seem to have a choice but to do nothing, even if his hope was slim. I'm surprised. I never thought that my grandfather would spend his time on such a thing. Is it really that much trouble to deal with a single servant? The granddaughter was truly surprised that her grandfather, who was a calculating, rational, utilitarian, and above all, a cold-blooded thinker, was willing to go to such lengths for the sake of a single unknown servant. For a moment, she even suspected that her grandfather had been brainwashed or killed, and someone was wearing his skin. Is that surprising? Too soft for you, grandfather. The granddaughter replies to her grandfather's words with a slight frown, as if it were a matter of course. Botan thought that her grandfather, who had been expelled from the imperial court, seemed to be too soft in his words, because of his horrifying practice of using living people and half-Youkai as experimental materials for his cruel experiments to investigate the forbidden techniques of his art. So she raised her guard a little in disbelief. Well, I may be soft after what I have said myself, and you are correct in raising your guard. The old man is rather impressed with his granddaughter, who takes a fighting stance and thinks about what he said. It is indeed softer. He is too soft on people with such an unnatural way of being. The old man does not believe in the theory of moral goodness. After all, human beings are fundamentally evil. He was convinced that people are willing to abandon others and suffer for the sake of their own life and profit. Of course, this does not mean that he despises or is disappointed in human existence. Unlike wild beasts and evil monsters, he believes that human is the only one who can discipline themselves by binding and constraining themselves. That is why the young man is abnormal. Born a poor farmer without learning, tossed about in this absurd world of nothing but hardship, anguish, and pain. A simple, ignorant man could only give up on everything or become mean, crude, and shallow, but that young man. It's unnatural to be sure. But O noticed that his granddaughter looked doubtful and puzzled by his small, melancholy sigh. Then he chuckled. Yes, it's soft, too soft, he knows that, of course he knows that, but still. Hey, I'm home late, oh. It's still a mess, huh? Oh dear, it's trouble. The old man, O, and Botan simultaneously cast unfriendly glances at the presence who entered the store with the sound of a bell. Both O and his granddaughter knew only one person, or rather, just one person, who had entered the store with a sign saying that the store was closed, ignoring the exorcism spell. It seems you've made a great show of yourself again, huh? O asks coldly to the demon dressed as an ascetic monk, whose whole body is stained red with the blood of the non-human creatures. Two troublesome monsters should have fallen together. At this rate, he doubts if any of them are still alive. It's a disappointment. But then, he's not going to say it. No, I didn't mean to let her get away. I mean, I'd be sickened by the idea of that old hag powdering him. Besides, if he'd taken her down, I wouldn't stand a chance now, would I? I'm the one who's going to crown him as a hero, not that crazy old hag. The demon spits out a self-centered remark without hesitation. She is talking on the assumption that she herself will be killed by the young man. But in the first place, killing demons is something that no one in his right mind would want to do, no matter how much money he is offered. Demons are selfish, cruel, horrifying, and cowardly to that extent. Anyway, don't worry about that lunatic, I'll take care of her. Oh, and I want to take a bath. Can you heat up the tub for me? I'm still a girl, and I don't want to keep smelling like this. It smells, that's why you demons are. The demon stomps around the room and talks selfishly. The blood and guts of the demon's body smell fresh, while the strong perspiration reminds people of the demon's characteristics. That was a smell of brewing alcohol. Because of this, Botan can't help but cover her mouth and make a displeased expression. Especially when the demons were excited or in heat, their sweat was known to inebriate people with just one sniff. Just like the Nekomata, it can't stand the smell and jumps off Botan's lap and runs away somewhere in the still messed-up room. This is certainly a good idea to make your body clean. Now, Genbu, get the bathtub ready. Then, can we talk about the monster now? There were many things to complain about, but the fact of the matter was that the smell of the blue demon was too strong. So, while covering his nostrils with the sleeves of his clothes, the old man ordered the revived demon bear to boil water with his stick, and then proceeded to talk about the Youkai mother. At the same time, Genbu, who had just been half-killed by the demon in front of it just the other day, looked seriously. But when his master O, Botan, and Yako glared at it at the same time, it drooped its face and went to the bathtub in the next room. You really are a bunch of curious people. So, how will the Onmyu dormitories behave? According to the information from the scattered Shikigami, it seems that the authorities intend to keep the matter under wraps. While a reasonable number of regular exorcists have been mobilized to disinfect the underground water supply, those who have been entrusted with the management of the water supply, especially the court nobles and the imperial court, have been known to be in contact with each other of some sort. That being said, can anything be expected from the current status quo and the current passive-aggressive attitude of the imperial court? Because of all things, it's Youkai mother. The imperial court may have had its doubts, but they would not trust such a thing appears. As a matter of fact, she's too big a deal, and the witnesses are all unreliable. Given the past, the case will either be put on hold, or the people will be forced to take the blame, and if that happens, it will be very difficult. Ako's daughter will not be touched. She is too big a person and too dangerous for both her and those around her to touch. The survivor of the guide, the man, does not attract attention either. After all, a person without any spiritual power is a meaningless target for interrogation. He also has no credibility in terms of his position. In that case, it would be troublesome. So, either this demon in front of him will act again, or the crazy women of Kazuki will be watching. At any rate, the most the old man has to keep in mind is that someone is going to tell them. At the end, it would be easier to keep quiet, huh? Botan also sighs as she comes to this conclusion. He is really a mysterious young man. She wonders what he was aiming at when he approached her grandfather. Either way, we need to be prepared. The red-haired girl mutters to herself. Of course, the old man should be prepared to run away, but in case of emergency, he should be prepared to dispose of the young man, whether she uses him or not. Or she may have to do it on her own. Cough. Botan lets out a small cough. The smell in her mouth is the taste of iron. She swallows it, then clamps her mouth tightly and frowns. Yes, she didn't want to waste her time here because of that young man. She had a purpose. To get revenge on the monster who had done this to her. That's why she ran to her grandfather, who was banished not only from the court, but from her family. She knew that she would never be able to complete her revenge without it. She did not have much time left. Really, annoying guy. She blurted out in a weak, fading tone of voice as the blue demons began to tell her saga in a chattering voice that was not being heard. And her grandfather, who was less than half as interested in the story as she was in it, gave a few random comments. Section. It was an early autumn night. A crescent moon was illuminating the darkness of the night. In the dark of the night, the small girl sits alone in the center of her room, which is locked from the outside, sitting on her knees. Her posture was straight, silent and absorbed in meditation. Her expression was filled with pain from remorse and self-doubt. She was alone in a darkened room, and the girl's name was Ako Murasaki. She is the daughter of the Ako family, whose lineage is the most famous for its exorcism, the owner of the Youkai sword, Nikiri Kubai Sajimaru, neck cutter. And the girl who was sentenced to house arrest for the recent unauthorized extermination of Youkai and other related blunders. Murasaki, who is under house arrest in her room, is not, however, dissatisfied with her treatment. She understood well that it was a punishment she deserved. No, it was too soft for the mistake she had made. After all, she did not even talk to her family. She ignored the pleas of her subordinates. She was caught when she was careless and went to exterminate Youkai in the underground tunnels. And when she thought she could escape after that, she was caught off guard again and was almost eaten. And finally, she could not control her Youkai sword and almost killed the member of another family, even if he was only a servant. The many blunders she committed during that time, big and small, were too many and too ugly. So, it is no wonder that her father scolded her for her carelessness when she returned home after completing his duties in the inner palace. It's an abomination indeed, it's all an abomination. Murasaki, sitting upright in her dark room, glanced at the mirror in front of her and smiled scornfully at her reflection in it. It was because she thought it was too funny. Although she had not said it to her father and the others, it was not really that cute. She was terrified, shedding tears and sniveling against Youkai, begging for her life, clinging to the lowly and helpless servants. It is too shallow, too miserable, and too appalling behavior for the daughter of a famous family of exorcism. No, what's even more shameful is, this is what they call shamelessness, right? What is more disgraceful than anything else is the fact that she depended on her opponent, whom she saw as her rival, and whom she had been wrestling with on her own. Even so, despite relying on the other party. I won't make excuses, and I can't. The fact is the fact, and I'll only be miserable if I try to defend myself. The difference in experience. Was it because it was the first time for her to kill Youkai? Because it was the Youkai mother of all people. That is not an excuse. The difference in talent and ability between the exorcists and the servants is so great that it would be miserable to use it as an excuse. She also believes that at least if she and he had been in the opposite position, he would not have been so ugly. I'm sure he's safe, though. Thinking about all this, Murasaki is concerned about the young man in question. When she thinks of the young man who was so battered and beaten by Youkai, and who was so beaten by her own sword that went out of control, she feels a sense of remorse and a tightening of her chest, even though she understands that he is only a servant. He is safe, yes, he should be safe. Murasaki is half convinced of that. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be alive right now. After all, it was obvious at first sight. For the first time in her life, she'd seen her cousin so obsessed with him. If he were gone, that respected cousin would have forced her way into this house by now, and there would have been a commotion. So he must be safe. Of course he is. Please let it be so. Still, I never thought I would think such a thing about someone of that status. Is it what my grandfather and father said about trust on the battlefield? Murasaki analyzes her own chest throbbing and aching. Normally, a servant who is only better than a slave is not someone she should be concerned about. But she has heard that there are times when people who risk their lives in the same place, fight together, and share the same fate with others, even if they are subordinates, can indeed have trust, friendship, and respect for those who share their fate. She had also heard that this was a rare and precious thing. This is, I see, I've been through so much. Even if it's just a servant, it's still a little, yeah, it made me worry a little. Yes, that's the way it is, isn't it? Murasaki muttered to herself, as if she was making excuses or telling herself something to no one. Or maybe it was a suggestion to herself. Either way, Murasaki tries to come to terms with her feelings in this way. That is how confused she was by the sensation she was feeling. And her thoughts go further, and she tries to deal with her cousin's attitude in the same way. Yes, her cousin had also taken a liking to him since his work about 4 years ago, as she recalls. She must be feeling the same way as herself, she thinks. Then, I can understand why I went through all that trouble. So this is what I get for just half a day of life and death, huh? But my cousin was with him for 3 days. So, it's understandable that she favored him so much. She even had hostility, and it was ugly jealousy. How can she change her mind so much? In a sense, it is natural that her cousin who has been with him longer and has not coiled around him favors him so much. However, it's also true that my cousin is a bit too much, and I hope she will reflect on that point. Even though her cousin was a bit too much in her head, she could have subdued Nakiri Kyubai Sajimaru, neck cutter, more calmly if she had been able to do so. Thanks to her, the half-destroyed Nakiri Kyubai Sajimaru, neck cutter, will take several months to regenerate if it is not fed. That's what her father said when she took one look at the wreckage of a Youkai sword that had been shattered to pieces. Not to mention the fact that her cousin was going to wield a fan reinforced with spiritual power at her neck. No matter how threatening it was, Murasaki was about to think so, it was too much, even for a cousin. There are things she can do and things she can't do, even if they are cousins. There's a certain etiquette to being close, so I think I need to protest. Although she might receive a visit from the other side, Murasaki felt that she should go there and question her directly. Yes, it would certainly be a hostile situation for visiting her cousin's place from there, but she wouldn't mind that much pressure if it was for that person. She just coolly and carefully avoids the pursuit. If that is the case, it would be better for her to surprise her cousin and make her upset, wouldn't it? Once she thought so, Murasaki gradually began to think that it was a good idea. Of course, it was an illusion. Kazuki's cousin is objectively not so good, but even so, Murasaki, who is not so honest and not so good with her mouth, would have no chance to win the game with her mouth, even if she could catch her off guard. She should have understood that much if she was a normal person. In fact, for her, the true purpose of this idea was, yes, that's right, I owe him a favor, so it would be a good idea to show up to visit him. I'm sure he'll be happy if I bring him a present too. The youngest daughter of Akko said this, imagining him kneeling on her knees and thanking her. She did not notice that her voice was strangely lively at the last part of her words. That was the proof that she had been so excited inside. Yes, she had certainly been looking forward to it. It was nothing more than an excuse for her to give her cousin a surprise, though Murasaki herself would deny it. Of course, that would have to wait until her house arrest was over first. More than that, there was a reason why she needed more time to carry out her plan. It was, I'm getting lightheaded, this is Murasaki, who has been overexcited, suddenly feels weak like a puppet whose strings have been broken. As soon as she feels dizzy and her vision spins around and around, she puts one hand on the tatami mat and presses her mouth uncomfortably with her bandaged hand. She looks confused, tired, and slightly ashamed. Was I a little too excited? Murasaki mutters with a tired look on her face, breathing heavily. Then, she reflects on her own state of excitement. She thinks that she is not yet good enough to get carried away by such a thing. To be honest, when she realized this, she was confused at first. Her mother died when she was very young, and she grew up in a male-dominated family, so she did not know anything about it. It was natural to suspect Youkai or a curse at first, especially when it happened for the first time on the very night when she was rescued from the underground tunnels. She has talked to her father and brothers about her health condition, but neither of them knew anything about it, and therefore they were discussing it with serious looks on their faces. That's why, when one of the maids, who knew it well, explained to her about the cyclic events peculiar to women, Murasaki first stopped thinking, and then she was embarrassed to the point of writhing when she understood the meaning of it. She was so embarrassed that she thought of committing seppuku. Now, after a while, she has calmed down. No, even that is not so bad. The really embarrassing part is when she looks back at her memory and recalls the first moment when the discomfort and tingling started. It was in the tunnels of the underground sewers, she believes, when she was preparing herself to be tortured by the monster. Yes, when she was in complete despair. At that moment when that man saved her and reached out to her, she felt a pain like an arrow through her chest, and an indescribable heat and tingling under her abdomen. Murasaki hides her reddish face with the sleeves of her kimono and sits down on the tatami. She writhes in agony as she crouches on the tatami. The more she remembers, the more she feels shallow and embarrassed. It's not like that. Yes, that's right. It was just a coincidence, or it must be a mistake. Such shallow, dirty, shameful behavior. Murasaki desperately denies her feelings and memories. Yes, it's ridiculous. It's just like a rabbit, an animal that goes into heat over anything. It's a shocking thing. If she were to hear such a thing from an acquaintance, she would probably be so shocked that she would refrain from further contact with them. And probably the same goes for that servant. Murasaki was able to imagine him pulling a face and distancing himself from her. Therefore, such a thing could not and should not be allowed to happen. It must have been a coincidence, unless she remembered wrongly, that it triggered against that servant. It must be, it has to be. Yes, it must be, I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Absolutely, it's impossible. Murasaki's face turns red, and she screams like she's crying even though there's no one around her. Then she takes a deep, rough breath to calm her racing emotions. After a while, she finally manages to calm down. Ha, 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 I was uncharacteristically too flustered. I really need more practice. To be flustered by such trivial nonsense. Murasaki comments on her own almost one-wrestling disgrace. Then she looks at her reflection in the mirror in front of her and catches her breath. But suddenly, she notices a small Japanese comb covered with dust by the mirror stand. She would not normally have been interested in this lacquered, less ornate, but fine-looking object. However, this time was different. Just as if being sucked in, her white hand, like a white fish, reached out and slowly opened the lid. Then she took a glance at the contents and remembered. It must have been something her father had bought for her to match her violet hair. But she had no interest in such a thing, and moreover, at that time, she felt as if her talent as an exorcist had not been recognized, so she had put it back in the chest and half forgotten about it. Ugh. Murasaki stared at it intently, and then glanced around to make sure there were no peepers. Although there should be no peepers, she persistently looks around. Then, after carefully making sure there are no witnesses, she reaches out her hand fearfully and, like this, right? Murasaki struggled a little with this, as she had never done such a thing by herself, though she had been forced to put it on by a maid. And just after she somehow succeeded, she looked at her reflection in the mirror in front of her and naturally sighed. The comb, which was metaphorically made of fresh polka dots and colored with silver-like flower petals, looked beautiful together with the color of Murasaki's hair. She looked at the mirror and couldn't help staring at it. Although she had no knowledge or aesthetics about this kind of thing, the comb matched her so well that even she could think it was beautiful. If anyone other than her had seen it, they would have gazed at it and let out a sigh as well. Murasaki's father must have thought long and hard about whether this comb would match his daughter. It looks good on me, doesn't it? She had no interest in or knowledge of makeup or dressing up, but now she was beginning to like this comb, although she was not sure if it really suited her objectively. And then she thought, what would he look like if I wear this comb to visit him? Would he be surprised? Would he admire it? Would he fascinate by it? Or, Murasaki smiled at her reflection in the mirror, with a very natural, embarrassed smile. No, it might have been exactly the anticipation of her reaction when he saw her reflection. Then, as if it were a matter of course, her eyes turned to the chest of drawers sitting behind the mirror. There was a kimono there, which she had never worn since it had been bought for her. It was a while later that the maid who brought dinner was stunned to see Murasaki staring at the mirror stand in her brand new kimono. And she turned bright red and screamed when she noticed the maid's gaze. Section. Ah, she failed, didn't she? The voice echoed in the eternal darkness like the deep sea. It sounded like the voice of a beautiful girl, but it also sounded like the voice of something outside of human reason, lacking in any kind of emotion. Followed by a sighing sigh. I had not held high expectations for her to begin with, but now I see. Just as I suspected, then I should expect others to do their best. From the beginning, their perceptions and purposes were not compatible with each other. God is always like that. They seem to be able to talk to each other, but ultimately everything is self-contained. Therefore, she did not expect much from her. She could have done whatever she wanted. Anyway, the plan would not go so far wrong. I suppose it's about time. On the other hand, maybe it's better to just rest a bit longer. Well, I can barely even lift a finger right now. So, I think I'll stay put for a little while longer and sleep again. It says this nonchalantly, as if it were talking to someone else, and then falls silent again in the darkness. It is as if its very existence itself dissolves into the darkness and disappears. The words whispered in the deepest depths underground of the capital, in the deepest prisons, where no one ever sets foot, ring out forever. They reverberate in the dark depths of the earth. However, at the same time, in the reverberation, the sound of the voice changes its form. And by the time it reached the entrance of the prison, packed with gatekeepers, it had become a mere sound of the wind, and no one could understand its meaning. For the note, the timing of Gorilla-sama's appearance in her room was similar to that of Murasaki's. By the way, the white fox also peeps into the Gorilla-sama's room and turns red in the face during the first half of the chapter. It's an R18 rated game, so there's nothing to be done about it. Soon, the time of the original game will start. End of Volume 2.